The Tianyi mercenary group doesn't care about these things that happened in the Wanluo Federation and is currently making all preparations. Obtained several diagrams of the internal structure of the modified meteorite from the Wanluo Federation and started a simulated rescue operation. On the other side, the two large army units of the United Army, one of which was transferred to the United Nations of the Angris Democratic People's Republic for rescue. Swati watched the live broadcast of the Wanluo federal government in his office and learned that the United Army and the Tianyi mercenary group had signed a contract. When the Alpha troop of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps might directly launch Operation Alpha, Swati smiled wryly. It seems that my rogue tactics have encountered rogue tactics. Swati is thinking at the moment. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps has already entered the territory of Wanluo Federation. However, according to the investigation by her spies, some troops of the Tianyi mercenary group had actually sneaked into the territory she occupied. It's just that these troops seem to be conducting in-depth investigations, as if they are groping for the hiding places of her troops, the positions of the defenders, and so on. But what's strange is that they didn't go any deeper. Instead, they tried their best to investigate in peripheral locations, and even withdrew immediately when they knew they had been discovered. Part of Dion's army responsible for chasing the infiltrating troops of the Tianyi mercenary group would be wiped out by other ambush troops of the Tianyi mercenary group once they went beyond the occupied area. The Tianyi mercenary group came up with such a tactic to lure the enemy, which made Swati puzzled. He really didn't understand why the Tianyi mercenary group would do this. In fact, this kind of tactics did not cause much loss to Dion's second expeditionary force. Swati really didn't know what the commander of the Tianyi mercenary group had in mind. What kind of strategy do they have? It doesn't look like they are trying to divert the tiger away from the mountain. Could it be that they are going to attack the west? But the strange thing is that the troops who have been sneaking in to investigate come here from time to conduct peripheral investigations and then deliberately lure my troops. What kind of tricks are they playing? Swati couldn't figure out what the other party was playing for a while. However, for Swati at present, she is ready to withdraw all her troops from the Wanluo Federation, but at present, a small number of troops have been taken to the Martian Circle by the relatives of the Wanluo Federation. However, another part of the troops was discovered by the Tianyi mercenary group and directly intercepted and rescued those Wanluo people who had been brought out of the territory of the Wanluo Federation. At this moment, the country is adopting the strategy of encircling Wei and saving Zhao, which is to divide the troops guarded by the outside world as much as possible to rescue the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon people, so that her troops can bring more Wanluo people to the Martian Circle. Moreover, the troops attacking the Anglo-Sa democracy United States, like her, adopted rogue tactics, kidnapping the relatives of the people in the country and forcing the parties to work for them. Originally, her tactic had long been proposed to His Majesty the Emperor Fades. However, the new humanism of His Majesty Fades is unwilling to allow too many ordinary humans to join his army, lest these ordinary humans should be too large and cause civil strife in the army. And more importantly, Fades has a great rejection of ordinary humans. If the war is finally won by these ordinary humans, wouldn't this give his new humanism an invisible slap? But as the war dragged on longer, more and more soldiers died in battle, and many new humans and adjustment people died in battle. Even the number of soldiers who were slaves in those states as cannon fodder gradually became insufficient. As a result, the conscription age began to be lowered. If this continues, even teenagers under the age of 14 will be drawn into the army. His Majesty Emperor Fades finally had no choice but to agree to her proposal. Of course, Swati, who also became a new human, actually didn't really want to use these ordinary humans. She just wanted to use them as cannon fodder. My rogue tactic is to let them fight their own people as much as possible. The biggest advantage is that the damage of our soldiers is minimized. On December 11th, 124, the first year of the universe, a sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was conducting a simulated hostage rescue operation in a special secret room. Because what this sub-base obtained was the internal structure design drawing of the target modification meteorite given by the Wanluo Federal Intelligence Force. Now, the sub-base rescue force must simulate the rescue of the people in the shortest possible time and make various assumptions. If possible, try to be as invisible as possible. When the Dion army found out, the hostages had already been rescued. Up. The current Tianyi mercenary group must be prepared. On December 18, 124, the first year of the universe, the number 61 colonial satellite area occupied by the Wanluo Federation had 10 meteorites in the distance. These meteorites have the internal modification of the largest meteorite with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers, which is called number 0 meteorite, and the remaining 9 are called 19. The people who were taken away from colonial satellite number 53 were held under house arrest in this meteorite. There are patrol forces around this meteorite, most of which are unmanned aircraft such as war cones and scorpions. A small number of mass-produced holy machines are in command. After transforming other meteorites around the meteorite, some stealth devices appeared on the meteorite, which were developed by the Tianyi mercenary group as a means of communication. In addition to being able to intercept the information transmitted or received by the target, it can even modify the intercepted information and send it back to the target to deceive the target. At present, after intercepting information, these stealth devices copy the information and then convey the original information to the target. This allowed the Tianyi mercenary group to obtain some unexpected information. Quite a few of the meteorites were actually lying on their stomachs, and there were quite a few MS of Tianyi mercenaries, but these were wearing cloaks that covered their entire bodies. The cloak is a camouflage cloak, and the camouflage color is the color of meteorite. It has the function of switching camouflage and stealth. The former reduces the detection power of scanners or thermal sensors, while the latter is invisible to the naked eye, but all radars and scanners within 50 kilometers, light energy detection, and thermal sensors can all be found. On the contrary, the distance of the former may not be found even if the distance is within 10 kilometers. The premise is to stay in place. The current investigation force is a special force named Hummingbird, owned by all the bases of the Tianyi mercenary group. The Hummingbird Special Forces is a special force that can conduct reconnaissance in situ for several months. Even if the Ms. driver has not stepped out of the cockpit for several months, there is no problem. Just have enough water and food. As for how to deal with the hygiene of the driver, there is a sanitation function in the cockpit. This is designed by Long Fei based on the technology in the G restoration. The sanitation system of the G restoration is relatively advanced, and Long Fei cannot develop it for the time being. Only reverse development. However, after the Hummingbird came back from its mission, many support staff laughed at themselves. In addition to being the support maintenance staff of MS, they also had to be cleaners, because they had to clean up the hygienic functions inside the body. A captain of the Hummingbird team was eating the canned food in his hand while listening to the reports from his subordinates. Well, I see. Get ready and do it at any time. The MSs covered with camouflage cloaks are Jesta and Ritual. The MSs of the Hummingbird Special Forces are mainly jet black. Jesta also has some external equipment, such as relay communication external armor, which is specially used for long-distance communication with another unit, mainly the same as relay communication external armor, and the cloaking device, message hijacking device, can also be used by the central following the communication. The external armor is used to control or issue instructions. There are also electronic warfare external armor, electronic paralysis of the target's device, electronic hacking, and so on. At present, the Hummingbird has been in place for 5 days and has been observed for 5 days. The patrol layout of the target has been roughly mastered. The commander, Major Ma Jian, has already made a series of arrangements. The action begins. 3 wingbirds patrolled the number 8 meteorite, and 3 Jestas with external electronic warfare and external armor held long-range electronic guns in both hands, aimed at their respective targets, and began electronic invasion, hacking into the target's console motherboard. Then the Jesta driver with the external network and external armor took the opportunity to implant viruses on the target and invade the opponent's network. The other Hummingbird teams around the meteorite also took action at about the same time, and the Scorpio and Beetle were also hacked electronically, implanted with viruses and hacked into the network by the other party. The staff in the number 0 meteorite command room did not find that the network was invaded, nor did they find that the unmanned MS was harmed. The Hummingbird Special Forces ground combat unit in the combat airship covered by a camouflage cloak. All members check their armed forces and prepare for combat. Then, The blood-red holy machine driven by the adjuster visited a number 3 meteorite and found 3 armored monsters. 2 sailed normally, and 1 stayed in place. The driver initially thought there was something wrong with the one who stayed put. Navigate over to the beetle that is left in place to check. The armor monster that suddenly stayed in place suddenly attacked him, and the driver reacted quickly to dodge, just when the driver wanted to notify the commander immediately that he found something abnormal. A jet-black Jesta pierced the blood-red cockpit with a beam saber. The blood-red eyes dimmed. Jesta dragged the blood red onto the meteorite and covered the whole body with the camouflage cloak. There are many unmanned war cones, manticores, wingbirds, and armored monsters that have been cyber-hacked and actually controlled by Hummingbird Special Forces. At present, these controlled unmanned MS are still obeying the command of the number 0 meteorite command room. Major, I just intercepted the regular report information, and now I have returned the intercepted report information to the number 0 meteorite. Well, start to cover their information lines, so that the number 0 meteorite can't send out and receive any information. The mission starts, and the number 0 meteorite must be taken within 20 minutes. Dozens of unmanned mobile suits, such as war cones and scorpion tigers, suddenly launched an attack after entering the port, attacking other unmanned mobile suits. At the same time, the MS and combat airships on the other 9 meteorites all removed their camouflage cloaks. The controlled war cones, scorpion tigers, etc. outside the number 0 meteorite directly attack the mass-produced kidney machines and other MS. The sudden scene shocked the staff in Command Room 0, and the commander immediately ordered a distress signal to be sent out. Full armor MK3, MK4, and Delta, Jesta, and Ritual all attacked. Some Jestas held long-range sniper rifles to snipe the target, saying, "Be careful not to snipe the body controlled by us. Use your sniper device. The body covered in blue is the mark of our control." Ritual attacked in the form of a fighter plane, launching cluster missiles to destroy the target defense system. The mass-produced Gundam is dealing with other mass-produced holy machines. Many Jestas attacked the number 0 meteorite with medium-range weapons and provided cover for the combat airship. The performance of the blue and blood-red holy machine is not as good as the mass-produced Gundam of the Hummingbird Special Forces. It can be said that it was completely suppressed. Commander number 0 meteorite looked at the projected surveillance video and immediately mobilized the guards to prepare to resist the enemy's invasion. A Jesta team that rushed into the destination port first, suppressed the MS and the tank drone ground troops at the port, and covered the combat airship to land at the port. The combat airship had machine guns and small missiles, and also carried out a round of attacks before landing. Several combat airships landed and opened the hatches. In addition to Tianyi mercenaries wearing Spartan battle suits too, small automatic combat vehicles and drones flew out. The aircraft defenders in the number 0 meteorite also have defense machines in charge of defense. The firearms held by the Tianyi mercenaries include live ammunition and energy-type sniper rifles. Energy-type sniper rifles can easily penetrate the armor of the defense machines of the defenders. Part of the ground combat team of the Hummingbird Special Forces, some Tianyi mercenaries were wearing outer bone marrow armor and equipped with large-caliber rifles, and immediately defeated the port defenders. Let more combat aircraft land in ports. Several ports of Meteorite Number 0 were suppressed by Hummingbird Special Forces, and more ground combat troops began to enter the port. Part of the ground team has turned on the stealth function. Commander of Meteorite Number 0 watched the entire battle video inside and outside the meteorite. He really couldn't believe how the Tianyi mercenary group sneaked in without anyone noticing. And looking at the entire battle situation, the opponent must have been here for a while, and the whole battle was completely prepared, with mental calculations, but no intentions. Has the distress signal been sent? It has been sent. The commander frowned at this moment, feeling a little strange, and then asked, "Check if the distress signal has been intercepted?" After a few seconds, the staff replied that they were not intercepted. Not being intercepted, how is this possible? The enemy came prepared. It is impossible not to expect that I will send out a distress signal. It is absolutely impossible for me to send out a distress signal and ask for help. What is going on here? That commander couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake. There were many corpses lying down or floating in many aisles, and the Tianyi mercenaries had already begun to suppress them in many places. A 12-member Hummingbird special team rushed into an electric control room. Dozens of Dion's troops dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, surrendering with their heads in their hands. "Don't shoot. We are Wanluo Federation people." The 12-member special team was a little stunned seeing this situation. "You can only report this matter to your superiors. Take them up first." After restraining these Dion military handcuffs who claim to be from the Wanluo Federation, turn off the power device. The power supply in the number 0 meteorite has some shortages, and some equipment cannot be started. A series of explosions occurred at one location, and the internal manufacturing plant was blown up by Tianyi mercenaries. Many Tianyi mercenaries have already begun to suppress in different places, and several teams are attacking the command room. "Don't kill me. I'm not from the Dion army. I'm from the Wanluo Federation." A Wanluo Federation member wearing light armor from the Dion army raised his hands and knelt on the ground. "Lie down on the ground and don't move." A Hummingbird special Tianyi mercenary kicked away the rifle in front of him and ordered him to lie on the ground and not move. The Wanluo Federation man lying on the ground said, "The ones behind are the Dion people. The Dion army hiding in the bunker cursed. You inferior people really can't use it." Then they shot at the Tianyi mercenaries in front. A beam shield equipped with the Tianyi mercenaries' armor was activated, and a beam shield resisted the attacking bullets, while another colleague behind used a rifle to counterattack the enemy in front. Then, a few Tianyi mercenaries charged with the small propellers behind them, crossed left and right, and killed the Dion army hiding behind the cover. At this time, the Wanluo Federation people lying on the ground shouted to several Tianyi mercenaries, "I know that there are still some hiding places of the Dion army. I can tell you that you must protect my safety." One of the Tianyi mercenaries squatted on the ground. "Say, honestly, I guarantee your safety. There is actually a secret passage in the back aisle. You have to be careful. The secret passage is their ambush point. You be careful." "Very well. Thank you for your information. If it is true, we will guarantee your safety." Then, as the Wanluo Federation man said, there is indeed a secret passage. The Tianyi mercenaries directly threw the flying heat-seeking grenade, directly blowing up the Dion army in the underworld. At this moment, the gate of the number 0 meteorite command room was blasted open. The commander and staff had already taken the firearms in the room and started a fight with the Tianyi mercenaries. The energy shield of the Spartan suit 2 can withstand live ammunition and energy weapons. Many Tianyi mercenaries are confident in the energy shield of the Spartan suit 2 they wear, and they can't resist more than a dozen shots head-on. Exceed the threshold of the energy shield, mainly open the stone function. Most of the staff in the command room were killed. The commander and a small number of staff were seriously injured. The commander was lying in a pool of blood at this moment and was being treated urgently by the Tianyi mercenaries. The treatment gel syringe was directly introduced into the commander's body. Although the commander saved his life, his body was very weak, and he was handcuffed by the Tianyi mercenaries. The commander will keep his mouth alive, mainly because he wants to capture some information alive. "Major, we have taken the command room." Major Ma Jian looked at his watch, and it took only 19 minutes and 58 seconds to win the command room. "Well, it will be done in 20 minutes. Good job. Now start to rescue those hostages. We have to evacuate too." "Yes, Major." The corner of Major Ma Jian's mouth twitched, and he was very satisfied with his subordinate's performance. In fact, it doesn't matter if it can be done in 30 minutes. But Major Ma Jian deliberately adjusted it to be done within 20 minutes, mainly because he had confidence in the mercenaries he had trained, but also a requirement for himself. The Tianyi mercenaries who controlled the command room found the controller of the internal bomb left by the number 53 colonial satellite. After the Tianyi mercenaries in meteorite number 0 completed the suppression, they began to release the hostages under house arrest one after another. When many hostages saw those Dion soldiers squatting dejectedly at the side, the Tianyi soldiers had already paid attention to the behavior of these hostages and were on guard against them attacking these captives. Sure enough, many people directly attacked these captives, and the Tianyi mercenaries immediately grabbed or stopped them. However, some hostages still rushed out of the Tianyi mercenaries' interception and directly attacked these captives. However, When they heard these hostages beating and cursing these captives, they realized that these characters were not beating those real people of Dion Empire, but their own compatriots. You bastard, you are worse than those Dion Empire people. With a little benefit, you betrayed your compatriots and beat and scolded your compatriots. Taking a little advantage from others, in order to act like a slave, oppressing my compatriots. You really disgraced our Wanluo Federation people. I feel ashamed to be a member of the Wanluo Federation with you. This also sexually assaulted my daughter. You really deserve to die. You bastard. For a little benefit, you pushed your daughter to the enemy to play with. All these scenes were captured by the Tianyi mercenaries' helmet camera, and they did not expect to see these unexpected pictures. On the contrary, those Dion Empire people were not beaten. Sure enough, no matter who they are, traitors are the ones they hate the most, because traitors are more ruthless than enemies. Dion Jun, who was squatting aside, sneered at the scene in front of him, and also moved his body to the other side to avoid being beaten. Some of the captive Dion soldiers even kicked the Wanluo Federation people who had surrendered to them in front of them, and shouted out of nowhere, "There are also your traitors here." The Wanluo Federation man who was kicked to the ground saw his former compatriots rushing towards him angrily, shrank into a ball in fright, put his head in his hands, and then countless fists and feet came towards his whole body. At this moment, several gunshots were heard from above. "Stop it all. Get on the airship quickly. We are leaving here. We don't have time to watch your farce." A commander shouted. At this moment, a few Tianyi mercenaries held electric batons, counting on the hostages to order them to get on the airship quickly. Some hostages spit directly at the traitors before leaving. Some Tianyi mercenaries saw this scene and didn't say anything. Traitors are always the most hated. Indeed, if I had changed it, I might have just grabbed a gun to kill these traitors. Just now I heard that some traitors, in order to please Dion's army, can push their daughters to others to play with. I don't even know what kind of parents these are. I just saw another pair of parents beat up their daughter, yelled at her daughter, accused her husband of being threatened and forced to stay to work for the Dion army, and directly put there the two daughters are played by the Dion army. My God, what a scum mother. Hey, look, the parents who beat their daughter just now are crying with their two granddaughters in their arms. A middle-aged couple cried bitterly while hugging two young girls with slack-eyed eyes. My poor precious granddaughter. Grandparents are useless. They can't protect you. When some Tianyi mercenaries saw this scene, they just shook their heads and asked the middle-aged couple to take their two granddaughters to the airship. After all the hostages boarded the airship, those prisoners who were detained also arranged for them to board the airship. Don't put these inferior Wanluo Federation people with us, so as not to dirty our eyes. Some prisoners protested to the Tianyi mercenaries. As a result, Tianyi mercenaries hit him with of their guns and scolded, "Don't ask us for this or that. As prisoners, you have no right to ask us for anything. Hurry up and don't waste our time." The number 61 colonial satellite was suddenly attacked by a brigade-level fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The real purpose was to cover the departure of the Hummingbird Special Forces. In addition to reporting the completion of the task to his superiors, Major Ma Jian is also processing reports from his subordinates. At present, there is a conflict among those captives, mainly because the Dion people are bullying the Wanluo Federation people. For this reason, Major Ma Jian's handling is to basically turn a blind eye and close one eye as long as there is no serious trouble or death. At this time, Swati received attacks one after another from other occupied colonial satellites, and also received some people from the Wanluo Federation under house arrest who were rescued and taken away from the scene by the Tianyi mercenary group. Only then did Swati understand what tricks the Tianyi mercenary group was playing before, and he had fallen for their tricks. "Although I fell for your plan to cross the sea, I won't be fooled anymore." Swati immediately began to command other troops, preparing to guard against the Tianyi mercenary group. Once the Tianyi mercenary group was found in the occupied area, they would immediately attack. If the Tianyi mercenary group's troops escaped from the occupied area, they would not, after chasing, immediately return to the occupied area to avoid being ambushed by others. On the other side, after each Hummingbird unit rescued the hostages, it was handed over to other units for arrangement. In the former colonial satellite number 53 of the Wanluo Federation, the Tianyi mercenary group arranged for a troop to enter the port and then released the drones and others. The Army of the Federation of Nations is still watching outside the colonial satellite. There were also war reporters at the scene, and they used remote cameras to shoot at the port. Numerous drones are overhead broadcasting and projecting stereoscopic video. Dad, don't fight anymore. Husband, put down your weapon and come out. Son, don't fight anymore. You are all right. We have been rescued. Father, the Tiani mercenary group has obtained the controller of the bomb in your body, and you don't have to follow the orders of Dion's army to do bad things anymore. The local residents who stayed behind heard the voices of their family members and saw the faces of their family members in the projected video above, which suddenly broke the local people's defenses. Then, some airships landed at the port moorings. The airship opened the hatch, and besides the Tiani mercenaries, there were also local residents who had been taken away, and they all returned to their homes. The video of the drone above switched to the port, showing that the local residents had returned. The instructions sound from the drone's broadcaster. Local people listen. Disarm your weapons, give them to us, and then reunite with your family. If there is a bomb in your body, don't worry. We will arrange surgery to remove the bomb in your body. Rest assured, your control of the weapon is in our hands. Many local residents hiding in their houses looked at the projected video above from the windows and saw their family members. Many local residents rushed out of their houses, either driving cars or locomotives or running towards the port. Soon some vehicles and locomotives came to the gate of the port and were stopped by Tiani mercenaries, asking them to get out of the vehicles and walk, and to hand over their weapons. Some residents said that they threw away the weapons after completing the task, while others obediently handed over all the weapons in their hands. Wife, children, husband, dad, mother. At the scene, the residents who remained in the area and those who were rescued saw that each other's relatives were still alive and rushed to embrace each other and cried bitterly. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast shed tears when they saw this scene, because these people can see that each other's relatives are still alive, which is the greatest relief for them. At this time, some Tiani mercenaries shouted their names to the painful crowd. Come here immediately if your name is called. We will arrange surgery for you immediately to remove the bomb in your body. In the beginning, many people whose names were called remained skeptical. They really didn't know whether what the Tiani mercenaries said was true or not. At this time, one of the more courageous people came over, and then the Tiani mercenaries took him to the temporary surgical tent to perform surgery on him. About 15 minutes later, a medical Tiani mercenary held a dynamite bag the size of a palm and threw it to one place. Then, another Tiani mercenary held the controller and pressed the button. The bomb pack exploded directly. See, the controller is in our hands. Hurry up and get in the operating tent, and we will take out the bomb pack for you immediately. At this time, war reporters ran to those people with bombs in their bodies and asked them to pull up their clothes. Residents pulled up their clothes. My God, the reporter exclaimed directly. The eyes of those who watched the live broadcast widened. Because these residents have a long surgical scar on their stomachs, it can be seen that the Dion army directly operated on their stomachs and put bombs into their bodies. Many people with bombs in their bodies began to scramble to go to the tent operating room, wanting to operate quickly to remove the bombs in their bodies. Other people who were still observing in the room saw that someone was reunited with their family members when they saw the video above. Start gradually heading to the port. The airships carried the residents home one after another to reunite with their families. War reporters used flying cameras for high-altitude or long-distance shooting. There were many vehicles on the road one after another, and locomotives were rushing to the port. There are also some vehicles that are going in the opposite direction, because these people have reunited with their families and returned home. The local people who stayed in the port were looking forward to or waiting for their families to come to reunite. There are also many people who are praying that their relatives will not die, so hurry up to reunite with them. The troops of the Wanluo Federation also entered the port at the beginning and confiscated those weapons. Many soldiers of the Wanluo Federation had embarrassing expressions because they saw many local residents reunited with their families, shaking hands with the Tiani mercenaries and saying goodbye. For these residents, the Tiani mercenaries are their great benefactors. They not only relieved their crisis, but also brought back their captured relatives. On the contrary, the Wanluo Federation soldiers were treated as transparent by the local residents. This scene was also filmed by war reporters. Many people saw the embarrassing expressions of the Wanluo Federation soldiers in the live broadcast. Then, politicians from the Wanluo Federation came to put on a show, pretending to condolences to those people. It is a pity that the public will not give in to the hypocrisy of these politicians. Some people even pointed at the noses of these politicians and cursed. When we ordinary people needed help the most, we didn't see you coming to help us. When we were bullied by the enemy and coerced by the enemy, where were you? The matter is settled. I just saw you come here to put on a show and act like you were doing things for our people in front of the media reporters. When we are suffering, you may not show up to help us. You people are really disgusting. Yes, don't come here to show off with us. We don't follow your set. Go away. Looking at you one more time is really dirtying our eyes. The politicians on the scene looked very embarrassed. All these scenes were filmed live by the war reporters on the scene, and many people watched them. Some angry people threw stones on these politicians. Seeing this, the Wanluo Federation soldiers could only pull these politicians behind them to protect their safety. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast commented on the whole incident until now. That is, both touching and embarrassing scenes appeared. Everyone, please calm down. We are actually very worried about your safety. That's why we paid for the Tianyi mercenary group to help you. It's okay not to say these words, but once they are said, the anger of the people is directly drawn to the highest level. Some people directly scolded. Pay money to ask the Tianyi mercenary group to save us. We ordinary people pay you taxes every year. Where did you spend it? The soldiers of our country can't protect us and cause us suffering. We pay as the tax, raising a pile of waste. This time, not only the politicians, but even the Wanluo Federation soldiers on the scene looked very embarrassed and embarrassing. In the end, these politicians were driven back to the airship by the public and left the scene in embarrassment. The Tianyi mercenaries at the scene just watched all this with the mentality of watching a show. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them, and they are just doing things with money. Later, some people who came back waited for a long time, but did not wait for their relatives to pick them up. Later, they learned from some people that their relatives who stayed there had died in the battle some time ago. Soon, there were cries from the people at the scene, and the loss of their loved ones made them cry heart-piercingly. The Tianyi mercenaries at the scene just watched indifferently. Because of these scenes, they were numb. After the last group of people came back, the Tianyi mercenaries handed over all the work of maintaining order to the Wanluo soldiers and left the scene. The scenes of many recovered colonial satellites are similar to those of Colonial Satellite 53. The next job of the Tianyi mercenary group is to figure out how to drive out Dion's second expeditionary force and how to keep those people behind. On the other side, the people of the Wanluo Federation watched the live broadcast of the recovered colonial satellites. Most people agree that politicians are scolded. Pervy continued to be a monster in his online book, saying that the current government is too incompetent. If he lived, the country would never have such a situation, and the people would not be bullied by the enemy. It is the incompetence of the current president and government. Many people did not agree with Pervy's speech and directly blamed him for overturning old accounts. However, what surprised the people of the Wanluo Federation was that the Tianyi mercenary group did not launch Operation Alpha, but went deep into the enemy's occupied area, rescued the people who were held hostage, and even deactivated the bombs in the bodies of the people under threat. Let many people reunite with their families. It was only then that the people of the Wanluo Federation realized that the Tianyi mercenary group did not launch Operation Alpha indiscriminately. Only when there was no other way would they dispatch Alpha troops to carry out Operation Alpha. Soon, many international media broadcast some news, which made the people of the Wanluo Federation extremely angry. Some people from the Wanluo Federation surrendered to the Dion Empire and betrayed their own country in order to please the people of the Dion Empire. They actually hurt their compatriots in the past, and even sold their own relatives to the people of the Dion Empire. Many people from the Wanluo Federation came out to demonstrate, demanding that these traitors' ID cards be revoked and that they be banned from entering the territory of the Wanluo Federation for life. Long Fei watched the live broadcast of the public demonstrations in the Wanluo Federation, shook his head, and said, "Traitors are really everyone who gets to kill them." "Boss, the Black Rabbit is asking to see you." Xiaoyi came to report. "Let him in." Black Rabbit, Salamanda, entered the office and put some photos on Long Fei's desk. The pattern of the photo, the corpse of someone, and some unknown mass-produced holy machines. Boss, one of Mswati's right-hand men has been assassinated by us, and the other has been kidnapped by us, and we have also learned that Mswati has a royal knights of the Dion Kingdom in his hands, Shao Wolf Knights. What's different about this knight order, and why did Fardis hand over the knight order to Mswati's command? First of all, the Howling Wolf Knight style of play is very similar to that of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad. Fardis will hand over this knights to Mswati because Mswati is the most powerful warrior in his hands. General, and most importantly, when he was still the prince, Mswati had already followed him, so he was also one of his most trusted generals. FO. So that's the case, what else? The Black Rabbit told Long Fei all the information he knew and collected. Then, after the Black Rabbit reported everything, he saluted Long Fei and left the office. When the Black Rabbit walked out of the office, he saw Li Jiaming just coming to the scene, and he had something to report to Long Fei. Li Jiaming looked at the Black Rabbit wearing a mask. Li Jiaming knew that this was one of the Umbu's troops directly under the boss's hands, the Black Rabbit Force. With some special weapons designed and developed by the boss, what Li Jiaming knows is that this Black Rabbit unit is good at assassination and kidnapping missions. But he didn't know the true face of the Black Rabbit and the faces of all the members. The two nodded to each other, the Black Rabbit left the scene, and Li Jiaming entered the office. Boss, at present, Dion's second expeditionary force is transferring Wanluo people to the Martian Circle. Some of them have been intercepted by our side, and they have been handed over to the Wanluo Federation authorities to verify their identities. Okay, I see, what else? We have received some information that the people who were taken away and held hostage did not simply ask their relatives to work for the Dion army. The information we received was that some of the people would be sent to the Martian Circle to carry out some secret activities. What kind of secret activity? The information currently available is to brainwash the parties involved with physical or drugs, and then make these people work for the Dion Empire, that is, to be cannon fodder. Is there any more? The other information is uncertain information, which is similar to our enhanced surgical transformation, but the uncertain information obtained makes the person concerned very crazy or abnormal. Strengthen people? Long Fei said to himself. Boss, the enhanced person you are talking about is. I'm a little skeptical. It may be similar to artificial new humans. Is it the strengthened person you mentioned, boss? Right. Long Fei took out the theoretical materials on strengthening people and pushed them to Li Jiaming. The more Li Jiaming watched, his expression became more and more ugly apart from being shocked. Boss, this is too inhumane, too dangerous, and too anti-human. Li Jiaming said with a frown. Yes, it may even make people abnormal here. Long Fei pointed to his head. Boss, did you come up with this enhanced person a long time ago? I figured it out a long time ago. I just studied it and found that it was too dangerous. I always wanted to find an alternative or improve it, but no matter how I made an alternative or improved it, it would eventually make some ordinary people into trouble, normal or crazy. In the end, I just decided to perform physical enhancement surgery on ordinary people, and I dare not touch the mental aspect. Otherwise, my conscience will not pass, and I will be condemned by my conscience for the rest of my life. Li Jiaming listened to what Long Fei said. At first, he thought the boss was planning to do this, and then realized that the boss had already had these technical theories, but the boss also found it too crazy to dare to do it. Li Jiaming said to Long Fei, Boss, it seems that you still have the bottom line of being a human being. I thought you were going to do such a thing, so I planned to quit immediately and leave. Commander-in-Chief, to be honest, I actually have a lot of crazy plans like strengthening people, but I figured it out, wrote and designed it. But in the end, I still didn't dare to do it. You should still remember the system. My subordinates remember. The Alea consciousness system can actually be used on ordinary people, but I later felt that it was too inhumane, so I didn't plan to use it on ordinary people. After some improvements, I can use it on some people who were accidentally paralyzed. No matter what, the Alea consciousness system can still help paralyzed people stand up and move around again. And now that the boss has seen the human strengthening plan in your hand, I think the Alea consciousness system is more worthy of promotion. Of course, it is mainly used on those who are accidentally paralyzed. As long as they are voluntary, We can allow them to undergo such an operation, and I heard that you have improved the Alea consciousness system, which has increased the success rate and reduced the death rate. Although it has improved, it is still not optimistic. Boss, why don't the medical staff also master the Alea consciousness system transformation surgery, so that some paralyzed people can undergo surgical transformation and let them stand up again? But the premise is that they must join the Tianyi mercenary group. At least for our Tianyi mercenaries work in the regiment for 5 years. Li Jiaming proposed to Long Fei. Long Fei thought for a while, then nodded. Yes. By the way, boss, we seem to have strayed a little bit. Indeed, let's get down to business. There are also some we found that once the Dian army finds that a Wanluo person is a new human being, they will immediately recruit them. If they fail to win over, they will immediately kill the new human being. It's really their style of doing things. Currently, we have resolved the colonial satellites recovered by the United Army, and we will change our tactics in the next step. Well, Swati, do you think she will use the technique of Dion's Third Expeditionary Army? Boss, are you talking about using a colony satellite to hit a colony satellite? Right. I think this is possible, so our troops also sent some people to sneak into many colonial satellites to collect relevant information, and the subordinates deduced that if she really hit the colonial satellite with a colonial satellite, it is estimated that she will retreat the whole army. Swati listened to the reports of his subordinates in his office. Well, although many of the people and resources that were brought out were intercepted and rescued by the Tianyi mercenary group, there were still quite a few people and things that were taken to the Martian Circle. Apart from the fact that the number of the Tianyi mercenary group was not very large, the other point is that the combined forces were incompetent, which made my troops take away many people. General, are we going to withdraw too? Let's start preparing. Then, General, let's not hit the colony satellite with the colony satellite. Swati looked at the subordinate advising her and asked, do we have those big rocket thrusters? The subordinate took a tablet to check the information and replied, we did not bring the large rocket propulsion when we came, but when we occupied the territory of the Wanluo Federation, we did find several large rocket propellers when we took away the resources and energy. How many? 3. Swati rubbed his chin with his right hand and thought, I think the Tianyi mercenary group has already expected it, and the Lianhe army would have guessed that this move might be used even if it was a fool. General, it doesn't matter if they guess and are on guard. As long as they are a little bit in a hurry, we can try our best to get as many troops out and take away as many people as possible. Okay, let's do it like this, but we still have to beware of the Tianyi mercenary group. This is the mercenary group that wiped out the Third Expeditionary Army. We also have to pay attention. Yes, General. All the subordinates saluted the general. The special forces sent by the Tianyi mercenary group to infiltrate into the occupied colonial satellites will inform their superiors of the news they have received. The 3 occupied colonies 79, 82, and 84 have assembled large rocket boosters for the purpose of hitting 3 of the recovered colonies. The Tianyi mercenary group informed the United Army of this news and let the United Army deal with it. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps dealt with Dion's Second Expeditionary Army. The Tianyi Mercenary Group also announced that if the 3 colonial satellites 79, 82, and 84 cannot be resolved by the United Army, they will implement Operation Alpha. There were also some hostages left in the 3 colonial satellites. The information obtained by the Tianyi Mercenary Group was that these hostages were also relatives who were taken away and threatened to handle affairs. A mass-produced holy machine designed by a group of wolf heads. It is 19 meters high and silver gray all over. The hands are designed like sharp animal claws. There are 2 pairs of propellers on the back. The weapon can be selected from short, medium, and long range. The name of these mass-produced holy machines is Wolf Hunting, and it is one of the top 10 royal knights in the Dian Empire, the Howling Wolf Knights. Their wolf head, that is, the special holy machine, Holy Warrior Wolf, driven by their leader of the knights, is 21 meters high and also has a silver-gray body. In particular, there are a pair of blade-shaped antennas on the head, and there are 3 pairs of propellers on the back. In addition to the choice of weapons, in addition to the Vulcan cannon on the head, there are a pair of pulsating electromagnetic guns on the waist and beam wolf claws on the hands. The Howling Wolf Knights are currently performing missions with other troops in the colonial satellite territory of the Wanluo Federation number 87 occupied. Osmane, the leader of the Howling Wolf Knights, is a red-haired young man who is over 60 years old. There is still a pair of long scars next to his right eye, which are cut by the fragments ejected when he exploded in a battle. Scars from injuries. Colony 87 is surrounded by many spacecraft, which can be said to be crowded with local residents. The destination these residents are sent to is to go to the Martian Circle. It's not bad to use these people as cannon fodder for brainwashing and let these ordinary humans kill each other. Your Majesty should have adopted General Mswati's strategy early on. Osmane stood in front of a certain window of the battleship and looked into the distance. Said a bunch of spaceships. A subordinate behind said, "Head, General Mswati, let us pay attention. The Tiani mercenary group will rush over at any time. There are already several occupied colonial satellites where the local colleagues have fought with the Tiani mercenaries." Another subordinate also said, "Just received a report that there are several occupied colonial satellites, and those people who were chased into the spaceship were also intercepted by them." Osmane frowned and said, "Their ability to act is really fast. If the United Army moves as fast as them, even if their military strength is far inferior to ours, we will not be able to fight so easily." Regimental Commander, the 3rd Expeditionary Army of the Chief Prince at that time, that powerful spiritual force. Osmane took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid it's Long Fei, the leader of the Tiani mercenary group. His formidable mental strength is no less than His Majesty's, which is why His Majesty tried so hard to recruit him back then." Captain Tobias and Commander Nadezhda. Osmane sighed and said, "Oh, I'm afraid it's more ominous than good." Osmane turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then looked at the scenery in front of the window. He saw the terrified expressions of his subordinates just now. Although the powerful mental fluctuations at that time were far away, they still felt powerful. The new human soldiers of the 2nd Expeditionary Army felt incomparably terrified. Only their emperor, His Majesty, could contend with that powerful spiritual power. This matter was passed back to the country very early. The soldiers were not afraid of fighting the Tiani mercenaries. What they feared was Long Fei. Osmane thought that if he fought Long Fei's strong mental power was enough to crush him, and if he fought directly, he would end up with him. If His Majesty the Emperor does not appear, no one can compete with Long Fei. Is there any news of Long Fei's appearance at those battle locations? Leader, there is no sign of Long Fei so far. Osmane took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I don't want to meet that guy either." At this time, the siren sounded. "Enemy attack, enemy attack. Everyone is ready to fight. Notify members to prepare for battle at any time." "Yes, Captain." Osmane quickly ran to the hangar, ready to drive his Jihad Wolf to attack at any time. All members of the Howling Wolf Knights are ready to fight. Numerous men of particle missiles and mobile drill missiles hit the target from different directions. Damn it, the damned mysterious particles of the Tiani mercenaries make our unmanned machines unable to operate normally. Order all those cannon fodder to attack with corporals, winged birds, and armored monsters. The commander issued an order. Let those inferior people move faster for me. It seems that the Dion army let the Wanluo Federation drive the Mickey and other MS to fight. The men of particles are enough to make a bunch of their MS unable to fight, and letting the Wanluo Federation drive these unmanned MS can at least allow them to replenish the MS that cannot be used in battle. A large area was covered by men of particles, and the mobile drill missiles even destroyed all the skyrocket battleships. Several Tiani mercenary group MS and mobile fortress troops from different directions attacked the target, and some combat airships were ready to go. Osmane ordered all the Howling Wolf Knights to dispatch. In addition to fighting Dion's army, the troops of the Tiani mercenary group intercepted the way of those spaceships. Many Wanluo Federation people who were squeezed into the spaceship saw the battle scene from the window. After discovering that the Tiani mercenary group was at war with Dion's army, they guessed that the Tiani mercenary group was entrusted with money from the state. Howling Wolf Knights tactics: 3 Borzoi besieging a Mk4. Although the Mk driver fought with all his strength, the wired guided gun and the beam rifle fired desperately, but it was 1 against 3. The performance of Borzoi is comparable to Mk3, not as good as MKIV. However, the three wolf hunting drivers cooperated very tacitly, attacking left and right or up and down from time to time, and it is possible that the three were attacking in different directions. The MK was beaten with limbs and legs missing, and was finally dismembered by three borzoi like wolves. Otherwise, several beams of light will attack the three borzois. Three borzoi dodged the beam attack. 6 mass-produced F-91s attacked the 3 borzoi with a 2-on-1 tactic. A mass-produced F-91 is holding a beam saber and smashing at the target wolf hunting. The wolf hunter's right paw turns on the light beam, forming a beam claw to resist the incoming beam sword, and the left paw also turns on the beam to form a beam claw to swing towards the mass-produced F-91 in front of him. The mass-produced F-91 immediately moved away, and another colleague immediately attacked with a beam launcher. Borzoi immediately used the beam claw on his right hand to block the incoming beam cannon. The effect of the beam claw is similar to that of the beam shield. A mass-produced F-91 pilot said. The mass-produced F-91, which dodged the beam claw attack before, immediately activated the VSBR high-penetration power mode, and 2 VSBR high-penetration power beam cannons attacked the borzoi in front of it. Borzoi, who had no time to dodge, immediately used a pair of beam claws to block the incoming beam cannon. The VSBR in high-penetration mode directly blows up a pair of beam claws and even the entire arm. The other F-91 reacted quickly, and the beam launcher shot through the body of the wolf, whose arms were blown up one after another, and finally turned into a ball of fireworks. 2 mass-produced F-91s immediately supported other colleagues. The other borzoi had the same fate as the MK for they killed before, only this time it was dismembered. After that, it was 6 against 1, almost instantly killed and dismembered. The 6 F-91s did not advance, but retreated, and retreated backwards with all their strength, because more than 15 borzois in front of them attacked them. The 15 borzoi immediately dispersed and stopped the 6 mass-produced F-91s with the tactics of dispersing and encircling. 6 mass-produced F-91s immediately sent out a distress signal, asking for help. A nearby Quamansha immediately launched 30 floating cannons, and 2 of the scattered wolves were directly shot by the 30 floating cannons, which were riddled with holes and turned into fireworks. Other borzoi fire beam weapons and pulsating railguns at Quamansha. Quamansha's eye-field stand can withstand incoming beams, but a pulse rail cannon is enough to push the eye-field to its limit. Quamansha could only dodge the several pulsating electromagnetic guns immediately. 6 mass-produced F-91s were intercepted by several borzoi. Although 6 mass-produced F-91s launched VSBR and shot down several borzois standing in front of them. But it was also chased by the wolf hunting from behind, and what was even worse was surrounded by other holy machines. The 6 mass-produced F-91s went out with all their strength, but they were hard to beat with 4 hands, for mass-produced F-91s were shot down, and 2 mass-produced F-91s barely managed to get out, but they were short of arms and legs. However, several of Azure, Blood Red were killed, and 2 borzoi were shot down. Originally, nearly 10 wolf borzois and other mass-produced holy machines were chasing after the remaining mass-produced F-91s, but they suddenly turned around and ran away, because more than 30 mass-produced F-91s suddenly appeared in front of them, as well as other mass-produced Gundams and Jegangs. The 2 mass-produced F-91s that lacked hands and feet ran to the automated maintenance workshop at the rear, ready for repair. Other mass-produced Gundams, Jegang, and other deal with those mass-produced holy machines. More than 30 mass-produced F-91s chased and killed the nearly 10 wolf hunting machines to avenge their former companions. On the other side, 8 borzoi chased and killed 3 mass-produced F-91s. As a result, he was lured into a trap by 3 mass-produced F-91s. Besieged by dozens of various MS, 3 mass-produced F-91s turned around and fought 8 borzoi. On the other hand, 9 mass-produced F-91s were besieged by several times more number of wolf hunters. At the cost of 12 being shot down, the wolf hunters destroyed all 9 mass-produced F-91s. The Howling Wolf Knights and the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad fought each other. each using their own tactics to kill the opponent. Osmane had just killed an enemy aircraft, Delta, and a wolfherd was connected to the body of the Jihad Wolf with a communication line. Captain, most members of the Howling Wolf Knights are fighting against the bloodthirsty wolf squad of the Tiani mercenaries, and we are fighting fiercely with each other. Osmane remembered that the bloodthirsty wolf squad was one of Long Fei's direct troops. The ratio of battle damage between our side and the opponent's? It is currently impossible to know the opponent's battle damage. At present, we estimate that more than 60 units have been shot down, and the total damage is more than 100 units. I have just received a report from my colleagues who have withdrawn. Their tactics are very similar to ours. Instead of adopting guerrilla tactics are to fight more with less, and even once you find that the opponent is outnumbered by them, flee immediately if you can't fight, or lure more enemies into the trap. They're all wolves, just like us. After Ramir drove his own F-91 to kill 3 Borzoi one after another, a report came from his subordinates. Captain, the tactics of the Howling Wolf Knights are very similar to ours. Many of our colleagues died at their hands, and many of them also fell at our hands. How much was the battle damage? More than 30 of our units were shot down, and the damage exceeded 60 regardless of severity, but all of them went to the automatic maintenance workshop for repairs. At present, 10 of them have been repaired and put back into the battlefield. Okay, I get it. Ramir was dissatisfied with the result. It was due to the fact that they were well prepared, coupled with a surprise attack on the opponent, and the performance of the target aircraft was superior to the opponent, but they achieved such a result. The only explanation is that the opponent's marching combat ability and tacit understanding and coordination are better than their bloodthirsty wolf squad. Another point is that the number of Howling Wolf Knights is more than that of bloodthirsty wolf slayers. But no matter what, the fighting methods of the two sides are like wolves. When the opponent can be determined, they will basically bite them to the death. After killing the opponent, they will then find another opponent. The battle between the two parties can be described as wolf versus wolf. For the battle situation of Colonial Satellite 87, the battle damage ratio is close to 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. The Tiani mercenary group's damage will be less than that of the opponent, except for the surprise attack on the opponent before, and the number of itself is more than the opponent. Moreover, in terms of quality, the Tiani mercenary group is also better than the other side. If it weren't for the Howling Wolf Knights fighting hard, the number would reach 3,000, which is about double that of the bloodthirsty wolf squad. Otherwise, the battle loss ratio may rise to 1 to 3. Looking at the data report, Lamir muttered to himself, after this battle is over, we will have to select elites from various bases, and the scale will be even larger than it is now. Earlier, there were roughly 1,200 Ms drivers in the bloodthirsty wolf regiment, and now it has reached 1,500. Lamir felt that it should be expanded to 2,000 people, and said in her heart, the boss will readily agree to the appropriation that is required at that time. Ramir thought too much. The Tiani Mercenary Corps now has a lot of money that can be described as an astronomical figure. Now it is not a question of money, but a question of the number of people. It will always take a long time to train excellent pilots. Money is one thing. Finding elites is the biggest headache. I have to compete with 5 other team members. Why is my life so hard? Combat airships began to dispatch. Some warships of the Tiani Mercenary Corps were accompanied by war reporters, who were shooting live broadcasts remotely. In addition to dealing with the bloodthirsty wolf squad, the Howling Wolf Knights also had to deal with other elites or special forces. Once Wolfboro fights alone with Delta and full armor Mk3, it will be basically suppressed. Even if the booster mode is turned on, it will still slightly lose to the opponent. What's more, the opponent also has an increase mode. At the scene, there were Warrior Gundam, Plague God Gundam, Forbidden Gundam, Invasion Gundam, and Super Hyperion Gundam. These 5 Gundams can easily suppress the wolf hunting. The Jihad Wolf is now dealing with Warrior Gundam. The big and small dragoons of Warrior Gundam gave Osmane some headaches. Osmane is right. It will be more difficult to call out to weapons such as dragoon floating cannons. Suddenly, Osmane sensed a sense of crisis coming from above and quickly retreated. 2 beams of light passed in front of him. F-91 just fired 2 VSBRs. Ramir's communication to the Warrior's Gundam pilot, Jihad Wolf, will be resolved by her. Warrior Gundam immediately withdrew from the scene. Osmane learned from his own military intelligence that the F-91 in front of him was the Gundam dedicated to the leader of the bloodthirsty wolf squad. F-91 hacked into the opponent's channel. Ramiel, the leader of the bloodthirsty wolf squad. Osmane, leader of the Howling Wolf Knights. Nice to meet you, Ms. Ramir. Osmane greeted a gentleman. Nice to meet you, Mr. Osmane. I don't know what I can do for Ms. Ramir. I don't dare to serve you, so I want to invite Mr. Osmane to stay in my Tianyi mercenary regiment for a while. Then we have to see if Ms. Ramir has this ability. After Osmane finished speaking, the pair of pulsating electromagnetic guns on the waist of the Jihad Wolf fired. F-91 dodges immediately, then counterattacks with the beam launcher in his left hand. Jihad Wolf dodged, and then attacked F-91 with the beam cannon in his hand. F-91 blocked the beam cannon with the beam shield. It seems that the energy weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group are more advanced than our Dion Empire. F-91 uses the beam gun in his right hand and the beam launcher in his left hand to continuously attack the opponent. Both are testing each other out. The Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad and the Howling Wolf Knights also began to formally fight each other. The two teams did not fight guerrilla warfare as they did before. The two teams fought each other like two packs of wolves. Close combat. Beam shell staggered. The two teams played extremely fiercely, and the Ms. drivers of the two teams were all new humans. Although the Howling Wolf Knights suffered greater losses in previous battles than the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, their number was still nearly double that of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad. The mass-produced F-91 of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Group is more advanced than the Wolfbori, but the number of opponents is still more than twice that of him, and both sides are new humans. The two sides fought evenly. The battle between the two forces also brought their colleagues into the field. On one side is the Royal Knights, and on the other is the troops directly under the leader. If one party loses, it will definitely affect the morale of its colleagues. The beam shield on F-91's left arm blocks Jihad Wolf's right beam claw, and the left beam claw blocks F-91's beam saber. Ramir looked at the data on the screen, showing that the thrust of the F-91 was higher than that of the Jihad Wolf. Damn it, the thrust of the Jihad Wolf is completely suppressed. Osmane looked at the data display and listened to the siren from the cockpit. The Jihad Wolf immediately launched the pulsating electromagnetic gun at his waist. Ramir felt the crisis, and the F-91 immediately retreated. F-91 immediately counterattacked with the color VSBR high penetration mode. Osmane rushed to the crisis and immediately backed away. His subordinates who were fighting not far behind were pierced through the fuselage by a high-penetrating beam cannon. The destructive power is really great. Osmane felt it, and then fired a pulsating electromagnetic gun to attack F-91 one after another. F-91 did not use the beam shield to block it, but dodged directly. It happened that a pulsating electromagnetic bomb hit a mass-produced F-91. The mass-produced F-91 had no time to dodge and immediately activated the beam shield to block it, and a huge explosion of pyrotechnics exploded. After the smoke dissipated, the mass-produced F-91 turned on the beam shield with its right hand, and it was blown to pieces in the explosion just now, and the entire left hand of the mass-produced F-91 was directly blown off. The mass-produced F-91 immediately withdrew from the battlefield and hurried back to the automatic maintenance workshop at the rear for repairs. It seems that Dion Empire's live ammunition weapons are not bad. It seems a little inferior to them. The two then fought. This knight leader is about the same strength as the Nadezhda I captured earlier, but the fighting styles of the two are different. Nadezhda is better at speed combat, and Osmane is better at mid-range combat. Especially in melee combat, this guy's movements are very sensitive. If it is not for the beam shield to resist, if I fight him with the two beam sabers in my hand, my fighting skills will not be as good as his. Maybe even if F-91 was not destroyed by him, at least there were several claw marks on his body. Jihad Wolf then fired the pulse rail cannon again, and Ramir switched the VSBR to the second mode, the high destructive power mode. The speed and penetration of the mega particle beam cannon are not as fast and powerful as the first mode, but the energy in the beam, however, after hitting the target, the mega particles will change back to min of particles, causing the beam to explode in the target. F91 switches the VSBR back to the first mode and shoots at the opponent. The Holy War Wolf dodged one after another. The F91 fired VSBR continuously, causing the weapon and the body to heat up more and more, so the cooling device could only be turned on for heat dissipation. Osmane found that he was suppressed by the opponent at the moment, so he could only turn on the synergy mode. Rammer found that the other party had activated the synergistic mode, and the other party planned to make a quick decision. Rammer also began to use the biological computer to match her new human ability, greatly improved the performance of the body. Is this the special function of the Tianyi mercenary group? Osmane was fighting his opponent, and the performance of the opponent's body had also been greatly improved. To his surprise, the body still had an afterimage, which disturbed his vision. The special booster body of the Tianyi mercenary corps has many functions. What kind of technology is this? Osmane was a little annoyed. The jihadi wolf pounced on F91, and its claws slashed directly, but what it slashed was only the afterimage left by F91. Rammer switched the VSBR to the third mode, the high-power beam saber mode. F91 made a snake-like movement, leaving countless afterimages to disturb the opponent's sight. Damn it! Osmane was so annoyed that he couldn't grasp the exact figure of F91 at all. Another claw hit the afterimage. Suddenly, a sense of crisis caused Osmane to move to the right immediately. It turned out that the F91 not far in front of him attacked him with a VSBR, and two beams hit him. After getting out of the way, his sense of crisis still hangs over him. A pair of VSBR waved with both hands of F91, and a pair of huge beam sabers hundreds of meters long swung towards him. Oops! Osmane didn't expect the opponent's weapon to switch to such a mode. Although he dodged the first beam saber, the second beam saber that followed directly chopped off the pulsating electromagnetic gun on his left arm and left waist. Osmane listened to the siren that kept coming from the cockpit, and he knew that he had no chance of winning at this moment, and he had to withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Several wolves not far away saw their regiment leader in a hard fight, and immediately rushed to rescue the regiment leader. Humph! Lamir snorted coldly, swung a pair of VSBRs and a pair of huge beam sabers, and cut several borzoi in half. Damn it! Seeing his subordinate being killed by the opponent, Osmane was extremely annoyed, and fired the last pulsating electromagnetic gun. Rammer sensed the crisis and dodged immediately, but the pulse railgun hit the VSBR on the left and destroyed it. Cut! It was broken by you. Rammer was a little upset. VSBR switched to the first mode and attacked the target. The Jihad Wolf could only dodge at this moment, and hurried back to the mothership. Rammer didn't want to give the other party a chance to escape, so she chased the opponent. When the other members of the Howling Wolf Knights watched their leader being defeated and pursued by the opponent, many members immediately stopped them, making sure that the leader escaped back to the mothership. Rammer also did not fight alone. In addition to her team, other colleagues also helped her. Some mass-produced F91, full-armor MKI, and other mass-produced Gundams not only attack these borzois, but also some are responsible for intercepting the Holy War Wolves. The melee weapon of Osmane's body is only the claw of the right hand, and the shooting weapon is only the Vulcan cannon on the head and the beam submachine gun mounted on the waist. The Holy War Wolf can only dodge the attack and attack the machine that wants to intercept him. If the Jihadi Wolf is destroyed and Osmane is killed, the morale of the Dion army on the battlefield will definitely drop. Many borzois were shot down by the enemy in order to allow the leader to escape. F91 uses afterimages to deceive those borzois who want to intercept it. In addition to chasing the target, the VSBR on the right uses the first mode shot, and the beam launcher on the left to attack those borzois who want to intercept it. The Jihad Wolf managed to dodge the attack of two MK wire-guided guns, but was pulled closer by the F91. The beam submachine gun in his right hand fired at the F91 one after another, and the thrusters behind him also launched with all their strength, trying to escape at the fastest speed. On sight, Osmane ran with all his strength, and Ramir chased with all his strength, and the two were running after each other. In addition to borrowing the biological computer, Ramir also used the Secamus system and the built-in biosensor of the linear seat to improve the tracking and reaction speed of the body. Let Ramir chase the target with twice the result with half the effort. Osmane watched the opponent get closer and closer to him, which made him a little nervous. He really didn't understand why the opponent's body's tracking ability had improved so much besides the reaction speed. I used some wreckage as a means of escape, but I still couldn't escape the opponent's pursuit. The Sekimus system can cooperate with the pilot's new human ability to act as a detector to detect tiny targets in the universe. Even if you turn into dust in the universe, I can still detect you. If you want to escape my tracking, unless you can jump into another world or jump into another dimension, otherwise you can never escape my detection ability. Rammer sneered. There is no door for the captain who wants to save you. The F-91 turned around, and the VSBR switched to the second mode, hitting one of the borzois to generate an explosion, increasing its ability to kill large areas, and even damaging the area of the other two borzois. The beam launcher in the left hand of F-91 fired one after another, shooting down the two wounded borzois. Jihad Wolf did not extend the distance from F-91 because of the sacrifice of his subordinates. The distance was almost the same as before because Jihad Wolf was stopped by a mass-produced F-91. If it is normal, Osmane drives the Jihad Wolf in full condition, and a few encounters can solve the mass-produced F-91 in front of him. But at this moment, the Holy War Wolf lacks weapons and ammunition, and the beam submachine gun in his right hand cannot penetrate the mass-produced F-91 beam shield at all. It is even more necessary to dodge the opponent's counterattack. Osmane felt like he was being bullied by dogs, but at the moment he couldn't care less. Now he must escape back to the mothership, or have more colleagues to help him intercept the F-91 that was chasing him. Now it is necessary to go back alive. As long as you are alive, you will keep the Green Hills, and you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. After finally getting rid of the mass-produced F-91, the gap between F-91 and him narrowed again. A beam of light attacked the back of the Holy Warrior Wolf, and the Holy Warrior Wolf immediately dodged, and Osmane clearly knew that the attack just now was done by F-91. Beep Pavilion. F-91 launches VSBR, first mode. The Jihad Wolf still dodged, and then 3 beams of light struck from different directions from the east, west, and above. The moment the Jihad Wolf finally got out of the way, F-91 let go of the beam launcher in his left hand, pulled out the beam saber, and slashed at the Jihad Wolf. Jihad Wolf immediately threw away the beam submachine gun in his hand, turned on the beam claw to block the sword, and then attacked F-91 with the Vulcan cannon on the head. Oomph, this attack can't hurt my armor. The Mega Vulcan cannon on F-91's chest counterattacked, and countless fireworks burst out from the chest of the Jihad Wolf. The Jihadi Wolf backed away immediately. Hey, the armor is quite tough, and it's not bad at resisting beams. Ramir continued to pursue, and the Jihad Wolf could only dodge the continuous attack of the Mega Vulcan cannon on his chest. Although the Mega Vulcan cannon can't do much damage to the Jihad Wolf, the continuous attack will make the armor unable to withstand it, and thus be penetrated. Then, the joint of the right leg was pierced by successive hits from the Mega Vulcan cannon. Not good. Osmane immediately adjusted the balance of the body. F-91 rushed to the opponent. The left beam sword was blocked by the opponent's beam claw for a moment. The beam shield on the right arm was opened, and the opponent's arm was cut off with the beam shield for a moment. Ruined, F-91 then used the beam saber to cut off the other foot of the Jihad Wolf and destroy the propeller behind it. Another Knight Commander has been captured. The picture of Osmane being defeated and captured invade the screen in front of Dion's army fighting on the spot. This was a direct blow to the morale of Dion's army. What's more, this scene was also transmitted to the field reporters who broadcast live. The field reporters took the photos and videos sent by the Tianyi mercenary group and immediately spread them all over the world. After receiving the news that Osmane was defeated and captured, Swati felt a burst of annoyance, melancholy, aggrieved, and headache. 3 of the top 10 royal knights have already fallen under the hands of the Tianyi mercenaries. She didn't know how to explain to His Majesty the Emperor. The battle for Colony 87 continues. Under the cover of other MIS troops, the combat airship group of the Tianyi mercenary group began to enter the port of the colonial satellite, or invade the spaceship to rescue the people who were brought on board. Some war reporters who were not afraid of death even rode in combat airships with some Tianyi mercenaries who were fighting on the ground. Everyone, I am a reporter from the AAA media station of the Wanluo Federation, and I am Amanda. A female reporter held a special mobile suit to report live. Amanda and a group of Tianyi mercenaries came down from the combat airship, and the camera captured many drones and ground combat vehicles of the Tianyi mercenary group entering the port. Amanda hid behind the bunker, holding a live broadcast pole so that the mobile suit camera can capture the battle scene. Wearing special glasses, which can be connected to the special mobile suit camera, and Amanda can see the battle scene from the mobile suit camera. Everyone, where I am now, there are several spaceships in front of me, and the Tianyi mercenaries are fighting with the local defenders. At this time, several parts of several spacecraft exploded. Oh my God, what's going on? There was no missile bombing past, but it exploded all of a sudden. Amanda exclaimed. Attention, Tianyi mercenaries have already entered, and the scanner has turned on the anti-stealth function to scan. Dion's army inside the spaceship is guarding the blasted position. Several flashbangs were thrown in. The strong light and the sound of the explosion made Dion Jun's eyes dizzy and deaf for a while, and then the gunfire rang out. Dion's army died under the guns of the Tianyi mercenaries who rushed in. The Tianyi mercenaries entered the spaceship one after another from the blasted parts, and then divided into several small teams one after another, spreading out to act. There was an explosion in the power plant room of the spacecraft. Then, fire broke out at different locations inside the spacecraft. A Dion army took a hostage, and the Tianyi mercenary in front of him lowered his gun. The moment the Tianyi mercenary held the rifle in his right hand, he drew out the pistol in his left hand, and the pistol fired directly at the hostage. Madman! Just as Dion's army was about to let go of the shot hostage, an electric current hit his whole body. It made his movements a little paralyzed, and the Tianyi mercenary who fired the gun rushed forward, pulled the hostages away, and kicked Dion's army down. Shooting Dion's hands and feet with the rifle in his right hand incapacitated him. The hostage who had just been shot by him collapsed on the ground, and some hostages next to him squatted against the wall in fright, not daring to move. Looking at everything just now, he looked at the Tianyi mercenary in front of him with fear in his eyes. Don't be afraid that he's not dead. You just used a stun gun. Take care of him. The Tianyi mercenary explained, pointing to one of the hostages. The hostage who was ordered walked carefully to the person who collapsed on the ground, checked his mouth and nose, and found that he was still alive. He's fine, he's alive. The hostages at the scene were relieved. Other rooms in the spacecraft, such as bedrooms, kitchens, etc., began to be controlled one after another. Originally, when some Dion troops took hostages and forced the Tianyi mercenaries to submit, the Tianyi mercenaries directly stunned the hostages with electric guns. Then, knocked down Dion's army. Whether it is outer space or the spaceships and the colonial satellites, they have all been controlled by Tianyi mercenaries one after another. In the sky above the colonial satellite, the drone has already turned on the broadcaster. Listen, people below. We have rescued all the spaceships in outer space. Your loved ones are safe. If it is the people of the Wanluo Federation, they will put down their weapons and surrender to us, and promise not to hurt you. Many Wanluo Federation people who were forced to fight began to lay down their weapons at this moment, and some were still hesitant. However, Dion's army directly attacked these Wanluo Federation people who put down their weapons. Some Wanluo Federation immediately opened fire on Dion's army. At the scene, many Tianyi mercenaries saw the Dion army in the same uniform and the Wanluo Federation fighting. They really didn't know which side was the Dion army, so they didn't dare to open fire to avoid accidental killing. Some Wanluo Federation people dropped their weapons and ran towards the Tianyi mercenaries with their hands raised. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm from the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi mercenaries took the escaped Wanluo Federation people to the back of the bunker and made them lie on the ground. Some Wanluo Federation people pointed to the place where one of the parties was exchanging fire. That's the Dion army. The Tianyi mercenaries immediately attacked in the pointed direction, or asked the drones above to bombard them with firepower. Some Wanluo Federation people wearing Dion army uniforms took off their uniforms in order not to be accidentally killed by Tianyi mercenaries. Immediately afterwards, the drone in the sky played a stereoscopic projection video, which showed that the hostages of the controlled spaceships had been rescued, as well as the killed Dion army. The Wanluo Federation, people who were still hesitating, put down their weapons and surrendered to the Tianyi mercenaries for protection. Everyone, the colonial satellites have gradually come under control. More and more places have stopped fighting. The coerced Wanluo Federation has put down their weapons. The remaining Dian army is still stubbornly resisting. It is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Question. Amanda was reporting the current situation live at this time. The people of the Wanluo Federation who were forced to fight in outer space by driving a corporal, a winged bird, and a monster were hacked into the channel and saw a picture of their relatives being rescued. The point guard is here. These Wanluo Federation people immediately turned against Dion's army. This caused Dion's army to be flanked, and the Dion's army, which was suppressed, could be said to be worse at the moment. Dion's army could only retreat in embarrassment. After the leader of the Howling Wolf Knights was captured, the morale plummeted, causing more than half of the members to die in this battle. The rest fled back to the mothership and retreated with the army. After the Battle of Colony 87, Rammer learned from reports from his subordinates that the Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment had lost a total of nearly 500 mass-produced F-91s. Even with the escape pod installed, the pilots were still killed, in total around 300 people. The remaining 200 or so people were rescued. Excellent pilots lost 300 people in this battle, and these 300 people are new humans. Li Xiuqing and his Shadow Mad Dog team don't need new humans and don't need to fight with me. Dire Hounds, Doom Angels, Sword and Shield troops and Crusaders have to compete with them for new humans. It's really nerve-wracking. It's a headache. At this time, a subordinate contacted Rammer. Leader, you have captured another leader of the Knights. With this credit, you may be able to directly ask the boss for a larger allocation, as well as give priority to the selection of outstanding new humans and request to expand the scale. Lom Meyer's eyes lit up directly. That's true. Maybe you can ask the boss for such credit. The battle in Colonial Satellite 87 ended soon after Dion's army in outer space retreated. Successively, other colonial satellites occupied by Dion's army were taken away by the Tianyi mercenary group one after another. 79, 82, and 84, the three occupied colonial satellites equipped with huge rocket propulsion, have been dealt with by the United Army. There were no hostages in the main colonial satellite, and everyone was taken away, and the United Army launched a nuclear missile group to destroy it. As for the people who were taken away, most of them were intercepted and rescued by Tianyi mercenaries. Originally, many of the people who were taken away scattered in all directions. The Tianyi mercenary group was able to find most of the spaceships. The main reason was that the Tianyi mercenary group was mixed in. The chip implanted in the body informed the location of the Tianyi mercenary group. Dion's second expeditionary force has begun to gradually abandon the remaining occupied colonial satellites, gathering many troops and rushing out of the territory of the Wanluo Federation, aiming to head towards the Martian Circle. The thieves of the Dion's second expeditionary force did not leave empty space. In addition to taking people to the Martian Circle, a lot of resources and energy were also taken to the Martian Circle. However, many of them were intercepted by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the United Army. Once the Dion Army found that they could not take the spaceship or cargo ship to the Mars Circle, they would immediately abandon all warships and return to the Mars Circle. In fact, the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the United Army can intercept more. However, the Dion Army who rushed out of the Wanluo Federation later installed remote-controlled bombs on the spaceship. They directly threatened the Tianyi Mercenary Group or the United Army that was about to intercept them. If they dared to intercept or attack them, they would immediately detonate the bombs in the spaceships and directly kill all the Wanluo Federation people on those spaceships. The United Army is afraid to act. The Tianyi Mercenary Group has already arranged Alpha troops. In the beginning, the Tianyi Mercenary Group directly dispatched Alpha troops. There happened to be war reporters filming. Ula! The high-pitched shout spread over all the surrounding channels, and everyone heard the sound of Ula. The Alpha Force launched an attack directly, not only attacking the Dion Army. The spaceship that installed the bomb was directly shot down by the Alpha Force. This not only stunned the reporters who reported the live broadcast, but even the audience who watched the live broadcast were stunned. Lian Dianjun was dumbfounded and shocked their jaws. They thought that the Tianyi mercenary group's announcement of the establishment of the Alpha Force was just talk, and they deliberately frightened them. Unexpectedly, the Tianyi mercenary group formed an Alpha troop and went straight to destroy everything in front of them. The Tianyi mercenary fleet dispatched Alpha troops first, followed by other troops to destroy the Dian army in front of them. Swati was dumbfounded after learning about the actions of the Alpha Force. She didn't expect that the other party would really use rogue methods to break her rogue tricks. The Wanluo Federation authorities immediately protested to the Tianyi mercenary group, asking them not to send out the Alpha troops. The Tianyi mercenary group said that the contract has been stipulated, so the Tianyi mercenary group did not accept the protest of the Wanluo Federation, and the Tianyi mercenary group expressed that they would not eat the threat of the Dian army. The Tianyi mercenary group even stated that the dispatch of the Alpha troops meant that there were no hostages. At this time, the entire international people realized that the original contract signed by the Tianyi mercenary group and the United Army thought that the so-called Alpha Force was just to scare the Dian army, but they did not expect that the Tianyi mercenary group actually formed an Alpha Force. And it really did. Immediately afterwards, other locations were also filmed remotely by war reporters from different international media. The Alpha troops dispatched by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fleet really destroyed the hostages and everything else. Moreover, during the live broadcast, their channel also received the high cry of Ola. Afterwards, many people understood that this was the cry before the Alpha Force was dispatched, telling everyone that the Alpha Force was dispatched. Soon, some people made some ridiculous conversations on the internet. Listen, people inside, you are already surrounded by us. Immediately release the hostages and surrender, otherwise we will ask the Alpha troops to act. Don't think about it. Let's go, Alpha Force. Ola, all the villains and hostages were killed, and the Alpha Force stated that the task was completed and all the villains had been wiped out. Where are the hostages? There are no hostages. Some people on the internet said half seriously and half jokingly. The Alpha forces are dispatched, and the hostages will tell the bad guys to give me weapons. Let's fight out together. After hearing Ula, the hostages were frightened and fainted, and the villains were frightened to pee. Afterwards, there was another location that was also photographed remotely by war reporters. In addition to the Tianyi mercenary group, there was also a coalition army. With the same threat, the channel received the high cry of Ula again. The Alpha troops were dispatched, and the United Army, mainly from the Wanluo Federation forces, stopped them. As a result, the Alpha Troop Company prevented their United Army from directly annihilating them. The United Army protested to the Tianyi mercenary group. The response of the Tianyi mercenary group: the Alpha Troop is dispatched to destroy the target and destroy everything in front of it. Those who block the Alpha Troop's action will bear the consequences at their own risk. At this time, many people on the internet ridiculed the Lianhe army as if they had lifted a rock and hit themselves in the foot, and it was hard to get off the tiger. However, some sharp-eyed netizens discovered that Dion's second expeditionary force had begun to flee back to the Martian Circle to the location guarded by the United Army. Moreover, these batches of Dion's second expeditionary force still swaggered to take the people who were captured to the spaceship and a bunch of cargo ships full of resources and energy and left in front of the coalition army. Once the United Army dares to stop it, it will immediately detonate the spaceship full of Wanluo Federation people. This caused the coalition army not to dare to stop them and could only watch Dion's army swagger away. This has also aroused heated discussions on the international network. Why did the Dion army only choose the places guarded by the United Army instead of the places guarded by the Tianyi mercenary group? The reason is very simple. The former only needs to threaten the Wanluo Federation people or detonate a few spaceships, and they can make them submit obediently. The latter didn't eat Dion's army at all and directly killed the hostages together. This also aroused many people's doubts. Whether it was right or wrong for the Tianyi mercenary group to send Alpha troops to destroy everything, everyone couldn't give an accurate answer. Some people thought it was right, and some people thought it was wrong. Later, some media reporters discovered that some of the people from the colonial satellites abandoned by the Dion's second expeditionary force did not take them away, but stayed where they were. After investigation, I found out that if the Dion army troops followed other colleagues and brought a large number of spaceships and cargo ships to the location of the coalition army, it would definitely slow down the overall speed. At that time, if the Tianyi mercenary group really comes and then dispatches the Alpha troops, let alone these spaceships are still cargo ships, even more ships will not be able to leave. Therefore, we can only give up taking away the local people and resources and energy. This made many people who watched the live broadcast feel that maybe the Tianyi mercenary group was right to dispatch the Alpha troops. The last batch of Dion's second expeditionary force also swaggered towards the Martian Circle with a bunch of spaceships and cargo ships in front of the joint army. Some war reporters in the distance were filming remotely, and the viewers who watched the live broadcast felt that maybe the Tianyi mercenary group had to send out the Alpha troop. Suddenly, everyone's channel heard that high-pitched shout, "Hola!" This directly caused the Dion army warship to flee the scene with full horsepower in fright, and the spaceship and cargo ship were directly discarded in place. The coalition army ahead was also frightened and fled in all directions. They didn't want to be destroyed by the Alpha troops in front. War correspondents are remotely filming the Alpha forces chasing and killing the fleeing Dion forces. On the other hand, Swati, who withdrew from the territory of the Wanluo Federation, regretted it a little at the moment. When the Tianyi mercenary group signed the contract with the Wanluo Federation, they should have withdrawn immediately. At that time, they could take as much as they could. How many? After a little calculation, at least he took away more than when he retreated in embarrassment now. It seems that he is greedy and overconfident, and even underestimates the methods of the Tianyi mercenary group. For those spaceships and cargo ships left behind, the Tianyi mercenary group let the United Army deal with them, and the Tianyi mercenary group and the Alpha troops chased them down. However, after chasing and killing for a certain distance, the poor Ko-Mo chased him. Purvi once again incited the masses with an online book. In addition to accusing the Alpha troop of the Tianyi mercenary corps for the atrocities, he also accused the current president and the government of leading wolves into the house. As a result, many people in the country died under the attack of the Alpha force. Purvi accused the current president of being the culprit for all this and must step down and take responsibility. However, apart from his supporters, Pulvi's remarks resonated, and others either remained silent, opposed, or disagreed. The actions of the Alpha force are polarizing. The reason for the polarization is mainly that the actions of the United Army and the Tianyi mercenary group are completely different. In front of the coalition army, Dion's army is completely confident, bringing people, resources, and energy back to the Martian Circle. On the contrary, in front of the Tianyi mercenary group, apart from the army fleeing desperately, the Wanluo Federation people and resources were not taken away. So this is what people often say: if there is a compromise for the first time, there will be a second time and a third time. Many citizens of the Wanluo Federation, especially those rescued by the Tianyi mercenary group, did not express any dissatisfaction with this. Most people's mentality is that as long as I can live, other people's life and death have nothing to do with me. Then, after the Tianyi mercenary group received their own reimbursement, commission fees, etc., the Wanluo Federation formally terminated the contract with the Tianyi mercenary group. The battle ended on December 31st, 124, UNIY1. Many people in the Wanluo Federation laughed at themselves. After fighting for so long in their own country, half of the territory was occupied by people for such a long time, and they could not get it back. In about 2 weeks, the Tianyi mercenary group directly drove out the Dion's second expeditionary force and helped the Wanluo Federation take back all the territories. The strength gap between the strength of our country's army and the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group really means that there is no harm if there is no comparison. With handcuffs on both hands, Osmane came to a detention center, also known as a prisoner camp, the meteorite area where Dion's third expeditionary force was wiped out, and the detention center was a modified meteorite. All the captives here are from the Dion army, and every captive here is assigned a job. Work 8 hours a day. The rules of detention centers in different places have deviations. Osmane was sent to a prison, and Osmane found that each cell had iron bars on its shoulders, and each cell could communicate with the people next door. Each cell on the first floor has 8 beds for 8 people, sharing a small bathroom and a TV set. The cell on the second floor is the same size as the cell on the first floor, but there are only 4 beds for 4 people. They also share a small bathroom and a TV. Come to the third floor, the same cell size, with a set of tables and chairs, a bed, a small bathroom, and a TV set. Osmane did not expect to meet his colleague Nadezhda. Nadezhda did not expect to meet Osmane. Both stared at each other with wide eyes. "What are you doing standing up? Don't waste time. Hurry up." Osmane was pushed by the staff behind him. "Then, go to the cell assigned to him, next door to Nadezhda." After the staff removed Osmane's handcuffs, he left the scene. Osmane asked Nadezhda, "Where's Tobias?" "It was killed." "He was killed by Long Fei, right?" "Yes, Long Fei's mental strength is really terrifying. In the entire Dion Empire, apart from His Majesty, only Julius Grand Knight may barely be able to compete with him." "The eldest prince was killed by Long Fei, right?" "I'm not sure about this. I know from the TV news that Long Fei did not admit to killing His Royal Highness the eldest prince. However, although I was captured at that time, I could sense that the eldest prince died under the sacrifice of Tobias. Let the remaining Night Slayer knights break out of the encirclement." "You mean that His Royal Highness may have died at the hands of others?" "This possibility is very high, and I have heard rumors that Yang betrayed the eldest prince in order to save his life." "Yang? Who did that guy take refuge in?" "I don't know about this. If it is said that he joined the Tianyi mercenary group, the possibility is very low. The Tianyi mercenary group has to say that they are a private armed organization that dares to act. They did it. They think it is not. Don't blame them for what they did." After the two had a few words, Osmane turned on the TV and tuned the channel to check the current news. Nadezhda lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Soon, a working machine food truck delivered food. In addition to taking the dinner plate, Osmane received 2 10-liter plastic water bottles, a drinking cup, a toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and a necklace. "Osmane, if you finish drinking the 2 plastic water bottles, remember to put them in front of the door. The working machine dining car will automatically collect them and give you a new one." "Thanks for informing." Osmane looked at the dinner plate, a bowl of white rice, 2 steamed buns, a stewed potato, 2 pieces of chicken, a boiled egg, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Osmane looked at the food on his plate and saw that Nadezhda's plate was different from his. The food on Nadezhda's dinner plate included fried rice, 2 meat buns, a bowl of mashed potatoes, chicken legs and wings, a bowl of salad, a bowl of mushroom soup, and a glass of soda. "Nadezhda, why do you eat differently from me?" "Well, it's mainly because I traded points for it." "Fraction," Nadezhda explained while eating, 7 days a week, except for fun days rest. The remaining 6 days have to work for 8 hours. This is basically enough to exchange for our 3 meals a week and daily necessities every week. For hours of overtime work, of course, this is not compulsory. It is voluntary. If you work overtime, you will be given points. The necklace you just got is a score recorder, which records the points you get for working overtime every day. "I can change something." Nadezhda pointed in several directions after speaking. Osmane looked in the direction Nadezhda pointed and found a water heater, several bags of instant milk tea and instant coffee, and some skincare products for women. "It seems that you women must maintain your beauty wherever you go." Osmane teased Nadezhda a little bit. Nadezhda gave him a blank stare. "By the way, what kind of work do you have?" "The female captives arrange for female workers, and you male captives arrange for those manual jobs." At this moment, Nadezhda threw a meat bun to Osmane. "Here, your prisoner's food probably isn't enough for you." "Thanks." After eating, both of them put their plates on the steps in front of the cell door. Speaking of whether anyone has resisted or wanted to escape. Yes, but they all failed. Except for these people who suffered a very miserable beating. They beat us in front of all of us, and they beat people like dogs. Then these people, including all of us, were beaten twice in a row. There is no rest in the week, 12 hours a day, and all the hard work, no points, and the food is worse than usual. Then what? Those who once resisted or escaped were rejected by others, and then the management of this detention center established a rule. If someone reports the escapee or catches the escapee, in addition to not being punished together, there will be a lot of points. Week holidays, a Wednesday meal is delicacies. What about you? Didn't you ever think about running away? Where are you going? In addition to our modified meteorite, many meteorites around are also modified. Even if you can escape here, you can't escape the patrol planes around you. Besides, the rules of each meteorite detention center are different. If we are caught, we will be sent to another detention center, Can you guarantee that the detention center over there will be better than this one? Rather than doing this, it is better to wait until our country negotiates with the Tiani mercenary group and release us back. Osmane thought about it, and it is true that he has space sensing. There are countless patrol planes in the meteorite field, and even this detention center has drones and monitors, monitoring everyone's every move. It is impossible to escape. Even if you can escape, where can you escape? Nadezhda took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, and asked Osmane, "Would you like one?" "No. I'd like a cup of coffee if I could." "Okay, I'll treat you today, and next time you can exchange your points for coffee." Nadezhda unplugged the TV, plugged the water heater into the slot, and made a cup of coffee for her fellow prisoner. Nadezhda and Osmane's old comrades in arms and colleagues have become one of the top 10 knights of Fardis successively. They have fought together for many years. Although the two have no love, they have a deep friendship. Nadezhda also made a cup of milk tea for herself, and the two cups touched each other, drinking their respective milk tea and coffee, and smiling at each other. "Go away, you inferior person." One prisoner pushed another prisoner who was carrying things over, and as a result, a pile of finished products scattered from the box. The captives who were pushed down immediately put the finished products back into the box. At this time, a staff member held an electric shock baton, pointed at the prisoner who had just pushed down others, and scolded. "You! Why did you push people down? Quickly pick up these things." "Humph! Why should I help this inferior person?" the prisoner who pushed people said in a haughty tone. "Look for a fight." When the staff was about to hit him with a stick, a strong hand grabbed the staff's arm. The staff turned around and saw that it was a red-haired captive holding his arm. Osmane said in an apologetic tone, "My lord, the child is still young and ignorant, so I hope you can forgive me a lot. I'll just help with these tasks. Please don't worry about it." After Osmane finished speaking, he immediately put the scattered finished products back into the box. After the staff took a look, they left the scene with a cold snort. "Okay, the things have been packed. Hurry up and hand them over to the post." Osmane patted the shoulder of the prisoner in front of him. "Yes, my lord." The prisoner who pushed people watched the prisoner holding the box leave the scene and protested to Osmane with some dissatisfaction. "Uncle Osmane, why are you being so nice to these inferior people? Anyway, we the new humans are nobler than these ordinary humans. Hey, come in, now that we are prisoners, who is more noble? After all, we are all compatriots with the same national ID card. Why do we need to make such a distinction? Uncle, no matter how they are ordinary humans, they should serve our new humans. I can sit and eat with adjusters, but I just can't accept these ordinary humans sitting and eating with me. I feel that this is an insult to me." Osmane really didn't know what to say about him. Many new humans in the Dion Empire had the same mentality as Gorman. A female voice came from not far away. "You think ordinary humans are an insult to you sitting and eating with you. So the detention center you are in now is managed by a bunch of ordinary humans. Wouldn't that be even more insulting to you? So why don't you feel ashamed enough to die?" Nadezhda held a large bamboo basket full of clothes in both hands, followed by several female captives, also holding a large bamboo basket full of clothes. Gumin, who was ridiculed by Nadezhda, blushed and left the scene in shame. Osmane nodded to Nadezhda and left the scene. Osmane has been in this detention center for a week, and he found that the treatment of prisoners here is much better than that of the Dion army. Dion's army worked directly with the prisoners for more than 14 hours, and the food was not good. White rice was served with some salt and some pickled vegetables and tofu, and the better ones were served with a little meat dregs. The food here is at least the same as what he ate when he first arrived. And here you will not be treated differently because you are a new human adjustment person or an ordinary human. Note: some detention centers will distinguish, and some detention centers will not depend on how the person in charge decides. Here it is possible that you have a higher military rank at most, to let you live better. In fact, the main purpose is to let these captured senior officers control their former subordinates. It's time for overtime. Put down your work. Take your point necklaces to the counter to record your points, and there is an hour for you to decide whether the points you get should be exchanged for some items. If Osmane recorded at the counter, the score was also checked, and the total score was 1,224 points. Osmane went to check the menu at the exchange desk to see what items could be exchanged. Osmane exchanged 800 points for 2 books, a large bag of tea bags, a few bags of potato chips, a water bottle, a thermos cup, and a cigarette box, and then used 200 points for this week's improved food. Swallowing the starry sky, signing in to become a god. Come on, check and see if there are any mistakes. The staff at the exchange desk put a large bag of items in front of the desk and handed it to Osmane. After Osmane checked it and confirmed it was correct. No mistake, thank you. Afterwards, seeing Nadezhda also exchanging items, he greeted her. Nadezhda saw Osmane holding a pack of cigarettes in the morning and asked, Osmane, you don't smoke. How did you exchange for cigarettes? The kid you scolded earlier, he caused trouble again soon and was dragged into the punishment room and beaten. I have to go there and ask for his release. Sometimes I don't know what to say about you. Even though he was once the child of our comrade in arms who sacrificed his life, you can't help him like this all the time, or you will harm him. How to put it? He is the child of our old comrade in arms, and his father also saved our lives. I can't watch him suffer so much and turn a blind eye. Forget it, I don't want to interfere with your decision. I have to say one thing, you must teach that kid a lesson, otherwise you will kill him. Nadezhda looked at the back of Osmane leaving, and the female subordinate behind him joked, Chief, you and Osmane and sometimes my sisters and I feel that they are very suitable. Nadezhda blushed, turned her head, and explained, What nonsense, he and I are just comrades in arms for many years, we only have friendship in battle. As a result, several of his female subordinates directly raised their middle fingers at her, and the other said with a smile, You not only have a friendship in battle, but in fact, you are more than a friend, but an ambiguous relationship that is not a lover. Nadezhda blushed and left the scene immediately. All the female subordinates were giggling. When Osmane came to a punishment room, the staff in front stopped him. What are you doing here? My lord, children are ignorant, so they should be punished, but the punishment is enough, and I hope the adults will hold their hands high and stop embarrassing the children, okay? This is a little courtesy, and I hope the adults can accept it with a smile. OSS in a low voice, Maine took out a cigarette box and pushed it in front of the staff. The staff looked at a cigarette box in Osmane's hand and looked at other colleagues. The other colleagues nodded and shook their heads. Snow leopard cigarettes. The menthol flavor is quite good. That's all. Let's take you away. If he causes trouble again, it's not enough to let him go with just one cigarette. Yes, I will advise him more in the future. Go. Osmane walked into a punishment room. Gumin's nose was bruised and his face was bruised. Osmane quickly picked Gumin up and left the scene. Afterwards, in the lounge, Osmane put Gumin on the chair. Uncle Osmane, I'm the one who dragged you down. Don't say anything. You go to bed early, and I'll get you the medicine. Suddenly, Humph, you know how to drag others down. Nadezhda put a bottle of ointment next to Gumin with an angry face and slapped Gumin's face. Gumin, listen to me clearly. This is not the kingdom of Dion. Let alone me. Osmane can't protect you like before. Now we are all prisoners, even though your father gave his life to save me and you. Osmane, this great kindness is not for you to squander at will. You use it once, and you don't use it once. You are already in your 20s. Give me a little maturity. As a human being, you can bully ordinary human beings, and you will be punished for causing trouble here. We can help you for a while, but not for the rest of your life. Although Nadezhda scolded Gumin, she stretched out her hand to grab Gumin's clothes and cheered for him. Applicator. Gumin's father was always her savior, and Gumin was also the child she raised with many comrades in arms. She always regarded Gumin as her own child. Today, Gumin was beaten because of her deep love for Gumin, and Gumin's self-righteous and immature mentality caused today's beating. Nadezhda's childish hatred of Gumin was weak. Osmane looked at everything, and he also understood Nadezhda's good intentions. It was because of his love for Gumin that he hit him angrily. Osmane and Nadezhda stood back to back in front of the railing. Osmane watched and talked to Nadezhda. I don't know if the other detention centers are the same as ours, where new human adjusters and ordinary humans are put together. I don't know. Each detention center has different rules, but one thing is certain, all prisoners are treated the same. By the way, tomorrow we have female new humans and male ordinary humans who are going to get married. Nadezhda, who was smoking, paused for a moment, then took another puff of cigarette, exhaled, and said, If this is in the kingdom of Dion, the national law does not allow female new humans to marry male ordinary humans. If the two parties insist on getting married, waiting for them is a death sentence. Hey, if you marry a new human male and an ordinary human female, although there is no problem, ordinary human females cannot become the main wife. In the final analysis, it means that His Majesty the Emperor does not want female new humans to marry ordinary human men, because there is a high probability that the children born will be ordinary humans. Note, this book assumes that the mother is a new human and the father is an ordinary human. Less than 50% of the children born between the two are new humans. If the father is a new human and the mother is an ordinary human, more than 80% of the children born between the two will be new humans. Percent is a new human. Humph, that woman betrayed His Majesty's will. She deserves to die. The person next door to Osmane said. Nadezhda knew who was speaking without turning her head. General Kalong, although I am loyal to His Majesty, it does not mean that I agree with His Majesty's new humanism. You're just trying to make excuses for your infidelity, Osmane said. General Kalong, being loyal to His Majesty does not mean agreeing with His Majesty's new humanism. It seems that the two of you are disloyal to His Majesty and are about to betray His Majesty. After I go back, I will report you to your Majesty. Osmane and Nadezhda did not intend to betray the country and His Majesty. Both of them had promised to be loyal to His Majesty, but they were very confused about His Majesty's new humanism. Both Osmane and Nadezhda's parents were ordinary humans. The first emperor did not have neo-humanism. At that time, new humans, ordinary humans, and adjustment humans could intermarry. When Fadis came to power, everything changed. How many lovers were forced to separate, and their parents were married during the first emperor's time without being embarrassing. Although the two were very suspicious of the new humanism, they did not dare to deny or question it. For them, the blood of new humans is red, and the blood of ordinary humans is red, so why make a distinction? Long Fei is against His Majesty's new humanism. As he said, everyone's blood is red. Why should we distinguish between them? And more importantly, the new human beings are also descendants of ordinary human beings. The two of them agreed with Long Fei's words very much in their hearts. They both felt a little bit emotional. If they were not born in the Martian Circle, or if they knew Long Fei earlier, maybe they are members of the Tianyi mercenary group now. Osmane asked Nadezhda, Nayli, tomorrow's bride, is your subordinate, right? As the head of the regiment, have you prepared any gifts for the bride? Ready, how about you? I also prepared some wedding gifts for the couple. This detention center is not bad, and it is willing to give married couples a prison cell for them. I heard that there is only one room of more than 30 square meters. Anyway, it can also be used as a wedding room for the newlyweds. After all, the Tianyi mercenary group is much more humane than us. Yes. Nadezhda nodded. Humph. Kalong snorted coldly. Nayli wore a simple wedding dress, and her comrades painted her bridal makeup. Wes wears this simple black tuxedo for his bride. Some people support the marriage of the two, some people oppose it, and some people remain neutral. As for the staff of the detention center, they did not make any objections. On the contrary, they sent relevant personnel to conduct a wedding witness to offer blessings to the couple. In fact, the detention center has such a move, which is mainly because Taoxiang felt some compassion for these people after receiving the news that countless couples were forced to separate due to the new humanism of the Dion Empire. Later, I learned some things from the detention center. Some lovers who were forced to separate later came together as prisoners, but they were also rejected by many colleagues who were poisoned by new humanism. For this reason, Taoxiang made some arrangements, and Long Fei knew that his wife's arrangement did not stop him. On the contrary, he was very much in favor of his wife's arrangement. Because there is a saying, lovers will eventually become a family. Let those Mandarin ducks who are forced to separate come together again and enter into marriage. Some of the captives participated in the marriage of the two, offering blessings and gifts, while the other part did not participate, mainly remaining neutral or opposing. Some captive couples who also got married in the detention center, mainly without new humanism ideas, also came to bless the newlyweds. The witnesses who presided over the wedding announced that the two were officially husband and wife, exchanging each other's rings, mainly silver rings from the exchange. There are also photographers on site to shoot clips and also take their wedding photos for the couple. Husband and wife embrace and kiss. There was warm applause at the scene. Nayli threw a wreath towards the scene, and the wreath finally fell on Osmane and Nadezhda. Leader Osmane and Nadezhda, we are going to drink your wedding wine. Many people shouted loudly. The faces of the two were very red. The detention center held a simple wedding banquet for the couple. In addition to delicious food and some relatively cheap red wine and champagne, there were also cakes and candies for the couple. Although the wedding banquet was simple, everyone who participated was full of smiles, and the newlyweds also showed happy smiles. After the wedding banquet, everyone else put the presents in the wedding room prepared by the detention center for the couple. The newlyweds also received special treatment from the detention center, which was a 3-day marriage leave. Osmane, Nadezhda, and others held bamboo baskets full of sweets and distributed sweets to other prisoners or staff in the detention center. The prisoners who did not come to the wedding took the candy and said thank you, while the prisoners who were opposed refused to accept the candy. My healing game. The staff accepted the candy honestly and unceremoniously. Gumin, although he was also opposed, but because of Nadezhda's sake, he attended the wedding, distributed wedding candies, and asked Osmane next to him worriedly, Uncle Osmane, if this matter happens, if it really spreads back to the country, they don't know what to do. Let's take one step at a time. If the country doesn't accept it, I think Chairman Long Fei can also take them in. Uncle Osmane, it seems that you don't quite agree with His Majesty's new humanism. I am loyal to His Majesty the Emperor, but that doesn't mean I agree with His Majesty's new humanism. January 10th, 125, the first year of the universe. The United States of Anglo-Sodomocracy was still attacked by the Kingdom of Dion, and part of the people of the colonial satellites were also taken away. On the other hand, according to the statistics of the Wanluo Federation, more than 700 million people have been captured by the Dion Empire. If there were no Tiani mercenaries, it is estimated that more than 1 billion people would have been captured. What's even more ironic is that among the Dion's army that attacked the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, more than 95% were from the Wanluo Federation. Some people on the internet ridiculed that this is a disguised civil war in the colonial circle. At the international conference, the Wanluo Federation and the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic protested to the Dion Empire that people from other countries should not be taken away and forced to attack other countries. Dion Empire stated that these people have already taken the ID card of Dion Empire, so there is no such thing as what the two countries said. Although the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic protested vigorously, although other countries stood on their side in words, they did not actually take any practical actions. On January 15th, 125, the first year of the universe, the official website of the Tiani Mercenary Corps announced the marriage scenes of some local prisoners in the detention center. The official also deliberately indicated that these married couples are all Dion soldiers, and also explained which one is a new human being and which one is an ordinary human being. This time, the spokesperson of the Dion Empire said that it was unacceptable that the female new human being married to the male ordinary human being, and that this was a violation of their law, and they would definitely be severely punished. Even the relatives of these people were declared to be punished. The official website of the Tiani Mercenary Corps played Long Fei's call to the Dion Empire. If your new humanism cannot accommodate the combination of new humans and ordinary humans, well, we accept those people, including their relatives. We can also accept them, and those who are not wanted by the Dion Empire can be handed over to us. The spokesman of the Dion Kingdom said that this is a matter of the country, and Chairman Long Fei does not need to worry about it. On January 20th, 125, the first year of the universe, some new human beings married to ordinary humans and captured by the Dion army announced that they would give up their status as Dion imperial people don't care about these ordinary humans. After the captives of the Dion army announced their renunciation of the identity of the Dion Empire, the Tiani mercenary group arranged for them to have ID cards from other countries and arranged jobs for these couples in the Tiani group. But for insurance, the Tiani group will also conduct surveillance. The Tiani mercenary group abolished their captive status. The families of these couples announced at the media press conference of the Dion Empire that they would dissociate from their children. The main reason for these families to disassociate themselves from their children was that they did not want to be punished by the Dion Empire authorities. Some of them were mainly new humans. The family is ashamed. Osmane, Nadezhda, and many prisoners bid farewell to Nayli and Weiss and congratulated them on their happy life in the new environment. Nayli hugged Nadezhda and cried, "Leader, go back and apologize to my parents on my behalf. I am an unfilial daughter and cannot do my filial piety to them." Nadezhda wiped Nayli's tears with her hand and comforted her. "Don't cry. I will definitely tell your parents when I go back, and I believe they will understand. What parents don't want their children to happiness?" "Leader." Nayli hugged her even tighter and wept. The other female comrades hugged Nayli. Weiss also bid farewell to his comrades. Like Weiss and Nayli, new humans and ordinary humans were married. Each pair boarded the airship and waved goodbye to their former colleagues. Goman said to Osmane, "Uncle Osmane, I hope they will be happy. If we can really put them back, I hope they will not join the Tiani mercenary group. What is more worrying is that if we fighting against the Tiani mercenary group again, I really don't want them to join the Tiani mercenary group and fight us on the battlefield." Osmane reached out and patted Goman's shoulder and said with a sigh, "Oh, what I'm worried about now is that the ordinary human couples who were originally from the Dion Empire basically didn't take our new humans seriously except saying goodbye to ordinary humans. After they gave up their identity in the Dion Empire, I have a strong feeling that these couples may join the Tiani mercenary group to deal with our country because of the unfair treatment that the Dion Empire suffered back then." Goman was lost in thought at this moment. "What do you think?" "Uncle Osmane, I'm thinking, if His Majesty didn't have new humanism, if he had the same concept of equality as Long Fei, maybe what happened today would not happen, and neither would Nayli and Weiss if you get married here. Maybe they will get married and have children long ago. I didn't expect you to be here for a while, and you will finally think a little bit, but if possible, I really don't want to have another war. Years of war have caused me to experience too many life and death. It hurts. It would be great if everyone could be at peace. Speaking of which, Uncle Osmane, the staff of the detention center here don't seem to have much hatred for us. I thought the staff arranged by the Tiani mercenary group would be those who were wiped out by us. Those people deliberately avenged us publicly." Apricot: "Well, I mainly heard some news and my personal inference. Long Fei didn't want us to suffer too much damage, which would cause conflicts, so they didn't let those who were subjugated by us be detained. Some of the staff here are Tiani mercenaries, and some are people who lost their country in the early wars in the colonial area. These people have no hatred for us. As long as we abide by the rules, they will basically not embarrass us." At this time, a staff member shouted to Osmane and his group through the radio, "Your farewell is over. Come back to work quickly. Don't waste time." On January 23rd, 125, the first year of the universe, the Kingdom of Dion launched a fierce offensive against the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic, and the Anglo-Saxon army and the United Army retreated steadily. Even the combined army of another large fleet from the Wanluo Federation may not be able to change the situation. Entrusting the Tiani mercenary group, the urinating nature of the coalition army is to send out alpha troops. Anyway, it is not the people of our country who die. If the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is willing to sign the same contract with the Wanluo Federation, the senior leaders of the United Army will be more than happy to go to the home base of the Tiani Mercenary Corps to sign a contract with the Tiani mercenaries. The whole country of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People is also very entangled at the moment. If the Tiani mercenary group is really entrusted, it may be possible to drive out the Dion Royal Army in a very short time. But I am most afraid of the Alpha Troop sent by the Tiani mercenary group. If he is held hostage and the Alpha Troop makes a noise, will he ask the Dion army for weapons and fight out together? On January 27th, 125, the first year of the universe, a huge fleet of the Dion army was attacking the number 96 colonial satellite of the United States of Angris Sodomocracy. This fleet is a small group army fleet composed of 3 army-level fleets, and the name of the small group army fleet is Alexander Force. The leader of this small army fleet is Alexander, the third prince of the Dion Empire. Alexander's force is not an expeditionary force, but an annihilation force. In addition to annihilating the Angrusa army, The Annihilator Army also took the local residents away with the colonial satellites they laid down. This allowed the United States of America to only bring people from the frontline colonial satellites to the rear colonial satellites. The United Nations authorities of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic opened an emergency meeting to decide whether to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group. Most of the parliamentarians and ministers think that they can be entrusted, but the prerequisite is to take away all the people from the colonial satellites on the front line. At that time, even if the Tianyi mercenary group really sent alpha troops to attack, they would not worry about hurting innocent people. At that time, even if the colonial satellite is destroyed, there is no need to worry about it. At worst, it will be rebuilt. The President of the United Nations of the Anglo-Democratic Peoples, in addition to asking their own troops to go all out to stop the Dian Army, also asked the United Army to stop the Dian Army. The United Army is also required to send some troops to help the Angrusa Army, and together bring the people of the frontline colonial satellites to the rear or safer colonial satellites. The President asked the leadership of the United Army to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group and was willing to comply with the conditions of the Wanluo Federation at that time. Duras Vegas took the team at that time to the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to sign a new contract with the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Everyone, it's been a while since Dion's second expeditionary force left the Wanluo Federation. The Annihilator Army did not withdraw, but continued to fight. It seems that they intend to destroy the United Nations of the Anglo-Democratic Peoples. I just don't know what you think of them. Is the motive as simple as it appears on the surface? Long Fei asked all the generals present. Shrek said, I think the Annihilator Army really wants to destroy the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic, but this is just one of their goals, and their real goal may be our side. General Shrek, tell me your opinion. The revolution of the Martian Circle is almost about to dock with the number 5 colony area. The subordinates think that they will definitely dispatch a larger force to attack the number 5 colony area, especially our local subbase, which is their most important blow. Target. AICC followed up and said, it is estimated that the composition of Dion's army will probably be composed of the Wanluo Federation captured by them from the colonial circle and the current United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. Yes, this possibility is very high. Li Jiaming asked Long Fei, Boss, do you think Dion Emperor will brainwash or transform those people, just like the kind of enhanced human transformation you mentioned? It's very likely. A general at the scene asked if the strengthened person was the kind of physical transformation person. Long Fei made some explanations and explained the transformation of those theories that strengthen people. All the generals at the scene opened their eyes wide, with expressions of shock or astonishment. Li Jiaming said to Long Fei, Boss, some medical staff have already mastered Alea consciousness system transformation surgery. Long Fei nodded silently after thinking for a while. Well, as you said, we will recruit some paralyzed people, and as long as they accept our conditions, we will reform the Alea consciousness system for them operation. Fix asked, Boss, except for Anton and Maris, you have never transformed the Alea consciousness system for others. As you said, the death rate of the transformation is very high. Now are you planning to recruit some paralyzed people to undergo Alea consciousness system transformation surgery, mainly because the success rate has increased and the fatality rate has decreased? It is true that after many years of improvement, the success rate has increased and the death rate has decreased, but it is still not optimistic. If it is like the situation of Anton or Maris back then, the death rate will still reach 50%. Li Jiaming asked Lao Fei, Boss, if we recruit those paralyzed people, it will definitely attract the attention of various forces and the media. Are we going to make my purpose public? Let's make it public. By the way, let's explain some functions of the Alea consciousness system transformation surgery. Yes. AICC raised her hand and asked, Boss, which unit will the first batch of fighters who have successfully undergone Alea consciousness system reformation be handed over to? Leave it to me first. I will set up the 7th unit directly under me. This unit is called Taihuachuan. The head and deputy head of the team have already been appointed. Anton will be the head of the group, and Maris will be the deputy head. Shrek said, Guys, we seem to be digressing. At the scene, everyone smiled awkwardly but politely. General Shrek, Continue with what happened just now. Although we have accepted the entrustment of the United Army, in addition to sending combat troops, we also have to beware of the movement of the Martian Circle. The 5th and 6th colonial areas have made some defense devices, etc., but we still have to pay 12 points of attention. God knows if some of their troops have sneaked in. Long Fei and Li Jiaming looked at each other. Of course, we have to defeat the Annihilator Army, because no matter what, the Tianyi mercenary group has basically never lost a battle. In the wars of the past few years, our Tianyi mercenary group has not lost a single battle. So far, we have fought against the Dian army. Although we also have a record of losing to them in some battlefields, we have more victories than defeats, and it is us who have won the main battles strategically and victoriously. AICC asked. On the surface, the highest commander of the Annihilation Army is Alexander, the third prince of the Dian Empire, but General Shrek, who do you think the real commander will be? General Isis probably guessed it. I guess if you are optimistic about the information, you can roughly guess a few people. After Shrek finished speaking, he looked at Salamanda and asked, Colonel, I guess you should know better than us. I'm not sure, but there is a very high possibility that he is the uncle of Alexander, one of the great heroes of the United War in the Martian Circle and the 5-star General Marnius. It is true that the information we have and the information given to us by the Coalition Army are compared and analyzed in multiple ways. This possibility is very high. I would like to ask Colonel Salamanda about Marnius's marching and combat capabilities, and what kind of tricks are you good at? Marnius is a very cold-blooded person. During the United War in the Martian region, in order to force some places to surrender, he directly came to make an example of others, put some other areas into poison gas, and poisoned all the men, women, and children there. If the persecuted place is still unwilling to surrender, once his troops enter the destination, all the local people will be massacred. This person is really cruel. Swati is called a shameless general, and Marnius is called a vicious general. After the meeting, Long Fei went to a modified meteorite named Research Institute No. 3, which was one of the modified meteorites of the Providence mercenary group responsible for researching or developing new technologies. Yang Jingcheng, director of the No. 3 Research Institute, greeted Long Fei personally. Boss, you are welcome. Director Yang, how is your research on the things I entrusted to you? Boss, the boss has been going very smoothly for more than a year. His subordinates think that they will be able to return to the battlefield soon. Originally, they lost their limbs and some body parts because of the battle, and they were completely decadent. Although the Tianyi group also arranged some give them a job, an income, but they've become a kind of muddle along or the living dead. Are they actively involved? Yes, boss, because this allows them to live like ordinary people. They are very active in participating in this project. That's good. I have to see the results. Long Fei, the director, and other staff were all in the observation room looking at the huge square below. Below is a person codenamed Number 1, wearing an ordinary combat uniform and holding a rifle. Number 1, the test begins. The announcer sounded. The huge square projected many stereoscopic projections, masked militants with weapons, and a bunker. In addition to attacking the militants, Number 1 borrowed bunkers and also used these bunkers to move forward. Later, in some close combat, the helmets and heads of the militants could be smashed with one punch with bare hands like smashing a watermelon. After the rifle bullets in his hand ran out, he abandoned the rifle directly and suddenly opened his right arm, exposing the barrel inside, and shot at other armed personnel. Then, after eliminating all the installers, the center of gravity of the opened robot arm closed, and the whole appearance was like an ordinary human hand. Director Yang Jingcheng said to Long Fei, Number 1 lost his entire right hand in a battle. We have also tested ordinary right-hand prosthetics, and the effect is very satisfactory, and Number 1 also said that it feels like wearing it. It's like your own hand. Just like the brain controlling your own hand is basically the same as before. What about wearing a Spartan suit? Compared to those fighters who have undergone physique strengthening and transformation, except for the right hand, they are basically inferior to those fighters. Then what about Number 2? Yes, boss, let Number 2 start the test. Director Yang gave instructions to the staff. On the second, the test began, and the ground drone moved a lot of tempered glass, steel plate, or lime board, etc. Number 2 came to a 2-foot-thick steel plate, lifted his right foot, and kicked through the 2-foot-thick steel plate. Then he kicked again and shattered several feet of limestone, and the tempered glass was also shattered by his kick. Then run, a 100-meter sprint, and number 2 ran to 100 meters in less than 7 seconds. Then test the jumping ability, jump directly to 8 meters in the run-up, and reach 20 meters in the long jump with the run-up. Long Fei looked at his heart and said, although the Spartan uniform can be worn by ordinary people, it only increases the strength and speed of an ordinary human several times. But if an ordinary person runs in the Spartan uniform, although it can increase his speed several times, but it will also cause his body to reach the limit in a short period of time and cannot run. This is why the General Tianyi mercenary ground troops also have to undergo intense physical training. For this number 2, the data shows that his legs were blown off in a battle. Although he was running, the knee joints of his legs were running fast. But the most important thing is that he was always one of the special members of the ground forces. To have such an effect is because of the physique-enhancing surgery he underwent back then. Looking at the current effect, Long Fei was very satisfied. Boss, do you want to see the test of number 3? He lost his eyes in a battle. Okay, I'm going to take a look. Let number 3 be tested. Change to number 3 and enter the square. Number 3 is a woman with the same eyes as ordinary people. Director Yang gave the order to turn off the lights and turn on the night vision function of the one-way glass. Then, something appeared in the square. Number 3, where's the bunny doll? Number 3 looked around the scene and then pointed. The right side of the square is 12 meters away from my kilometer. Number 3, go get the 14 Krona rifle. Number 3 looked around, then walked to her left and picked up the rifle that was just 6 meters away from him. So, her pair of prosthetic eyes may have restored his vision, and it also has the function of night vision. Yes, boss, her prosthetic eyes also have scanning functions, infrared functions, and so on. Then, other testers began testing other prosthetics. Some hand and foot prosthetics have hidden weapons inside, and some prosthetics have maintenance functions inside. In addition to repairing other prosthetics, they can also perform some simple maintenance on some weapons, instruments, etc. This is the multifunctional prosthetic technology developed by Long Fei in the early stage. It is for those wounded in combat, because medical nanomachines cannot restore the wounded, and some parts of the body need to be removed. After Long Fei conducted research for a period of time, he handed it over to the newly established Meteorite Research Institute No. 3 for research and testing more than a year ago. These testers were all fighters who had lost certain parts of their bodies during the battle. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Corps could no longer use these fighters who were no longer able to fight, they still asked every company in the Tianyi group to hire these fighters. These fighters all have a job that can guarantee their lives, but they also lose the motivation to live and become quite decadent. And this research also found these fighters back. After these fighters knew these technologies, they actively participated in this research project, because for them, this way they have the motivation to live again. Boss, although these technologies are very good, we can't fully improve their weaknesses. Although we have conducted various researches and improvements, the effects are not significant. All the internal parts of the prosthesis need to use metal, although you can make some improvements to the fibers of the artificial skin so that they can float in the water as much as possible. Soldiers with more prosthetic limbs are more likely to sink into the water. We need to equip them with some equipment for flotation. Long Fei patted Director Yang on the shoulder and said, "This problem, continue to think of ways to improve it. Do all kinds of related prosthetics have finalized models?" "Yes, boss, please take a look." Yang Jingqing handed the tablet to Long Fei. After looking at it, Long Fei nodded and said, "It seems that those fighters can be recruited back, if they are willing." The Town Demon Museum. Doro, welcome back. Oh my god, look at your hands, they look like real ones. Wow, Doro, your hands can transform. Wow, and you have weapons. Several Tianyi mercenaries surrounded the old comrades back then. Doro showed a brimming and excited smile on his face and said with a smile, "This is thanks to the boss for developing a multifunctional prosthesis. After I joined the boss's project, I have tested many prosthetic hands. Now I am back to the army to study. All I want are these 2 hands." Another colleague grabbed Doro's hand and said in surprise, "My god, Doro, Your hands not only look the same as real ones, but also feel almost the same as real hands when you grab them. By the way, everyone, do you still remember the Alea consciousness system from before? Remember our strongest ace, Anton, and our other ace, Maris, underwent Alea consciousness system transformation surgery. I heard that the Alea consciousness system transformation surgery may formally ask those colleagues who were accidentally paralyzed due to the battle whether they want to undergo the Alea consciousness system transformation surgery. This technology is long overdue for transformative surgery on our paralyzed colleagues. I heard that the boss was reluctant, mainly because the fatality rate was very high. I heard that the failure rate of the operation was very high, and it was very painful during the operation. Now I have started to take it out. I heard that it is a new version. I heard that the success rate has improved, the mortality and failure rates have decreased, and the procedure is less painful than before. However, whether it is Alea consciousness system transformation surgery or multifunctional prosthetic technology, this will also supplement and alleviate some of our insufficient troops. Zoro, congratulations on your successful operation. The mercenaries who were talking suddenly walked towards a black-haired young man, and everyone asked Sauron around. Zoro, how is your body feeling? Well, it's the same as before, very good. Zoro, which army do you plan to join next? This headquarters has already been arranged. Go to the mother base for testing. If you perform well, you will join our boss Long Fei's newly established direct subordinate Tekaden. Tekaden, I heard that their chief and deputy captains are Anton and Maris. And Tekaden's MS was designed separately by the boss, especially for fighters of the Alea consciousness system. I heard that the Gundam with the same system as Barbados has also been directly assigned to Tekaden. Anton, how are the current members of Tekaden? Boss, their abilities are very good, but boss, if you asked me to be the regiment leader, I really can't do it. Leading the team to fight, the subordinates are more than competent, but it is really difficult for the subordinates to manage such a troop. Not coming. It doesn't matter. I have already arranged other members to help you manage it. Anton, current colonel, is in Long Fei's office, reporting to Long Fei. It has only been a week since Tekaden was established, and it will take some time to form an effective fighting force. Yes, my subordinates will try their best to let Tekaden form a fighting force as soon as possible. Well, but you have to pay attention. Don't be too hasty. Sometimes many things can't be rushed. Yes, boss. Anton saluted and left the office. Then, Colonel Pan Jinhua entered Long Fei's office and reported to Long Fei the current situation of the Angels of Doom. Boss, basically all Doom types have been replaced with Doom Type 2, and 20 Gundam 5s have been incorporated into the army. Okay. On February 8th, 125, the first year of the universe, the first army of the small group army of the Annihilation Army was attacking the colonial satellite No. It has been more than a week since the attack on colonial satellite number 95 of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. Annihilator is still fighting in the outer domain of Colony 95 and cannot go any further. Although the Unrusa Army and the United Army resisted the attack of the Annihilation Army with a number that was several times that of the other side. However, the number of casualties between the two sides was 6, and most of the soldiers killed by the Annihilation Army were former Wanluo Federation people who were forced to go to the battlefield. Basically, not many real Dianites of the Annihilator Army died on the battlefield. Among the 1,000 people who died in the Dion Army, only one may be a real Dianite. Many former Wanluo Federation people with driving skills can drive the Blue Holy Machine, which is a mass-produced holy machine that has been eliminated and retired by the Dion Army. There are a small number of former Wanluo Federation people who can drive the blood-red holy machine. The main reason is that they are new humans. The latest MS from the Angrusa Army is the latest model, Whirlwind, developed by the Bega's military enterprise of the Armistead family in Billy. It is 19 meters high and has a gray body. The head looks a bit like Zaku. Medium armor defense, high maneuverability, and can be matched with high-power firepower weapons. Except for battery life and matching external weapons, it is not as good as Jiegong, and everything else is worse than Jiegong, normal specification. The flexibility and speed are not as good as Murasame. Bega's military enterprise's rival Ares Military Enterprise, The newly developed Ms. Hades was originally the first choice for the Angrusa army. Originally, some Hades were thrown into the battlefield, but when the booster mode was turned on, it was directly shut down by Dion's army. This directly shocked the Unrusa army. Originally, the overall performance of Hades was slightly inferior to the Whirlwind, and it relied on the synergistic mode to defeat the Whirlwind and get the order from the Unrusa army. As a result, Hades' synergistic mode was directly blocked by Dion's army. Angrusa army immediately terminated the contract and signed an order for Cyclone with Bega's military industry company. A Whirlwind holds an armor-piercing bazooka, smashing the armor-piercing monster with one shot. Whirlwind also has a special whirlwind called Great Whirlwind, with a total height of 20 meters. In addition to having a relatively thick armor, the thrusters on the back are larger. The shoulders, waist, and thighs can be equipped with powerful weapons, and external armor can also be installed. The most special is that the head has a shark fin-like antenna. A big whirlwind holds a beam saber, and an azure beam saber fights together. Weilon's thrust was not as good as that of De Huanfeng. Weilon immediately backed away. De Huanfeng used the pulse gun mounted on his waist and blasted a wound on Weilon's chest with one shot. When Weilon was unable to move, the beam cannon on the right shoulder of the big whirlwind pierced through Weilon and shot it down. One blood red rushed towards the big whirlwind, and the beam sabers of the two MS fought each other, and the blood red's thrust was slightly lost to the big whirlwind. The blood red also retreated, and when the big whirlwind attacked with the mounted weapon, the blood red used excellent flexibility to dodge the attack. Cyclone used its stronger speed to pursue blood red, and blood red used superior flexibility to avoid the attack. In terms of equipment firepower, the firepower of the Great Cyclone is not only better than the blood red, even the emerald green is not as good. The Bega's military industry company can develop a special cyclone, which is mainly due to its acquisition of its competitor Ares Military Industry. The Bega's military industry company was able to acquire his competitors, which was mainly due to the fact that Hades' synergistic function was sealed. Billy used the media company of his family business to report the matter, and even used the internet to spread rumors to discredit competitors, and accused Ares, the god of war, of betraying the country. It means that the booster function they developed must have been obtained from the Dion army. Otherwise, how could their booster function be directly sealed by the Dion army? Although the god of war Ares military company opened a public relations and press conference to explain, it still caused their stock prices to plummet. Moreover, some of the mining factories under the god of war Ares military enterprise happened to be in the colony satellite areas number 96, 97, and 98, and were invaded by the Dion army. It collapsed like a landslide. This made the retail investors of Ares military enterprise, the god of war, try their best to sell their stocks, and even many of their major shareholders also sold their stocks. Bega's military enterprises took advantage of this time to buy a large number of shares in Ares military enterprises, god of war, and directly bought more than 51% of the shares. Bega's military enterprise immediately announced that it has acquired Ares military enterprise, god of war. After absorbing everything owned by the rival company, the Bega's military enterprise centered on the whirlwind, and then mixed in the technology of the god of war Ares military enterprise. Utilized the technology of the two leaders to develop a big whirlwind. Billy did not expect to absorb the strengths of the two to develop the performance of the big whirlwind, which surpassed MG2G and Hayakushi. It has the performance close to MK3 and Delta Plus. This has greatly increased the confidence of researchers related to the Bega's military enterprise, especially the absorption of some technologies from competitors, which has allowed many bottleneck technologies to break through. Mobile Fortress also took advantage of the strengths of the two to develop another, Mieji, which is 60 meters high and humanoid. It was developed based on the full-armored explosive mental power Gundam of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps as a reference. It's just that there is no Harrow floating weapon, and the main Bega's military enterprise has no knowledge about new humans. The entire United States of Anglo-Saxon people actually has no knowledge about new humans, and they don't know about the system of mental power control, even if they have been mentally controlled. Assembled and restored some of the wreckage of Lee Gundam, the Sekima system was discovered. On high, They have absolutely no knowledge about new humans and know nothing about the Sekimus system, so they are completely blind, causing many mistakes. In the end, the Bega's military industry company temporarily gave up research on the Sekimus system and used it to match powerful weapons such as the cannon laser cannon, the diffuse beam cannon on the chest, and the 10-finger beam cannon, as well as a huge beam saber on the back. The most important thing is to develop the latest type of protective cover system. Moreover, Nirvana is the only mobile fortress in the Unrusa army that has a nuclear fusion engine device. The engine power is kW, the propulsion reaches kg, and the acceleration reaches 5g. Although Nirvana is developed with the full package blasting mental power Gundam as a reference design, its all-round performance is far inferior to the full package blasting mental power Gundam. Even the mass-produced mental power Gundam is not as good. However, G-Mia can at least defeat the Moon Howling Wolf of Dion's army, and can suppress Fenrir with 2 G-Mia. As for Typhon, G-Mia needs at least 3 to 4 units to suppress Typhon. The arrival of Cyclone and Nirvana at least did not allow the Unrusei army and the United Army to further expand their losses. However, there are not many big whirlwinds in Nirvana, and the entire number has been put into this battlefield. 2 Nirvana handheld cannon laser cannons bombarded Fenrir at the same time. If it was just 1 Nilnir cannon laser cannon, Fenrir's energy shield could completely withstand it. But 2 cannon laser cannons bombarded Fenrir's energy shield at the same time, and Fenrir's energy shield quickly reached its limit, and then quickly exceeded the limit, and the energy shield collapsed directly. Fenrir pierced through his body under the bombardment of 2 cannon laser cannons, turning into a ball of fireworks. Typhon stabbed at Nirvana with the beam of the trident in his hand, and Nirvana blocked it with a huge beam saber, but the thrust was not as good as Typhon's. Typhon's trident beam pierced through the huge beam sword and pierced the chest of Jimmy. Jimmy directly separated his head and fired a pulse cannon from the head and mouth. But Typhon's left arm shield directly blocked it, and then the laser cannon on his chest directly blasted Nirvana's head. Another Nirvana uses the diffuse beam cannon and 10-finger beam cannon on its chest to attack the MS in front of it, such as scorpions and winged birds. In addition to the fully unmanned war cones sent by the Annihilation Army, half of the scorpion tigers, winged birds, and armored monsters are manned, and the other half are unmanned. Mobile drifting ballistic missiles have been attacking and annihilating the First Army fleet from different directions. In addition to using their anti-missile system and point defense system to annihilate the First Army, more than 98% of the mobile drifting ballistic missiles were intercepted about 100 kilometers away from the Annihilation First Army. The remaining mobile drifting ballistic missiles hit other warships, but could not penetrate the energy shield. On the contrary, the Annihilator First Army launched the newly developed Mobile Ballistic Separation High-Explosive Missile. Although it is not as maneuverable and fast as the Mobile Drill Missile, it is definitely above the Mobile Drifting Ballistic Missile. The Mobile Ballistic Separation High-Explosive Missile can use its excellent maneuverability to change the flight trajectory at any time. What's more special is that the body of the missile is separated into 2 parts, and the front and rear parts will attack the locked target. The speed of the front section is twice as fast as that of the back section. Regardless of whether it is the front section or the back section, the high explosive power that hits the target is comparable to a tactical nuclear missile. If the Angruso Army and the United Army rely solely on their warships or MS and mobile fortresses, it is basically impossible to intercept all mobile ballistic separation high explosive missiles. Fortunately, this is the Angrusa Army's local operations, with their defense system, so that the mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles will not break through the defense line, causing damage to the Angrusa Army and the Coalition Army. On the other hand, the entire small group army of the Annihilation Army does not have skyrocket battleships, and the main skyrocket battleships have been completely restrained by the shield-breaking destroyers of the Tianyi mercenaries. In addition, the forces of all parties also know the effective attack range of the rocket battleship, so there are corresponding methods. More importantly, the skyrocket battleship has not played much of a key role on many battlefields. When the 2 armies are at war, the skyrocket cannot launch an attack, so as not to kill the friendly army by mistake. The size of the fleet of the Unrusa Army and the United Army is more than 7 times that of the annihilated First Army. However, the warships of the two sides differ greatly in size. The longest warships of countries in the colonial area are only about 400 meters long, while any warship of the Dian army is over 500 meters long. The carrying capacity of the warships of the two sides is quite different. The largest warship in the colonial area, it can only carry 30 ms in wartime. So the number of ms and mobile fortresses between the two, Dian's army reaches half of the number of the other side. If it weren't for the coalition army, the Angrusa army could dispatch more troops to supplement the lost amount in a very short time. The Dian army might have captured colonial satellite number 95 long ago. The two armies fought fiercely. At this time, there was another Anglusa army, most of which were transport ships, and the transport ships carried ms and mobile fortresses. In addition to most of the ms are magic winds, a few are whirlwinds and big whirlwinds, and among these ms there is a ms that is somewhat similar to whirlwinds. It's just that this ms is much bulkier than the whirlwind, and the weapons mounted on the shoulders and held are either heavy weapons or giant long-range sniper rifles. This is another ms developed by Bega's military enterprises. It can be said to be a derivative of the whirlwind. It can be used for heavy fire bombing or long-range sniper operations, and it can also provide fire support. This ms is called the Cannon Whirlwind. The Cannon Whirlwind uses a shoulder-caliber 255mm cannon for long-distance bombardment, and the Cannon Whirlwind at the rear uses a giant long-range sniper rifle. For a while, the Ms troops of Dian's army were attacked strongly. The Dian army has dispatched a new type of ms, which is also unmanned, and looks like a humanoid gecko with wings. Wings are not propellers. The propellers are on the back. The wings have shield energy, and there are a pair of 185mm laser cannons on the shoulders. A beam saber. This is the latest unmanned ms developed by the Dian Empire called Newt. A bunch of 185mm laser cannons on the shoulders of the salamanders gathered energy and fired, and countless laser cannons passed by. Not only did it knock down many enemy ms, but even the external armor of the Cyclone was pierced by the salamander's laser cannon. The Cannon Whirlwind attacks the salamander with a double-shoulder cannon or a giant long-range sniper rifle. The wings on the back of the salamander turn to the front of the body to activate the energy shield. The first and second hits are basically unable to penetrate the energy shield. However, no matter whether the salamander launches the laser cannons on the shoulders or the energy shield on the wings, it is difficult for the salamander to move, because everything such as thrust is used to prepare to launch the laser cannon or the energy shield, and the thrusters behind it are basically unable to move. Perform high-output thrusts. Many salamanders were destroyed by the Cannon Whirlwind. In terms of destructive power and defensive ability, it is much stronger than Azure, and Blood Red is not as good. Without preparing to launch an attack or activate the energy shield, the mobility of the salamander is slightly better than Azure. Some salamanders spread out, divided into different teams, moved forward under the cover of other ms, and then fired shoulder energy cannons from different angles to destroy many cannon whirlwinds. Some distant cannon whirlwinds armed with giant long-range sniper rifles destroyed the salamander with one shot. At present, both sides in this battlefield have come up with their own new weapons. Alexander and Marnius looked at the three-dimensional sand table together. "Uncle, we have been fighting in Colonial Satellite 95 for more than a week. Obviously, we can still advance. Why are we standing still?" "This is because we want to consume their personnel. Another point, I don't plan to push forward. The main reason is to beware of the Tianyi mercenary group. We have received information that the Tianyi mercenary group has accepted a new commission. They have already dispatched troops." Alexander pointed to the number 100 colonial satellite on the sand table and said, "Uncle, will the Tianyi mercenaries take down this colonial satellite first?" "Yes, this colonial satellite area happens to be connected to the number 5 colonial area, and the 12th subbase of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is not far from the number 100 colonial satellite." Marnius pointed to the distance between the 12th branch of the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the number 100 colonial satellite of the United States of America and said, "The 12th branch of the Tianyi Mercenary Group and this number 100 colonial satellite. Tianyi, as long as the mercenary group takes down this colonial satellite, in addition to causing trouble for our Annihilation Army. What is more important is that the other troops of the Tiani mercenary group will use the 12th branch base as a springboard to give us continuous attacks. Marnius then made some adjustments on the instrument, and the Martian circle on the sand table began to correspond to the number 5 colony. Manius said, more importantly, the front of the 12th base corresponds to the front of our Mars circle. Once our Mars circle orbits and corresponds to the number 5 colonial area, the 12th base will form a two-line battle, and the Tiani, the mercenary group, will definitely gather more troops here, because the 12th branch base cannot be shot down, and the information they have, the 12th branch base has expanded their base range and strengthened their defense system. The 12th branch, the base, is similar to the mother base, and it is transformed into a base from meteorites, which is considered a relatively small number of sub-bases. Uncle, will Long Fei appear? Manius glanced at his nephew, reached out and patted his shoulder, and advised, son, you must put down your personal hatred. You must remember what your mission is, and don't let your personal hatred affect your major events. Uncle, I still can't let go of the humiliation I suffered back then. I must take revenge, Alexander said through gritted teeth. You want to take revenge? Uncle has no objection, but don't forget that before your eldest brother was killed, there was a powerful mental wave that spread to the Martian circle. I haven't forgotten that, said Alexander, clenching his fists. Uncle is not trying to hit you. If you really challenge Long Fei for your personal hatred, you will not only bring shame on yourself, but you will even be killed by him. Except for your father, there is only the super knight Julius, my lord. You can barely contend with him. Whenever Alexander thought that Long Fei's powerful mental fluctuations had spread to the Martian circle, he already knew that he was hopeless for revenge, but thinking of the humiliation he suffered at that time, he really couldn't accept it. He really didn't understand that since he was born, he had already awakened the ability of a new human being, and his comprehensive new human ability was also among the best in the country, but he was far behind Long Fei. Marnius patted his nephew on the shoulder and said, okay, kid, let's go back to what happened before. The 12th branch base can be said to be a tough one. Even if the Annihilation Army adjusts its guns now, it will go all out to attack the 12th branch. With 12 bases, we may not be able to hit it. Uncle, are we going to give up? Of course we can't give up, and this 12th branch base is a must for both our side and the Tiani mercenary group. Uncle, why is it a must dispute? I hope Uncle can give some pointers. It's very simple. If you take down the 12th base, then the Tiani mercenary corps will dispatch more troops to take back the 12th base. His troops also want to rescue the United Anglo-Safari people. Then we have to go farther and detour more, which will affect their tactics of high speed. And if we really win the 12th base, once the orbit of Mars corresponds to the number 5 colonial area, then we can use the 12th branch base as a springboard to start spreading and attacking the number 5 colonial area. So that's the case. I understand. Just now, what did you mean by the tactics of the Tiani mercenary regiment? 5 dynasties, rivers, mountains, wind, and moon. Marnius controls the instrument, and a lot of data is projected in 3 dimensions, as well as various battlefield maps. Look at these materials, as well as the battlefield map. After reading it for a while, Alexander said, these are the reports from our battle with the Tiani mercenary group. Yes. Did you pay attention to see that every time they fought us, did they fight me for a long time? Alexander looked at the information again, then shook his head and said, it seems not. The longest battle only took 3 days. That's right. The Tiani mercenary group hits hard every time they make a move, and every time they make a move, they target our weak points so as to break through and defeat us. Do you know why they do this? I guess they don't want to fight a war of attrition. Why don't they want to fight a war of attrition? Alexander thought for a while, and then said with uncertainty, the longer they fight, the more resources they will consume. This should be because they are mercenary groups. They consume these. Unlike the military is funded by the state, and they have to pay out of pocket to replenish those depleted resources. Yes, that's right, but you are only half right. Don't forget that they have signed a contract with the United Army. They can report any losses to the United Army. The other half, you know what it is there a reason? Alexander thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head. Soldiers. Soldier. Alexander looked at his uncle suspiciously. A country can implement an emergency conscription system in case of a war emergency, and can even summon retired veterans, but the Tianyi mercenary group is not a country. Once their mercenaries die in battle, they must recruit, and more importantly, the quality of their military support is higher than that of other countries' soldiers. In addition to their strict training courses, they also have more mature physical transformation operations than ours. All of this takes time, so once they have mercenary warfare dead, it takes time to recruit and train additional personnel. This is the tactic that the Tianyi mercenary group will use when fighting us. It is for this reason that the most expensive thing they cannot afford is not money, but personnel. However, Uncle, the Tianyi mercenary corps has also taken in a lot of those subjugated soldiers who were destroyed by our country. Whether the subjugated soldiers are excellent or not, the Tianyi mercenary corps will also be very vigilant, guarding against the spies or agents of a certain country mixed in among these soldiers. So that's the case, Uncle. What if colonial satellite number 100 is shot down? Don't worry, Uncle already has a corresponding method. On February 12, 125, the first year of the universe, a fierce battle took place at the border of the colony satellite No. The Tianyi mercenary regiment formed a first group army, consisting of 4 army-level fleets, and the fleet name was Eradicate. The Annihilation Group Army fought against the Annihilation Small Group Third Army. The Annihilation Group Army first uses the Mobile Drill Missile Group and then the Min of Particle Missile Group to bombard the enemy. Annihilating the Third Army also bombarded the enemy with colored Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missiles when the enemy launched a missile group. As usual, most of the Mobile Drill Missile Group was stopped, but a small part also broke through the defense line, causing damage to nearly 10 warships of the annihilating Third Army. The Min of Particle Missile Group was completely stopped, and some of them collided with the Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missile and exploded. Most of the Min of Particle missiles were intercepted by the battleship MS, etc., and the Min of Particles directly spread around. There are also some Min of Particles that affect the Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missile, causing some chips and electronic components of the missile to be paralyzed. However, the paralyzed Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missiles accounted for less than 5% of the total, and the remaining more than 95% of the Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missiles continued to bombard and destroy the First Army fleet. The Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missile group was all intercepted within 300 kilometers of destroying the First Army fleet. Most of the Mobile Ballistic Separation high-explosive missiles intercepted were the MD Burgo II and Taurus at the front. However, the missile groups of the two sides intersected each other, and this spectacular scene was also photographed by remote field reporters. However, after a wave of missiles from the two parties came, it was already the battle between the MIS group and the Mobile Fortress group. When the other two parties launched the missile group, they immediately dispatched mobile suits and Mobile Fortress troops. In addition to sending MS and Mobile Fortress troops, the Annihilation Army also sent a very special elliptical device. The elliptical device is 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, and several mobile suits are responsible for chain locking and dragging it to the front. And there is a war cone following the elliptical device. The elliptical device is a newly developed special device named anti-Min of Particles, which is mainly aimed at after the Min of Particles have paralyzed the communication. The anti-Min of Particle device is coated with a special electromagnetic film, which can have a certain immunity to Min of Particles. An anti-Min of Particle device is placed in the cosmic space filled with Min of Particles and has an effective communication range of 50 kilometers in all directions. The anti-Min of Particle device emits a special wireless communication line that can produce some resistance to Min of Particles. However, this special wireless communication line is not ideal, and MS and the Mobile Fortress can only communicate within the effective range of the anti-Min of Particle device. And it can only carry out simple communication, and the radar must also be in contact with the anti-Min of Particle device, so that the radar can barely scan, and it can only be within the effective range of the anti-Min of Particle device. And the anti-Min of Particle device can't cope with too many MS Mobile Fortresses, and so on. An anti-Min of Particle device can deal with 50 MS and Mobile Fortresses. Unmanned battle cones and unmanned MS, such as scorpions, can also fight within the effective range of the anti-Manhwa particle device, but they must be in contact with the anti-Manhwa particle device. Otherwise, once it is interfered by Manhwa particles, the machine's chips, electronic components, etc. will be damaged, resulting in paralysis. However, if there are many anti-Manhwa particle devices overlapping within the effective communication range, the more overlapping the range, the more obvious the immunity to Manhwa. The more overlapping the special wireless communication lines of the anti-Manhwa particle device will be, the better it will be in terms of contact generation. Simple communication can also be upgraded to video communication, etc., and even the range of radar scanning will be wider. Major General Shan Wenwu, the commander of the Annihilation Group Army, took pictures of many anti-Manhwa particle devices from long-range cameras, and many war cones followed around the anti-Manhwa particle devices. Major General Shan Wenwu roughly guessed the purpose of this device and ordered the frontline troops to destroy these devices. The Dion army is not fighting at this moment. Due to the interference of Manhwa particles, the war cones and so on cannot go on the battlefield, which makes the Dion army with insufficient soldiers suffer. This is the main reason why they want to capture people from colonial areas as their source of soldiers. The anti-Manhwa particle device also sort of solves the problem they've been bothering them with. Although unmanned aircraft such as war cones cannot send a large number of them to the battlefield like other battlefields, at least they can prevent their number from being affected by the relationship between Manhwa particles and thus greatly disparate from the opponent's number. The performance of the salamander is comparable to that of the special specifications Jiegong and Murasame. In terms of firepower, if Jiegong and Murasame are not equipped with powerful weapons, they are basically no match for the salamander. In addition to the energy shield function of the wings of the salamander, the body is also coated with a layer of anti-beam coating. The beam guns generally equipped by Jiegong and Murasame did not hit the salamander a few times, and basically could not penetrate the armor of the salamander. In the battles on both sides, countless troops were divided into various squads and dispersed to attack the locked targets. First evolution. Countless pilots of Tianyi mercenaries found many war cones and unmanned mobile suits. The more anti-Manhwa particle devices around, the stronger the action reaction. When attacking the anti-Manhwa particle device, in addition to being strongly blocked by war cones, etc., in addition to being coated with a thick layer of anti-beam coating, the shell armor of the anti-Manhwa particle device has extremely strong resistance to live ammunition. Damn it, ordinary beam guns are useless. The 135mm machine gun can't penetrate his armor either. A cannon Gesta used the cannon on its shoulder to destroy the anti-Manhwa particle device in one shot. Shooting down an anti-Manhwa particle device didn't have much effect. Dion's army can form contact with each other, and their cooperation in combat is no less than that of the Tianyi mercenary group. A Delta Plus used a cannon beam cannon to destroy the anti-Manhwa particle device with a single shot. The driver found that the surrounding combat cones and unmanned MS moved slowly, and some even stood still. When Delta Plus dodges other attacks, when it flies to a stationary Lacerda, it kicks the Lacerda into the air, and when the Lacerda rushes to a winged bird, it just restarts. Restart, as long as it is within the effective range of the device, will the body that was paralyzed by the Manhwa particles restart. Delta Plus pilots communicate their judgments to all colleagues and superiors. And during the battle, he even discovered that the war cones and unmanned MS would never fly out of the effective range of the anti-Manhwa particle device. The pilot immediately informed his colleagues of his new discovery. On the battlefield, the Tianyi mercenary group discovered some loopholes or weaknesses in the anti-Manhwa particle device. Start to attack the anti-Manhwa particle device with long-range weapons, and the Dion army also has a corresponding method, using unmanned war cones, armor monsters, and salamanders to resist. The war cones have been improved by the Dion army, and have some functions similar to floating guns, such as opening several war cones on the fuselage to form a protective cover. This caused a lot of difficulty for the Tianyi mercenaries who launched long-range attacks. Major General Shan Wenwu looked at the current situation on the entire battlefield and decided to send MD Taurus and Bilge II to fight. Taurus is not too difficult for the Dion army. especially for new humans or adjustments. The overall performance of Taurus is at most higher than that of the Scorpion Tiger and Wingbird in terms of maneuverability and flexibility, and it is better than D in terms of unmanned systems. Wongjun's unmanned control system is better. It is basically not difficult for new humans and adjusters driving blood red, emerald green, and blue to shoot down Taurus. Virgo 2 is the body that gives them headaches. Virgo 2 has 6 planetary defenders, which can resist both live ammunition and energy types. A few Virgo 2s paired with all the planetary defenders can not only improve the defense, but also form several layers of protective cover. Without some powerful weapons, it is impossible to penetrate the planetary defenders. With the improvement of Long Fei, the planetary defenders can also resist laser weapons. What makes them even more troublesome is that Virgo 2's weapons can be equipped with beam guns and beam cannons. Especially the beam cannon, one shot directly collapses the energy shield of the salamander, and the rest of the beam cannon can also hit its body, making the entire beam coating scrapped. As long as another ordinary beam gun is fired, it can also pierce its fuselage. The armored monster couldn't stop Virgo 2's beam cannon, and one shot was enough to blast it to pieces. If there are number 5 war cones to form a protective cover, a single beam cannon can still penetrate. The appearance of Bilge 2 on the front line caused headaches for Dion's army, but fortunately, there is a countermeasure. For example, the Salamander's dual shoulder laser cannons. 2 salamanders with 4 laser cannons can easily penetrate Bilgo 2's planetary defenders and destroy Bilgo 2. More than 5 war cones hit the front of the planetary defender. Once Virgo 2 destroys the war cones and produces a series of explosions, the planetary defender will definitely be damaged by the impact of the explosion. Virgo 2 without planetary defenders. In order to save costs, the armor is not Gundam alloy. A beam gun is enough to penetrate the fuselage and destroy Virgo 2. Major General Shan Wenwu looked at the situation on the battlefield and said, "It seems that we are not the only ones studying how to simulate how to deal with Dion's army. The Dion's army also studies how to simulate and defeat us." Shan Wenwu is currently looking at the situation on the battlefield. The Dion army relies on the anti-Manhwa particle device, in addition to allowing more unmanned aircraft to be active on the battlefield. The Third Annihilation Army, which was originally inferior in number to the Annihilation Army, suddenly narrowed the gap. Fortunately, a lot of Taurus and Virgo 2 have been produced, and they can be used on the battlefield. However, the production volume of these 2 MDs must be increased. At this time, a staff officer beside him pointed to one of the battlefields. "General, look, the battle situation here is a little clearer. Many anti-Manhwa particle devices have been destroyed, and some overlapping places happen to be related to the destruction of anti-Manhwa particle devices. Those unmanned bodies directly stand still." Then another staff officer said, "I just noticed that the anti-Manhwa particle device was destroyed, and those stationary bodies may be pulled by other bodies to the effective range of other anti-Manhwa particle devices." First evolution. Shan Wenwu ordered. "Order the troops fighting on the front line. Once they find those stationary machines, destroy them immediately." AMKI shot down a manned manticore with its beam gun, and then shot at the salamander. The Newt uses the energy shields of these wings to fend off incoming beam rays. A Delta Plus took the opportunity to sneak up on a beam saber piercing the salamander cockpit. Then nearly 10 Scorpions and other MS attacked Delta Plus and MK3. Suddenly, more than half of the medallions and other MS stood still. The pilots of the 2 mass-produced Gundams immediately understood that the anti-Manhwa particle device was destroyed. The drivers of the 2 mass-produced Gundams immediately attacked the manned MS. After destroying the manned MS, the Superior had just sent an order. The 2 mass-produced Gundams immediately destroyed those unmanned stationary MS. After more and more anti-Manhwa particle devices were destroyed in some locations, in addition to many unmanned bodies standing still, there were also some unmanned bodies whose movements became more sluggish. The beam cannons on the shoulders of the fully armored MK3, after destroying an anti-Manhwa particle device, several unmanned machines around them stood still. The beam cannons on the shoulders and legs, and the beam guns in both hands immediately shoot from multiple angles. The destruction of the anti-Manhwa particle device not only caused problems with the unmanned aircraft, but also affected the communication and radar of the manned aircraft. This also affects the tracking and locking of targets, which gradually increases the difficulty of combat. It will also cause confusion for some pilots, who may have locked onto the target, and suddenly the lock frame disappears, and the fast-acting pilot knows that the anti-Manhwa particle device is destroyed. Drivers with slower reactions will stop for a while, and may even be killed by the enemy. In the battle between the two sides, the balance of superiority has gradually tilted towards the Tianyi mercenary group. The battle damage ratio of the two sides reached 1 to 5, and Dion's army would have a battle loss of 5, and more than half of them belonged to unmanned airframes. Especially the unmanned body that lost the connection with the anti-Manhwa particle device and was directly killed by the enemy. For the manned body, the battle damage ratio of MS, such as the Scorpion, is very large. The loss of the manned body exceeds 90%. The mass-produced Holy Machine lost less than 10%. Most of the mass-produced Holy Machines were shot down by mass-produced Gundams. Many mass-produced Gundams were also destroyed by mass-produced Holy Machines. The battle damage ratio of the two sides is 1 to 2, and the mass-produced Holy Machine suffered more losses, mainly because the quantity is not as good as the mass-produced Gundam. This caused the battle damage ratio to be about twice that of the opponent. The two sides did not send their ace pilots to fight. The two sides are always fighting with reservations. After seeing the disadvantages of the frontline battlefield becoming more and more obvious, the commander of the Annihilation Third Army immediately issued an order to bring back the remaining anti-Manhwa particle devices and ordered all frontline troops to withdraw. Annihilate the Third Army to signal retreat. Shan Wenwu watched the enemy's retreat signal, and instead of giving an order to pursue, he ordered the entire army not to pursue. "General, why don't you take advantage of the victory and pursue it?" a staff officer asked. Although the enemy is currently at a disadvantage, no matter what, they still have the number 100 colonial satellite behind them. According to the information we have, that colonial satellite was transformed into an arsenal by them. Some troops came to support them during the previous battle. Most of these troops are unmanned aircraft, and they have brought in anti-Manhwa particle devices. It is reasonable to say that they can continue to fight, and they can even continue to fight a relatively protracted war of attrition with us. But now they are suddenly retreating. It makes people feel weird. "General, do you mean that the enemy's retreat is deliberately trying to lure us into a trap they set?" a staff officer asked tentatively. "There is this possibility. First, send some detective troops to investigate." "Yes, General." Shan Wenwu listened to the report from his subordinates together with many staff officers in the command room. The reconnaissance troops sent out have discovered that many Dion warships are in a state of stealth, and they are staying in place and ready to go. Then, the projected three-dimensional stereogram shows the current status of the colonial satellite domain number 100 of the former United States of America. Currently, almost 80% of Colony 100's territory is filled with Dion Army units. Shan Wenwu and many staff members frowned and thought about how to project the red dot displayed on the three-dimensional map based on the information they currently have. According to this number, it accounts for about 50% of the total number of annihilators. From the information they have and the information shared by the United Army, the Annihilation Army invested 1/3 of its troops in the Battle of Colonial Satellite number 95. The Annihilation Army of Colonial Satellite number 100 accounted for 50% of the total army, and the remaining 15% were scattered among other occupied colonial satellites. At this time, Huang Fa, a staff officer, raised his hand and said, "The general's subordinates feel that there is something strange at present. Give your opinion." It is impossible for the Annihilator Army to directly devote 50% of its military power to Colonial Satellite number 100, because the territories of Colonial Satellites numbers 97 and 98 border the Colonial Satellite territories that are still in the hands of the United Nations of the Angrissaw. 30% of the troops are put into the battlefield. And even if the 97th and 98th each have 5% of the troops, even if we don't rely on our army, the Angrusa Army and the United Army can still overwhelm each other with a numerical advantage. So you mean that among the Dion Army in the number 100 colonial satellite area, there may be some warships in camouflage? Yes, General. Although my subordinates have also thought about the occupied colonial satellites, It is estimated that they have been transformed into arsenals. Even the arsenal can manufacture warships, but it is impossible to manufacture so many warships in a short period of time. So it means that some warships may actually be just empty shells. Yes, General, this subordinate has this inference. Commanders, what do you think? Most of the staff at the scene agreed with Huang Fa's inference. However, some staff think that it is possible that some support troops have been dispatched from the Mars Circle. At this time, Mu Liao came to report. General, Major General Danma of the Second Army that has been wiped out has requested a video communication. Connect. Three-dimensional stereoscopic projection of Danma's holographic equivalent height image. Except for General Shan Wenwu, everyone else saluted General Danma first. Then, the two Generals Shan Wenwu and Danma saluted each other at about the same time. General Shan Wenwu, long time no see. General Danma, how are you doing? TOEFL. After a few words of politeness, the two parties finished their ceremony. General Shan, why didn't you take advantage of the victory to pursue the First Army? General Danma, there is a reason for me to pursue the victory. Please see the domain map here. Danma looked at the three-dimensional map, and Danma raised her eyebrows. So that's how it is. Danma said to Shan Wenwu. General Shan, how about this? Let's work together. How to divide the work? These red dots scattered in the area of the 100th colonial satellite will be dealt with by our second annihilation army. General Shan will lead your troops to take the 100th colonial satellite. Then your troops move first. Yes, we will act first to cover your progress. Okay, when will we act? We are rushing over now. Give me 2 days, and we will act in 2 days. Okay. Oh, right, General Danma. Besides your troops, what other troops have come to the 12th branch base? Currently, there are still 3 military-level fleets coming to the 12th branch base, and other troops have also come to the 12th branch one after another. As for what troops will be organized, I don't know. Destroy the Second Army, consisting of 3 core-level fleets, and break it up into 3 core-level fleets. The first Army-class fleet was led by General Danma himself, and the other 2 were commanded by 2 deputies. From the information obtained from the annihilation of the First Army, a surprise attack on the target began. General, according to the information received from friendly forces, there is a brigade-level fleet in front of the Dion Army that is in a state of stealth. A staff officer reported to General Danma. As Admiral Danma watched the anti-stealth cameras scan, he saw that the enemy fleet was still standing still, completely unprepared. General Danma couldn't figure out what was going on. General Danma ordered the entire army to prepare for battle, and then tried to launch a round of mobile drill missiles and men-of-particle missiles. This wave of missiles launched towards the target. The stealthy Dion fleet did not make any response, and did not take any action to intercept the missile. What's going on here? General Danma and her subordinates were all at a loss. Both the mobile drill missile and the men-of-particle missile hit all targets. There was no explosion after hitting the target, and the target gradually appeared. Send several reconnaissance troops to conduct reconnaissance. About a few hours later, the report from the reconnaissance troops. It's just a battleship with an empty shell, and there are only simple engines and stealth devices inside. Danma rubbed her forehead and said, It looks like they were tricked. Contact the other 2 troops and ask them if they have encountered the same situation as us. About 15 minutes later, the staff reported to Danma. General, there is a report from Brigadier General Su Liwen that their troops are fighting with a Dion army. Danma pouted her chin and thought, It seems that these red dots are true and false, and the false ones are true. Maybe there are real troops mixed in among these red dots. Then another staff came to report. General, there is a report from Brigadier General Miga that the target of their attack is a completely empty warship. Order Brigadier General Mijia not to take it lightly, and inform him of what happened to Su Liwen. Then, Danma ordered his subordinates to inform Shan Wenwu of what they had encountered so far. Shan Wenwu received information from Danma. At this moment, he decided to take a step-by-step strategy for the time being. God knows whether those invisible red dots have mixed with those real troops. If they come to make dumplings, it will be over. The war reporters have been following and destroying the First Army. Reporters in the field broadcast the annihilation of the First Army, and the progress is a bit slow at the moment, sometimes launching missiles suddenly or dispatching reconnaissance troops to carry out reconnaissance. The former's missiles will often attack some stealthy things, such as empty shell battleships. Once the reconnaissance force also finds these empty shell warships, they will also destroy them. Although the step-by-step strategy of annihilating the first group army was adopted, the Tianyi mercenary group generally agreed with such a strategy and sailed carefully. But the coalition army that commissioned the Tianyi mercenary group to protest to the Tianyi mercenary group, they are required to speed up the progress. At present, they are struggling on some battlefields, and soldiers from various countries die every day. Therefore, the United Army asked the frontline troops of the Tianyi mercenary group to speed up their progress. The Tianyi mercenary group didn't take the United Army's request seriously at all, completely ignoring the United Army's request. The Tianyi mercenary group only responded, "Beware of fraud." The United Army did not accept the response of the Tianyi mercenary group and still protested to the Tianyi mercenary group, demanding to speed up the progress. The Tianyi mercenary group ignored the protests of the United Army and told the United Army directly, "If you feel that our progress is slow, you can come and fight by yourself. If you continue to protest, then it is better to terminate the contract directly and handle it yourself." The United Army directly silenced. On February 18, 125, the first year of the universe, the first group army that was wiped out came to the colonial satellite number 100 of the former United States of America. There was a fierce exchange of fire between the first army and the local Dion army. 5 shield-breaking destroyers launched electromagnetic accelerator guns, destroying several Dion warships. In addition to counterattacking with mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles, Dion's army either retreated to the effective range of the electromagnetic accelerator or hid behind the colonial satellite. Annihilating the First Army also launched a group of mobile drill missiles and a group of min-of-particle missiles. To wipe out the First Army is not to launch only one wave of missiles, but to launch the second and third waves, and each time a wave of missiles is fired, the progress of the troops will be further advanced. This purpose is to allow the shield-breaking destroyer to move forward and draw the enemy warship into the effective range of the electromagnetic accelerator gun. The Dion warship can only retreat all the time and launch a mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missile group and dispatch MS and mobile fortress troops to advance under the cover of the missile group. To destroy the First Army, the missile group was also launched, and then MS and the mobile fortress troops used the missile group as a cover to advance. Most of the missile groups of the two armies were also shot down by the MS and mobile fortress troops they sent out. After the MS and mobile fortress forces of the two armies fought, the warships of the two armies also stopped firing missiles. After destroying the First Army, the 5 shield-breaking destroyers shot down an average of 4 Dion warships each. The anti-min-of-particle device became the key target of Tianyi mercenaries. The two armies fought each other for a while. The local defenders were built temporarily, and the defense system resisted the violent attack of the First Army for a period of time. However, the local defenders are not as good as they were when they annihilated the Third Army-class fleet in terms of quantity and quality. The local defenders issued a signal to retreat less than an hour after the battle, abandoning colonial satellite number 100. Shan Wenwu looked at the results on the battlefield and frowned, wondering why the Dion army gave up the occupied colonial satellite so easily. It stands to reason that most of these defenders are former Wanluo Federation members whose families were held hostage. It stands to reason that these people are garbage brought by the Dion army and can be discarded at any time. The function is to spend time fighting with the enemy and slow down the enemy's footsteps. No matter how they transform this colonial satellite into an arsenal, it has always been one of their important logistics. They should hold us back by treating the former Wanluo Federation people as consumables. Now they just give up. Don't they have anything? A trick or a conspiracy? Shan Wenwu always felt that it was absolutely impossible for things to be that simple. Looking at the colonial satellite on the screen, immediately dispatch a reconnaissance force to investigate the interior of the colonial satellite. A company-level fleet reconnaissance force entered the interior of the colonial satellite and released countless types of drones in the sky and ground to conduct internal investigations of the colonial satellite. Conducted an hour of investigation. Although the entire colonial satellite was searched, no living person was found so far. It seems that according to the information we have, the Dion army has taken away all the residents of the local colonial satellite. General, some arsenal equipment under investigation was either taken away or destroyed. The arsenal has become a ruin or an empty shell. Amazing alone. At this time, a staff officer asked Shan Wenwu, "Are we going to send troops to station and take over these factories temporarily?" Shan Wenwu raised his hand and stopped and said, "Not for now. Let the reconnaissance team continue to investigate, and not only the residential areas and factory areas of the colony satellite, but even the underground core, etc. Let me check everything clearly." Yes. The drones of the reconnaissance force are like a carpet search. Even all houses, every room, toilet, bathroom, kitchen, everything is searched. General, there are no vehicles, locomotives, or even electrical appliances and metals in residential areas. It is estimated that these things were decomposed and restored, and used as their military materials. Some houses don't even have cloth for clothes. As the saying goes, soldiers are thieves, and thieves are soldiers. A few staff officers talked to each other sentence by sentence. At this time, a staff officer asked Shan Wenwu, "General, what is the reason why you didn't send troops to station this colonial satellite?" "I don't know why. I always feel like I have an ominous premonition. I always feel that there is something dangerous in this colonial satellite, and I always feel that something bad is about to happen." "General, are you a new human?" "I don't know about this. I haven't tested new humans." At this time, Mu Liao came to report to Shan Wenwu, "General, many of our new human colleagues responded to us that the colonial satellite is very dangerous. Some new human colleagues said that they felt that the colonial satellite would explode suddenly, and they also said that the explosion was very powerful. Blow up the entire colony into cosmic dust." Shan Wenwu lowered his head and thought for a few seconds. "Order the reconnaissance troops to withdraw, and all the drones will stay in the area for investigation." The war correspondent who was filming the live broadcast in the distance captured the sudden withdrawal of the reconnaissance troops from the colonial satellite. The Tianyi mercenary group has already driven Dion's army away, but at the moment they don't have a large force to enter the colonial satellite. They sent a small force in, and they withdrew in less than 3 hours. Alexander and Marnius watched a huge projection screen video in the office. The content of the video was to destroy the first army fleet. The video was shot live from a huge camera disguised as a meteorite, using a remote surveillance camera. "Uncle, they suddenly withdrew the large troops without entering the reconnaissance troops. Did they find out?" Marnius frowned. He really didn't know whether the opponent's commander had seen through his methods, or their new humans had sensed the trap they set. It's estimated that they didn't find out. It should be that their new humans are in crisis. "Uncle, although most of the monitoring in the colonial satellite was destroyed by their drones, we still found that all the drones were left behind when their reconnaissance troops withdrew and continued to search the interior of the colonial satellite. I'm afraid their commanders wouldn't have sent troops to that colony if they hadn't found what we were hiding." At this moment, a bell rang on the desktop, and Alexander clicked twice on a blinking spot. "Uncle, their drones have spotted our stash. There is no other way. Open it immediately." Several flying drones flew to one of the air conditioning control system rooms, and a translucent purple sphere with a diameter of 20 meters in all directions was suspended above the instrument. When the scanner was scanning, it found extremely terrifying radioactive elements: uranium, 235, plutonium, 239, plutonium, 241, helium, carbon, oxygen, silicon, etc. in the translucent purple sphere, and some unknown elements were also found. The scanners also found extremely high temperatures inside the sphere, exceeding 1 billion degrees. When Shan Wenwu saw this image, he immediately asked his subordinates to record it all. But just after this order was issued, the purple translucent sphere suddenly exploded. The power of that explosion was many times greater than that of a strategic thermonuclear bomb. In just a few seconds, the colony with a total length of 10 kilometers was turned into dust under the terrifying explosion. Everyone in Shan Wenwu looked at this scene in the distance, and his whole back felt chills. The terrifying aftermath caused the warships to sound alarms to inform them that there was a powerful energy fluctuation in the distance, which was still more than 500 kilometers away from them. Immediately use the instrument to calculate the power and mass of the explosion just now. Shan Wenwu immediately issued an order. The reporter who broadcast live from afar, the airship arranged by the company, the aftermath just now made the airship bump constantly. Everyone, the explosion just now was really terrifying. The war reporter grabbed his chair and desperately broadcast live. The viewers who watched the live broadcast thought it was a nuclear explosion in the atmosphere, because the power of a nuclear explosion in the universe would be much smaller than that in the atmosphere. But the place where the live broadcast takes place is in the universe. Many people have a question: what kind of nuclear explosion technology is this? Shan Wenwu received the power of the nuclear explosion just now, and the instrument has estimated that it is more than 100 times more powerful than the most powerful nuclear bomb known so far. Convey everything just now to the headquarters. Everyone is really puzzled. What kind of nuclear explosion technology is this? Uncle, these people probably don't even know that the technology we just mentioned is called supernuclear explosion. Well, if we didn't get the technology from the outer galaxy, we wouldn't be able to develop such a terrible nuclear explosion technology. Sword comes. Speaking of which, if our kingdom of Dion hadn't obtained the technology from the alien system, we wouldn't be able to unify the entire Martian circle. At present, we have not yet fully grasped the alien technology, and there are still many things that are still being studied. Uncle, sometimes I wonder if the weapons used by the Tianyi mercenary corps are also developed by alien systems. Probably not. Most of the information in our country was developed by Long Fei alone, and many things were designed by Long Fei when he was a child. Alexander remained silent, his expression somewhat unwilling to believe it was true. My nephew, believe it or not, the reason why His Majesty tried to recruit him back then was not because he was a new human being, but because His Majesty wanted to use his wonderful brain to study the technology of those alien systems. Maybe with his wonderful brain, he can decipher the technology of the alien galaxy. Alexander wondered if he had messed up his father's plan before. As a result, in the past few years, his father has paid less and less attention to him, and his love for him has decreased. On the contrary, the second brother, who is not popular on weekdays, has become more and more valued and loved by his father. Manhwa saw what his nephew was thinking and said, "Don't underestimate your second brother. Among you 3 brothers, your second brother is actually the most powerful. Think about it, Yelisot. There are people around him. How many talents?" Alexander thought for a while, only to realize that the people around his second brother were all talented people. After your elder brother died, how did your father treat your elder brother's grandfather's family? Alexander recalled that many of the rights of his elder brother's grandfather's family were taken away by his father, and some of them were even charged and disposed of by his father. Alexander said in shock, "Could it be that the father did all this to pave the way for the second brother?" This possibility is very high. If your performance is not good, then what you said will come true. If your performance dissatisfies your father, that is your father paving the way for your second brother. If you behave well and satisfy your royal father, it can also become the road paved by your royal father. Alexander vowed that he must win this war, and said in his heart, "The throne must be mine." Elishad's birth status is much lower than mine. He is not qualified to be the heir of the father. On the other side, Long Fei and other important members are holding an emergency meeting. Seeing the terrifying explosion of the supernuclear explosion, everyone exclaimed. Looking at the incomplete information, Long Fei's brain was performing calculations, and filling in those loopholes. Everyone looked at Long Fei. Long Fei conducted research for a period of time and came up with a result. This may be a technology from an alien galaxy. Many people at the scene looked at the other people next to each other, and everyone had expressions of surprise and even disbelief. Salamanda said at this time, "The kingdom of Dion has not yet unified the Mars Circle, and there are rumors that they have obtained the technology of the alien system. Holy machines, battleships, etc., are all the results of their reverse development from the technology research of the alien system." At this time, a general who admired Long Fei stood up very unconvinced and said, "Colonel Salamanda, what you mean to say is that the things developed by the boss are almost the same as those developed by the Dion Empire, and the Gundam developed by the boss, is it not worth mentioning?" "General, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Salamander raised his hands and said. Long Fei raised his hand to stop. Don't be so excited. Gundam may be a very advanced product in your mind or in the civilization of our planet, but it may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of aliens. Then Long Fei asked Salamander, the nuclear explosion in the video, did you hear similar things when you were in the Martian circle? No, boss, I guess they hadn't developed it at that time. If they had developed it a long time ago, they would just launch it and wipe out all the rebels at that time. Li Jiaming said with some doubts at this time. Why don't they install it in the missile as a warhead? It's still a technology. They are not very mature yet. I guess that thing is probably immature, or it can only stay where it is and start the explosion. Long Fei estimated. Li Jiaming reminded. In the future, when we take down the area occupied by Dion's army, we must check it carefully, lest the other party hide that super nuclear bomb, and then an explosion will cause us heavy losses. Lieutenant General Shrek said. We also need to pay more attention to the movement of the Mars Circle. The revolution has almost corresponded to the number 5 colonial area, and the 12th branch base will become our main frontline battlefield. AICC then continued. At present, I think our 19th and 21st branch bases in the number 3 colonial area should also be on alert, because the Annihilation Army occupies the territory of the number 97 colonial satellite of the United States of America. Partially borders Colony Number 3. On February 20th, 125, the first year of the universe, the media of various countries broadcast a piece of news. The content of the news is that many former Wanluo Federation people first pledged their allegiance to the Dion Empire to the screen, saying that they would become the sword of the Dion Empire to kill the enemy, and they would also become the shield of the Dion Empire to resist the invasion of the enemy. At the same time, many former members of the Wanluo Federation put on the military uniforms of the Dion Imperial Army and swore allegiance in front of the national flag of the Dion Imperial Army. These former Wanluo Federation people who swore allegiance to the Dion Empire now say in front of the camera that they are no longer Wanluo Federation people, but noble Dion Empire people. It was also announced that they and their colleagues would go to the colonial circle to fight for the great ideals of their country. This news aroused the attention and shock of all countries in the world, among which the Wanluo Federation was the most shocked and hit. It even aroused the anger of the people of the Wanluo Federation, accusing these people of being traitors, and many people of the Wanluo Federation even expressed that they wanted to go to the battlefield to kill these traitors. Pervy fanned the flames with his online book. Dear compatriots of the Wanluo Federation, if their family members are threatened to join the Dion Empire Army, it can be forgiven, but they have already taken the initiative to join the Dion Empire. They can no longer forgive them. They are the enemies of our country. They are traitors of their own country, drink our country's water and eat our country's food, and finally betray the country. These people are a bunch of white-eyed wolves, and the only sanction we have to give them is to kill them. This made the crowd's anger even more intense, and many Wanluo Federation people expressed their willingness to serve and kill these traitors. This made the recruitment counter of the Wanluo Federation suddenly crowded with people. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps also attaches great importance to this news. When the news broadcast this matter, it is estimated that the Dion Empire authorities did it deliberately and handed over this matter to the media. The senior management of the Tianyi Mercenary Group reckoned that this matter should have been going on for some time. Since the outbreak of the supernuclear bomb, many of the red dots that were originally in the area of colonial satellite number 100 have disappeared in the local area, and the rest were destroyed by the Second Army of Annihilation. The Annihilation First Army intends to attack the number 99 colonial satellite of the former Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic of the United Nations. Annihilating the Second Army is in the number 100 colony satellite area, and is going to find a meteorite for transformation as a temporary base. Some reconnaissance troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps discovered that the support troops from the Martian sphere had entered the occupied territory, and their goal was the colonial satellite No. It seems that the Dion Army intends to fight a protracted war with the Tianyi Mercenary Group. However, Lieutenant General AICC once told to beware of the possible entry of the Annihilation Army in the number 3 colonial area. Not long after the news was broadcast, The patrol team of the 19th branch of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps discovered that there were several small units of the Annihilation Army, battalion level, fleet, is wandering back. In addition to accepting orders and doing business, the 19th branch base also monitored the movements of the Annihilator Army on the other hand. On February 22, 125, the first year of the universe, many international media broadcast the news, and some people also announced that they would give up their national identity and choose to be loyal to the Dian Empire. Just changing from the Wanluo Federation to the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic of China also dealt a big blow to the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic of China. Apricot. This made many people laugh at themselves that the colonial circle was a disguised civil war. Intense fighting is taking place at the junction of Colonial Satellite Domain number 99 and Colonial Satellite Domain number 100 of the former United States of America. The reinforcements received by the Annihilation Army have been organized into the Fourth Army. The Fourth Army, except for the high-level people, is mostly composed of the former Wanluo Federation and the former United Nations of Anglo-Sa Democracy. Major General Shan Wenwu, the commander of the first group army to exterminate, laughed at himself. Whether my troops killed the real Dian Empire people or the original people of those two countries. The two legions have been at war for several days. At present, the annihilation of the Fourth Army has always had a steady stream of reinforcements. Although there are resources that have been sent in to wipe out the First Army Group, it is basically not so easy for the Tianyi Mercenary Group to transfer people to replace the mercenaries who died in battle. Although the contract signed by the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the United Army has earned countless money, resources, and benefits, etc., but at the moment, it is the people who are causing them headaches. Now, the Tianyi Mercenary Group has been recruiting a large number of people to join the Tianyi Mercenary Group. It's just that the Tianyi Mercenary Group has always been in the standard of Ningqimu. Once those who join the Tianyi Mercenary Group do not perform well in training, they will still be kicked out of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Even among the newcomers receiving training, some newcomers who could not withstand the rigorous training of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps couldn't stand it and quit halfway. This is also the main reason why the Tianyi Mercenary Group is often understaffed from before to now. Recently, Li Jiaming has no choice but to lower the standard. As long as the performance is not too bad, those who are willing to obey orders will stay and continue training, and a series of training standards have been lowered. You damn Tianyi mercenaries! If you are willing to accept the commission of the United Army to go to the Martian Circle to defeat the Dian Empire, we will not be captured by the Dian Army and forced to fight by them. If it weren't for you, my wife and children wouldn't be taken away, and I wouldn't be forced to go to the battlefield. This is all your fault. If I die, my wife and other children may also be threatened to go to the battlefield. Wife, my babies, Daddy loves you. All the former Wanluo Federation and the former Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China, driving manticores, winged birds, armored monsters, and salamanders, while fighting, uttered fearful cries. What they resented most was the Dian Empire, and what they complained the most was the Tianyi Mercenary Group. They felt that they were all to blame for falling into such a situation. The Tianyi mercenaries fighting on the front line even heard the fear cries of these people when their cockpits received some channels. While fighting, these people shouted. They don't even want to die in battle. Apart from being afraid of death, what's more important is that Dian's army threatens them in various ways. If they don't perform well on the battlefield, they will throw their wives and children into the battlefield. If you die in battle, your wife and children will also be thrown into the battlefield one after another, so you must perform well. Some still shouted and fought with tears and snot. A former member of the Wanluo Federation saw a village rain attacking him with a sword in front of the screen and didn't know how to react at all, so he could only shout with his head in his hands. After that, the beam saber pierced into his cockpit and he evaporated directly. Even if the Tianyi mercenaries hear the fearful cries of these people on the channel, the Tianyi mercenaries have no mercy. For Tianyi mercenaries, no matter what your reason is, as long as you go to the battlefield to fight us, you are the enemy, and the enemy will kill you. The Tianyi mercenaries attacked without hesitation. Don't kill me. The former United People's Republic of Anglo-Sadia begged Jie Gang in front of the screen not to kill him. However, the driver Jigong didn't receive his channel. Even if he received it, The driver opened fire without hesitation. In the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic is fighting an extremely fierce war. Colony number 3 is at relative peace. In a certain country in the number 3 colonial area, the 19th sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary regiment of a certain colonial satellite was built here. The sub-base has other Tianyi Group subsidiaries investing in the colonial satellite. Nayli works in a food processing company under Tianyi Group and is in charge of handling the books in the office, and her husband, Weiss, is a delivery person for a truck in the food processing company. The two couples have been working in this company for a while and live in the dormitory arranged for them by the company. Apart from the two of them, many colleagues and couples who gave up their status as the Dion Empire all arranged to work in different industry subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group. Nayli found that several colleagues in the office would pay attention to her from time to time, and she knew that these people were wary of her. She knew that those who were wary of her might be Tianyi mercenaries. As for her colleagues in the company, no one knew her original identity. Nayli knew clearly that it was because the company did not reveal her original identity. Otherwise, the colleagues who were close to her at first might alienate her immediately. Nayli handed over the processed ledger documents to her supervisor. Nayli, how are you doing here? Are you still used to it with your husband? Nali looked at the female executive who was sitting in the office chair in front of her. She knew that the woman in front of her was a member of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. On the surface, she cared and asked her, but she was actually testing her. My husband and I live a good life. The colleagues here are very kind to us and our husband and wife. Having such a peaceful life is the happiest for us and our husband and wife. Well, that's good. Director, tell your superiors that you don't have to treat us as thieves all the time. You are willing to take us in so that we can have a job and live a peaceful life. We are very grateful to you, but our husband and wife you too will not tell you what we know. The female supervisor nodded and said, as long as you and your husband keep yourselves in peace, we won't do you any harm. I understand this, Director. I will go to my business first. Go. When it was lunchtime, Nayli was waiting for her husband. At this time, the husband had almost delivered the goods and returned to the company to have a working meal with her. But 15 minutes have passed, and the van driven by Weiss has not yet returned to the company. Could it be a traffic jam on the road? Nayli suddenly felt a sense of discomfort in her heart, even a colic feeling. At this time, a female colleague in charge of the operator ran up to Nayli in a panic and shouted, Nayli, your husband's truck exploded. In the throbbing pain in Nayli's heart, she felt an ominous premonition and asked in a panic, why did the truck explode? I don't know. The supervisor arranged for me to take you to the hospital. Nayli got into her colleague's car and rushed to the hospital. Nayli kept praying that her husband would not have an accident. When Nayli came to the emergency room, Nayli could only sit on a chair and pray for her husband's safety. After the headlights in the emergency room were turned off, the attending doctor came out. Where are the family members? I am. Nayli came to the attending doctor. I'm sorry, we tried our best. Let's deal with the funeral for your loved ones. Nayli turned around and couldn't stand still, and the colleagues beside her immediately supported her. Apart from her blank mind, Nayli could only cry bitterly. The attending doctor took a look and left the scene with a sigh. In addition to helping Nayli deal with Weiss' death, the company also gave Nayli a week's vacation. Nayli was in her dormitory room, lying on the bed hugging her husband's photo, with tears streaming down her eyes. On the 4th day after her husband's death, Nayli was very depressed and unable to pull herself together. The current preliminary investigation is that the van driven by her husband was planted with a remote-controlled bomb. Yawn bar. Nari roughly guessed who the husband who killed her was. At this moment the doorbell rang, but Nayli didn't respond at all. The doorbell rang for about 5 minutes before it stopped. Then, Nayli's cell phone rang. Nayli picked up her phone and saw it was a mysterious number. Nayli frowned, but still connected. Hello, are you Ms. Nayli? I am. Who are you? I am Lieutenant Mai of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. We have already found out who killed your husband, and we have already caught him. Originally, Nayli's dull eyes regained their spirit. Where are you now? I want to see that person. We're right on your doorstep. Nayli quickly got off the bed and opened the door quickly, regardless of her appearance. There were 2 men and a woman standing in front of the door, all wearing sunglasses. Where are people? Come with us, said the leader, the bearded man in sunglasses. Nayli followed the 3 of them. Although her husband was killed and she suffered a great blow, she still had to be on guard against others. Nelly was still on guard. One of the women in sunglasses said, "Don't be on guard. If we want to kill you, any of us can easily kill you." Nelly frowned and asked, "Then where are you taking me?" "Base." The bearded man in sunglasses replied, and then gestured to another man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses took out a tablet, opened the files inside, and pushed the tablet towards Nelly. Nelly took the tablet and saw that there were many split videos in the tablet. Every video contained the figure of a truck driven by her husband. Nelly found a suspicious figure appeared in some segmented videos, which was a man in terms of body shape. Suspicious figure man wearing duckbill cap. In one segmented video, the suspicious figure walked up to the truck while her husband was unloading, took out something from his jacket and put it on the chassis of the truck, then lowered his cap and quickly left the scene. Then, there are other split videos showing the figure of the man in the duckbill hat leaving the scene. Then, at one point, the duckbill cap is taken off, the jacket is replaced by another, and the man's hairstyle is a crew cut. Nelly returned the tablet to the man in sunglasses. Soon, Nelly got into a recreational vehicle with the three of them, and there was another blonde woman in sunglasses sitting in the driver's seat of the recreational vehicle. After everyone got into the car, the blonde woman with sunglasses drove off. At this time, the girl in sunglasses said to Nelly, "Besides you, there are many couples like you who were attacked by the secret agents of the Dion Kingdom." Nelly asked worriedly, "How are they doing?" "There are some couples who are attacked and killed. Some, like you, either die from the wife or the husband." Nelly clenched her fists tightly. She didn't understand why the Dion Empire was unwilling to let them go, because they violated the Emperor's new humanism, so they had to die. Afterwards, the group arrived at the 19th sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. At this time, the man in sunglasses said to Nelly, "You want to meet the person who killed your husband? You must inject this sleeping potion." After speaking, he took out a needle with liquid medicine. Nelly pulled up her sleeves without hesitation and asked the man in sunglasses to inject her with medicine. Soon Nelly fell into a coma. About an hour later, Nelly woke up from a bed where the three of them were leaning against the door. "Wake up, take a rest, or go to see the person who killed your husband now." "I want to see him now." "Okay, please come with us." Nelly was a little unsteady when she got out of bed, and the girl in sunglasses came over to support Nelly. Soon, the four came to a secret room. After entering the secret room, there was a man with a crew cut whose hands and feet were handcuffed and fettered. When the crew cut man looked up and saw Nelly, his eyes showed hostility. Nelly didn't talk nonsense and asked directly, "Why?" "Hey," the flat-headed man sneered and said, "Why do you still have the face to ask? Feel your conscience." Nelly grabbed the crew-haired man's collar excitedly and asked angrily, "Our husband and wife have not betrayed the country we were born in. We just want to find a place to live and live the life of our husband and wife, just because my husband is an ordinary human being. You are not willing to let my husband go? Huh, it's not just your husband. In fact, I plan to kill you. Unfortunately, I was caught by Tianyi mercenaries before I did it. Otherwise, I will let you reunite with your husband. You are a traitor in this country. Both you and your husband have violated His Majesty's new humanism, and both of you and your husband deserve to die." Nelly roared angrily with tears in her eyes. "For this reason, you are going to kill our husband and wife. You didn't even think about the fact that our husband and wife once worked for the country. Our husband and wife have never betrayed the Dion Empire, nor has he done anything disloyal to the country. Infidelity, huh? Your husband and wife have violated His Majesty's new humanism, which is the biggest betrayal of the Dion Empire. You deserve to die." Nelly raised her hand and punched the flat-headed man in the face, crying, "For this reason, you don't allow our husband and wife to have a shelter. You don't allow our husband and wife to walk together in love. You don't allow us husband and wife can live a peaceful life." The flat-headed man was beaten until his mouth was bleeding, but he laughed maniacally and said, "Ha! For a traitor like you who betrayed the noble new human beings, only making you suffer is the greatest punishment for you. Letting you die is right. Your best home, huh? I'm going to kill you." Nelly yelled with tears streaming down her face and pinched the crew-haired man with both hands, wanting to kill the crew-cut man with her own hands to avenge her husband. The girl in sunglasses and the guy in sunglasses rushed over to pull Nelly away. Let me go, let me go, I'm going to kill him. The bearded man in sunglasses said, we can't agree to your request. This man is useful to us for the time being. We can't let you kill him for the time being. We still have many things to ask him. I don't care, I'm going to kill him. Nelly struggled desperately. She wanted to strangle that hateful short-haired man with her own hands. The man in sunglasses and the woman in sunglasses immediately threw Nelly to the ground, and the bearded man in sunglasses immediately injected the medicine into Nelly's body with a needle. At this moment, Nelly fell into a coma. The bearded man in sunglasses looked at the man with the crew cut and said, someone will ask you later. If you cooperate, it will save you from suffering otherwise. Don't scare me. Just use whatever trick you have. The flat-headed man said with disdain, I hope your flesh and bones can really bear our hospitality. Nelly herself didn't know how long she had been in a coma before she woke up. The bearded man in sunglasses was leaning against the wall and looking at Nelly. What's your plan next? Do you want to stay here, or can we help you move to a safe place and let you start your life again? Asked the bearded man in sunglasses. I want to join your Tiani mercenary group. The bearded man in sunglasses frowned and said, are you trying to avenge your husband? Don't forget, it's the country you were born in anyway. I don't have any feelings for this country anymore after they killed my husband and my wife. As far as I know, your parents are still in the kingdom of Dion, so you don't have to worry that one day the kingdom of Dion will come to a nationwide mobilization, and you may meet your parents on the battlefield, and then you will be able to greet your parents. Shoot. Because at that time there is already no father and son on the battlefield, and you and your parents are already enemies. Nelly was silent. She didn't think of this level. She only wanted to avenge her husband and kill those ruthless Dion Imperial Army. You should think it over carefully first. If you really have the awareness, we welcome you to join. The bearded man in sunglasses was about to leave after speaking. Nelly stopped the bearded man in sunglasses. Is there a problem? I want to write a letter. Can you pass it on to someone for me? Who should I hand it over to? My former commander, Nadezhda. The bearded man in sunglasses nodded after thinking for a few seconds. Yes. On March 1st, 125, the first year of the universe, the detention center where Osmane and Nadezhda were located. Not long ago, the two finished overtime work, cleared the points, and then exchanged for what they wanted. The two went back to their own cells and ate a sumptuous prison meal that was exchanged for points. Not long after the two had had their fill, the staff of the detention center came to the gate of Nadezhda's cell. Nadezhda, here is a letter from you. My letter. Nadezhda felt a little puzzled, but then thought it might be the letter from Nelly, thanked the staff, and took the envelope. Osmane mainly lay on the bed, turned on the TV, and watched the news. News reports that the colonial satellite number 99 occupied by the United States of Angris Democracy has been taken by the Tiani mercenary group. Colony 95 is still at war. Osmane looked at the known battle situation so far and found that the Dion Empire had no soldiers to use, so he captured the people from the colonial area and took their family members hostage to force them to fight. This not only solves the lack of soldiers in the Dion Empire, but also allows people in the colonial area to kill each other. Osmane really admired Mswati's vicious methods. Suddenly, Nadezhda punched the table and cursed, "Bastard!" Osmane immediately sat up from the bed and asked Nadezhda, "What's wrong?" Nadezhda handed the letter to Osmane. "You can read it yourself." Osmane took the letter, looked at the contents of the letter. His expression became more and more ugly, and finally, he couldn't help but punched in front of the iron pillar railing, cursing. "Isn't this pushing them to the opposite side? Why not let them go?" The letter was written by Nelly to Nadezhda, telling her former regiment leader what happened to her. Just at this time, the news reported that the secret agents of the Kingdom of Dion launched terrorist attacks in some countries in Colonial Area Number 3. The targets of the attack are those who marry ordinary humans and give up their status as the Dion Empire. Soon, shouts of cheers came from many cells. "These traitors are punished. These traitors deserve to die. They should be executed promptly." Kalong, who is next door to Osmane, clenched his fists and shouted, "Okay." Osmane and Nadezhda frowned, because many colleagues in the detention center did not cheer, and some even felt heartbroken for the dead colleagues. This will cause them to tear each other apart, and the kingdom of Dion will cause each other to kill each other. The last line of the letter written by Nali states that she will join the Tianyi mercenary group to avenge her husband. The two of them understood that the former members of the Dion Empire who had the same experience as Nali would most likely join the Tianyi mercenary group. The 19th and 21st branch bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps in Colonial Area No. 3 are currently on alert. These two branch bases have not dispatched troops into the territory of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic to reinforce their colleagues. The main reason is that the scale of these two sub-bases is not very large if it is fighting in the No. 3 colonial area. The troops in the two sub-bases are enough to deal with it, and it is not enough to send reinforcements to other colonial areas. Moreover, the borderlines of No. 3 and No. 4 colonial areas are so long. Even if all the troops of the two sub-bases are put on guard at the borders, it may not be able to be leak-proof. Although, the Annihilation Army can only enter the colonial area No. 3 by relying on the borders of the No. 98 and No. 97 colonial satellite domains of the former United States of Anglo-Saxon. As long as the troops are reduced to zero and the cloaking device is turned on, there is still a chance to enter colonial area No. 3. What's more, the two sub-bases still have to accept commission business, and there are not many troops who can guard the border. On the other side, wipe out the battle line formed by the First Army and the Second Army. The Second Army has temporarily built a modified meteorite base, barely able to manufacture and repair warships, MS, and mobile fortresses. After destroying the First Army, the colonial satellite No. 99 will be notified to the United States of Anglo-Saxon, allowing the country to take over. After the colonial satellite No. 99 was obtained by annihilating the First Group Army, after a series of investigations, no supernuclear post-explosion was found. In the internal environment, many buildings have been destroyed by the Annihilation Army. The arsenal also has a lot of equipment, and the buildings have been destroyed, and the basic operations cannot even be performed. The annihilation of the First Army was only after the restoration of several relatively complete arsenals as a logistical maintenance and manufacturing support. Then, notify the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China to come over and manage and carry out the reconstruction work. The Annihilation Army retains 3 colonial satellites No. 98, 97, and 96. At present, the Annihilation First and Second Army groups are unable to take down the Annihilation Group Army in a short time. The two generals Shan Wenwu and Don Ma decided to temporarily use the tactic of waiting for work as much as possible and try to deploy as many guerrilla troops as possible to carry out guerrilla warfare in the areas of the 3 colonial satellites. Then, let the United Army and the Angrusa Army operating in the No. 95 colonial satellite field drag down 1/3 of the Annihilation Army's troops. The two Annihilation groups took advantage of their numbers to fight a guerrilla war of attrition with each other, allowing the Annihilation Army, which was not superior in numbers, to rush around to deal with it. This kind of guerrilla warfare is the most ideal for the Tianyi mercenary group, since it is not a large-scale battle. It will not cause much loss of personnel. On the contrary, the Tianyi mercenary group is very good at fighting this kind of guerrilla attrition war, and this way they can get a longer-term reimbursement fee from the coalition army. On March 5, 125, the first year of the universe, Colony No. 3. At the place where Dion's 3rd Expeditionary Force was wiped out in the meteorite field, somewhere in the distance, there is a troop, battalion-level fleet, sent by Dion's Annihilation Army, and the stealth function is being turned on at the moment. In fact, several battalion-level fleets originally came, but unfortunately they were discovered by the Tianyi mercenary fleet patrolling the border and were driven back by the Tianyi mercenary fleet. The battalion-level fleet that is in stealth is the unit under the Second Army of the Annihilation Army, and the commander of the battalion-level fleet is Major Amelia. Small book booth. Major Amelia is in her office when she receives a mysterious email. Major Amelia smiled cruelly after reading the content of the mysterious email and said, "After waiting for so long, the opportunity for revenge has finally come." Then, there was a sound from the computer on the desk, which was an order from her superiors. Major Amelia looked at the conveyed order document. Major Amelia typed out a line of mysterious password on the virtual projection keyboard, and the content of the transmitted command file suddenly changed. The line of mysterious code that Major Amelia typed out. Even if the prosecutorial department found that the order document had been tampered with, it could only be found among the officers who delivered the order. Major Amelia then deliberately printed out this document and came to the command room with a scowling face. Major. The staff in the command room saluted Major Amelia. After Major Amelia returned the military salute to his subordinates, some staff officers saw the major's expression very angry. "Sir, what happened? Why is your expression so angry?" A staff officer boldly asked. "Look for yourselves." Major Amelia threw the printed document directly on the command table. When the staff members looked at the document, their expressions included shock, disbelief, dumbfounded, and so on. "Major, is this document not real? Do you think I was joking with you and showed you a fake document? I checked this document many times and even contacted my superiors, but the superiors directly informed me that this was the order," Major Amelia said for a while, hitting the command table. "Major, how can we carry out this order? There are all our compatriots over there. How can we do it? We should have come out with them, not killed them." Major Amelia looked heartbroken, but said helplessly, "I don't want to, but an order is an order, and it is the nature of our soldiers to obey orders. And this order was issued by the third prince. And how many of the compatriots are still ordered by the third prince to take their lives? Major, even though those people belong to the second prince, no matter what, they obeyed the second prince's order and helped His Highness the eldest prince. Although they were defeated and captured in the end, they are still our compatriots. Do you think I don't know that they are our compatriots? I also asked my superiors for a reason, and the superiors responded directly to me. This is an order issued by the third prince. The reason is that the noble Dion soldiers only died in battle and were not captured. The captured Dion soldiers have to apologize with death. This is their sin of being defeated and captured." Major Amelia said again with a helpless expression. "It's like telling everyone present that I have tried my best, but this is the order given by the superior. I have no way to disobey it, and we must implement it." Major Amelia, in addition to ordering the next battle, also ordered all the soldiers who were going to fight to give a round of enlightenment and explanation and obey the orders of the three princes. After the order was issued to the entire battalion-level fleet, everyone couldn't believe that there would be such an order. Many Dion soldiers refused to obey the order to point their guns at their compatriots. As a result, the superior directly shot several Dion soldiers who opposed the most fiercely on the grounds of disobeying the military order. "Everyone, we are soldiers. It is our soldiers' duty to serve and obey orders." The third prince actually gave such an order. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it. Our noble Dion soldiers can only die in battle without surrendering, let alone be captured by the enemy, because this is the greatest insult to our Dion army. Only death is the final destination of the Dion soldiers, and it also means that the noble Dion soldiers died on the battlefield. Dion soldiers can only take orders. The meteorite area of the Dion Army Detention Center is held, and the two areas are patrolled by drones or GM2s and various series of short swords from time to time. There are also radar stations placed on the outer meteorites. The red-haired staff at the radar station sat on a chair looking at the instrument as usual, eating snacks, talking to the blue-haired colleagues next to them, and looking at the radar from time to time. Strange, just now the radar shows that there seems to be a signal that is not our side. The red-haired staff member looked at the instrument and said, "Could it be a malfunction? Probably not." The red-haired staff member knocked on the instrument in front of him and then said, "Anyway, we got our radar from the Tiani mercenaries, although it may be lagging behind in the eyes of the Tiani mercenaries. Radar, but looking at the entire world, it is still an advanced radar. Forget it. I should contact my superiors to inform the situation just now." When the red-haired staff got up and went to the nearby phone to contact their superiors, the blue-haired staff behind him suddenly fell to the ground. The red-haired staff member turned his head and saw his colleague lying on the ground with blood streaming from his throat. The red-haired staff was taken aback. Just as he was about to go over to check, his mouth was covered suddenly, and then his throat was cold, and blood flowed from the throat wound. When he fell to the ground, he heard, "This radar station is fixed. Already, inform the troops to enter the meteorite area of the detention center." A few hours later, several modified meteorites, detention centers, were attacked, although some drones and patrolling MS discovered that it was the Dion army and immediately notified the headquarters. Then take immediate action and attack the attacking Dion army. However, the MS of the Dion army are armored monsters and salamanders, and holy machines are blood red and emerald green. The GM2 and various series of short swords are very weak against armor and energy shields of armored monsters and salamanders. What's more, these patrolling MS basically don't have powerful firepower equipment. Even if the Storm Dagger uses its strongest weapon, it takes several consecutive shots to destroy the energy shield of the salamander. Blood red and emerald green are not MS that GM2 and various series of daggers can handle. Many GM2 and other MS were shot down one after another. The prisoners in the detention center thought that the country had sent troops to rescue them. The prisoners began to resist and attack the staff of the detention center, and some prisoners even killed the staff. Then, many Dion soldiers entered the detention center. When many prisoners saw Dion's ground troops, many enthusiastic prisoners wanted to hug their colleagues and thank them for their rescue. However, Dion ground forces turned their rifles on their former colleagues ahead. This caused many prisoners to feel a burst of consternation. Some of Dion's ground troops just said, "I'm sorry," and pulled the trigger, shooting their former colleagues in front of them. The prisoners who were shot in the front let out howls before they died, while the prisoners in the rear looked astonished, and the prisoners who reacted faster quickly found a place to hide. The Dion ground army conducted a search in the relevant detention center and shot and killed as long as they found no one alive. Then, take the airship to the next modified meteorite detention center. Arthur Vick, clutching his gunshot-wounded right arm, hid in a plantation area under the protection of one of his subordinates. The two hid in the cornfield, and the subordinate put down Arthur Vick and tore off his sleeves to bandage Arthur Vick's wound. "Lord Arthur Vick, what is going on? Even though the third prince dislikes his second brother and hates us, he should kill us instead of other compatriots. Cos, something is wrong. No matter how willful and arrogant the third prince is, he can't do such a stupid thing under such circumstances." "Lord Arthur Vick, you mean that this matter is not the intention of the third prince, but someone wants to frame the third prince?" "I don't know about that. My lord, let's hide first, they are coming." Kos helped Arthur up, just in time to see two scythes on the ground. He quickly picked them up and handed one to himself and the other to Arthur. Kos first placed Arthur Vick in a denser place, while he hid in the corn pile on the other side. At this time, several Dion ground troops searched the area. One of them walked to the vicinity of Arthur Vick and used the scanning function of the helmet to scan to see if the fish slipped through the net. Kos tightly gripped the sickle in his hand. Once Arthur Vick was found, Kos would rush out of the corn pile and fight the opponent desperately. Just when the scanning function was about to scan to the location where Arthur Vick was, a colleague called and left. After Dion's ground army walked away, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But the two dared not come out for the time being. It took almost an hour for Kos to emerge from the corn pile. Kos went to help Yasvik out, and found that Yasvik's face was very pale, and reached out to touch his forehead, only to find that Yasvik had a high fever. Kos found that it was an inflammation of the wound. "Master Arthur Vick, hold on, I'll take you to the clinic right away." Kos immediately put Arthur Vick on his back. On the way, they also saw countless corpses of staff and prisoners. When he came to the clinic, Kos put Arthur Vick on the hospital bed, and then found antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and so on. Kos immediately asked Arthur Vick, who was weak, to take the medicine quickly. Shortly after Arthur Vick took the medicine, he temporarily fell asleep in a weak body. Kos is now looking around the clinic, taking guns and walkie-talkies and more from a staff member's body. Then back to the clinic. Kos took Arthur Vick's temperature, and the high fever had subsided somewhat. Suddenly, Kos heard footsteps not far away. Kos immediately hid in one place. The door of the clinic opened, and 3 people came in one after another. Kos immediately held a pistol, pointed at the head of the person in the front, and said, "Don't move." Then Kos said in surprise, "It's you." He put down the gun. All 3 raised their hands in shock. It turned out that the person who came in was a colleague who was also a prisoner like him, and the one in the middle was a local staff member who was held hostage by the colleague behind him. Seeing that they are companions, Everyone is relieved. Is there anyone else besides you? Kos asked. One of the last replied. There are two more, and one of them is injured. Just when we found this guy, we caught him and asked him to bring us to the clinic. He pointed his chin at the staff. Kos looked at the staff member, who was a young man who seemed to have just come out of social work. The staff member's expression looked very frightened. Probably the previous incident frightened him. Then bring the injured person in. Only then did two people walk in, and one of them also suffered a gunshot wound to his arm, but luckily, it was just a scrape. After the wound was bandaged, they could only sit down and chat. They really didn't understand why their compatriots attacked them. One of them had fierce eyes, grabbed the staff by the collar, and asked, "Do you know where the call desk of this detention center is?" "Aye." Before the staff could answer, Arthurwick coughed. Kos quickly checked. "Water, water." Kos hurriedly checked the entire surroundings. Fortunately, there was a water filter and immediately added a glass of warm water for Arthurwick to drink. "My lord, are you feeling better?" "It's much better." Arthurwick looked at the few compatriots in front of him who were still alive. Arthurwick said at this time, "I heard the wailing of many compatriots." "My lord, what do you mean?" "When I passed by, my consciousness, my spirit sensed many detention centers all around, and my compatriots wailed and died with unwilling hatred." "My lord, do you mean that not only our detention center, but also many detention centers have suffered the same thing?" "Right." One of them was so excited that he flipped through things and cursed. "Why did you treat us like this? Aren't we compatriots? What did we do wrong?" At this time, Arthurwick asked the staff, "Little brother, can you go to the console and call for help?" The staff didn't seem to hear and didn't want to answer. The prisoner with fierce eyes pinched the staff by the throat and said, "I'm asking you. Don't you know how to answer?" The staff members were very stubborn with their eyes closed, unwilling to answer. At this time Arthurwick raised his hand and said, "Don't be unreasonable to my little brother. This little brother, we asked you to go to the console for help, not to ask you to call the Dion army. You have also seen their behavior. How can we might call them over? Now only your company can save us all." The staff member opened his eyes and lowered his head to think for a while, and nodded when he felt it made sense. "Kos, you go with this little brother. At least you have someone to take care of you." Osmane and Nadezhda, who were working, suddenly sensed countless wailing sounds in their minds, which made them feel uneasy for a while. At this moment the siren sounded. At this time, the staff instructed the prisoners to go to a safe place to hide. However, some captives with sharp minds probably came from their own national army. Many captives refused to follow the instructions of the staff, and even called other captives, and their national army came to rescue them. Many captives cheered happily. Osmane and Nadezhda did not feel any excitement, but instead felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Seeing that the person in charge of the detention center was about to lose control, he immediately projected images of attacks on other detention centers for the prisoners to watch. The captives who were excited and cheered felt a burst of astonishment and disbelief after seeing these images. Kalong let out a high-pitched roar. "This is not true. This is false. The noble people of the Dion Kingdom will never commit murder like their own compatriots. These images are deceiving us. Don't believe it." At this time, the broadcaster sounded. "If you don't believe it, you can stay where you are, and those who believe in those images, follow our instructions and go to a safe place." Osmane said to Kalong at this time, "General Kalong, don't you feel uneasy? What does it feel like? How does it feel?" Osmane knew that the comprehensive ability of Kalong's new humans was far inferior to him. Of course, the comprehensive abilities of most of the new humans present were not as good as his. However, there were a few new humans on the scene whose overall abilities were no less than Osmane, and they all felt the same way as Osmane. At the scene, most of the captives, mainly ordinary humans and adjusters, followed the instructions of the staff and went to hide in a safe place. Kalong and others remained at the scene. The staff of the detention center has already begun to stand by. Osmane and Nadezhda were talking from a safe place, and both felt the same way. But both want their feelings to be wrong. At this time, the captives hiding in a safe place asked the staff to connect to the monitor. They wanted to know whether what they said before was true. The staff switched on the monitors and asked them to look at the locations shot by each monitor. In addition to the battle with MS, the ground battle was also fierce. "Look!" a prisoner shouted. pointing at one of the projection screens. How so? Why? The video played on the screen happened to be where Kalong and other captives were, and Dion ground troops shot directly at them. The captives in the video can only run away desperately. Osmane and Nadezhda lowered their heads and frowned to analyze the current situation. The two looked at each other and understood what they were thinking without words. Osmane walked up to the staff and said, "Can you arrange weapons for us, and we will fight together?" The other prisoners were startled when they heard Osmane. "Can we trust you? I am most afraid that you will attack us directly with weapons." The staff was very wary. Osmane said, "Do you think we will attack you again? Besides, we have seen the video clearly. Do you think we expect them to come to us? Now we have to resist with weapons or find a place to fight." "Hi." The staff was a little hesitant. Nadezhda said, "When they shot at us, they were no longer our compatriots. Now we just want to live. If you can keep us safe, we will not ask you for weapons to protect ourselves. If no, please give us weapons. We want to protect ourselves. We want to live." The staff immediately asked their superiors for instructions. The superior agrees. The staff opened the closed door and said, "Come with me if you want to live, and I will take you to get weapons." The captives were a little hesitant, but thinking of those videos and images, they had no choice but to take weapons to protect themselves. Guman asked next to Osmane, "Uncle Osmane, is it right for us to do this?" "Gorman, now is not a question of right or wrong. Now is the moment. We must live. Only alive we can find out why such things happened." Guman didn't speak. Indeed, they had to survive now. At this time, the staff led them to a storage room. The staff took them in, and there were many storage boxes for firearms, all live ammunition, and basic bulletproof equipment in the storage room. After the staff pressed the password, the storage box opened. "Get your weapons now. We're running out of time." After everyone took their weapons, the staff showed them some internal structural drawings of the detention center. "Now you have to write down as much as you want. I have just been notified that Dion's army has partially broken through and entered our area." Osmane began to direct others to set traps and ambushes in different passages and locations. For about 10 minutes, the defeated detainees and prisoners in the detention center were running for their lives in different channels in a panic, and many Dion ground troops were chasing and killing them. In a maintenance factory, a few captives finally ran in, and within a few seconds, the gate was kicked open. 2 Dion ground troops armed with rifles, ready to shoot their former compatriots. Suddenly, dozens of people emerged from different maintenance machines, armed with rifles or submachine guns, and opened fire on the 2 Dion ground troops. If it's just a live ammunition rifle, even if it finishes firing 30 bullets, it may not be able to make the armor energy shield of Dion's ground army reach the limit. But at this moment, dozens of rifles and submachine guns started directly one after another, causing the armor energy protection cover to exceed the limit. The energy protection cover collapsed directly. Dozens of bullets directly penetrated the armor on their bodies and burst out all over their bodies. Countless blood mist was sprayed, causing them to fall to the ground riddled with holes. A few prisoners escaped from death lying on the ground, looking at other colleagues around them, all armed with rifles and bulletproof clothing. At this moment, Osmane helped one of the prisoners up and asked, "Where is Kalong? Has anyone seen him?" Several prisoners looked at me, and I looked at you. Each of them shook his head. Osmane ordered one of them to take some captives to fetch weapons. On the other side, Nadezhda led 10 people in an ambush in a cross passage. Several staff members fled in embarrassment, and several Dion ground troops behind them were chasing and killing them. At the cross passage, he was ambushed by Nadezhda's group. When examining the corpses, it was found that one of them was still alive, and emergency treatment was carried out quickly. Nadezhda then obtained information from this living victim and wanted to know why they were killed. "Say, what did we do wrong that you are going to come here to kill us?" As the above said, as a noble, cough. The soldiers of the Dion Empire had to die in battle and did not surrender, let alone, cough, to be prisoners of other countries. The dying Dion army had helplessness on their faces. With a guilty look, he didn't want to shoot his compatriots if he could, and the emergency treatment just made him live a little longer. Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing up blood at this moment. Holding a pistol, Nadezhda asked him, "Do you need me to give you a ride?" As he was dying, he said with tears in his eyes, "Okay, ahem. Please, if possible, I really don't want to shoot at you, but the orders of the superiors, as soldiers, have to disobey. I just want to die, to use my death to atone for the sins of the compatriots I shot. I really. Nadezhda put her index finger against his mouth, shook her head, and said, "Don't feel guilty. You are a soldier. You have to obey orders. We don't blame you for this matter. I will send you a ride now, to relieve your pain." "Thank you." Closing his eyes with tears and a smile. Death is the best result for him and his best atonement. Nadezhda tossed his head aside and pulled the trigger to send him the last ride. Nadezhda and others felt very painful and heavy inside. Nadezhda was in tears. She really hoped that all this was just a dream. But everything in front of her is true. If possible, she really doesn't want to kill each other among her compatriots. But it has already happened now. Now, she and her companions just want to survive, to find out why this happened. Strange, why are there so many people all of a sudden? The 3 Dion ground troops were hiding behind the bunker at the moment. They were hit by fierce firepower, and there were several corpses of my colleagues in front of me. They were ambushed just now, and suddenly several grenades rolled down to their feet. Oops! Although the 3 Dion ground troops reacted quickly, they immediately swooped down and fell down. However, the successive explosions caused their shield energy to collapse. The 3 Dion ground troops regrouped and fired at the passage elsewhere, knowing that they were surrounded by the other side. After the armor lost its energy interaction, dozens of bullets in a row were enough to penetrate their armor. The 3 Dion ground troops were quickly sieved. Gorman and his companions checked the corpses and confirmed that they had all been shot dead. On the other side, Osmane brought dozens of people to the place where Kalong and the others had been before. Looking at the corpses of their compatriots, the stiff expressions on their faces were filled with their puzzlement and astonishment. Every expression seemed to ask the compatriots who killed them, why did they kill them? At this time, the walkie-talkie at Osman's waist rang. "Captain, we have found General Kalong." "General Kalong, how is he? Is he all right?" "General Kalong is already dead. When we found him, he was already on the verge of death. Although we gave first aid, the general still couldn't make it through. Before he died, he only said, 'Why is this happening?'" Osmane's heart was very heavy, and he also wanted to know why such a thing happened. At this time, a call for help came from the intercom. A group of Osmane rushed to the rescue. Nadezhda's group was attacked at the cafeteria location. There are more than 30 people on Nadezhda's side, and there are only 6 people in Dion's ground army. 6 Dion ground troops suppressed Nadezhda's group, and nearly 10 people died under their guns. Damn, not enough bullets. Me too. Everyone complained in their hearts. Why the weapons in the detention center were not stronger. The main Tiani mercenary group felt that detaining all these live ammunition weapons was enough to manage the prisoners in the detention center, and did not expect that the detention center would be attacked. Because the meteorite area of the detention center is about 1,000 kilometers away from the 19th subbase, I don't think Dion's army came here to sneak attack. But I didn't expect that Dion's army really came to attack. The 6 Dion ground troops formed a team of 3 people and carried out crossfire suppression against Nadezhda's group from 2 different directions. Gorman happened to lead his troops to the rescue and suppressed the Dion ground army, a 3-man team in one of them. Nadezhda's side reduced a lot of pressure and began to suppress the other 3-person team with all their firepower. Osmane's group also came soon after, and together with Nadezhda's group, they attacked on both sides and shot the 3-person team to death. In the end, the 2 groups in Gorman's party besieged the last 3-member team. After finishing off the opponent, they began to count their companions and the ammunition in their hands. The team led by the 3 was either injured or killed, and they were running out of ammunition. "Captain, look, they still have some weapons." One of the team members picked up the rifle in the hands of the dead Dion ground army. "You check their rifles and weapons. The weapons in the detention center alone can't cope with the armor on them." After a short inventory, everyone was splitting up their weapons and preparing to go to other locations to ambush. Gumin suddenly found an invisible pheromone figure, and when he was about to attack Nadezhda, Gumin immediately pushed Nadezhda away. A beam of light shot through Gorman's chest, and the beam of light even shot through the bodies of several people. "Gorman!" Nadezhda shrieked, watching Gumin fall to the ground, blood dripping from the wound. Osmane held Dion's military pulse rifle and attacked the direction of the light beam that had just sneaked in. Several streams of blood mist sprayed out, and the invisible Dion army lost its invisibility function after the armor was shot through and appeared, then fell to the ground and died. Nadezhda hurriedly hugged Gamin. Gamin's face was pale, and blood bubbles overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Gorman, hold on, I'll treat you right away. Nadezhda hurriedly took out the emergency treatment supplies on her body and healed Gamin. Cover the injured and retreat to the kitchen. Osmane gave instructions. Because another Dion ground army came to the cafeteria, Osmane suppressed fire with others, and some of them dragged their wounded companions back into the kitchen. Osmane fought and retreated with the others. Nadezhda was doing emergency treatment for Gamin at the moment, but Gamin's heart was pierced by a beam of light. No matter how Nadezhda tried his best to treat him or shouted at Gamin desperately, Gamin's breath of life was lost bit by bit, and his eyes began to lose their spirit. With tears streaming down her face, Nadezhda held Gamin's face in both hands and cried, "Gamin, cheer me up. You will be fine. Support me. Rescue is coming. Rescue is coming soon." Osmane and the others also retreated into the kitchen, and many of them fired as hard as they could to prevent the Dion army in the cafeteria from going any further. Osmane hurried to Gamin. Gamin's eyes were lifeless, and Nadezhda was weeping bitterly at this moment. Osmane knelt in front of Gamin's body and covered Gamin's eyes with his hands. Osmane had a sore nose, shed tears, and said bitterly with self-reproach, "Brother Manhwa, I was useless because I didn't keep your only flesh and blood. If there is an afterlife, I would like to make amends for my incompetence. Captain Osmane, their number is increasing. Many of us have been killed by them. We can't hold on anymore." One of the team members shouted at Osmane. Osmane wiped away his tears. At this moment, he must cheer up and survive to avenge Gamin. Osmane was just about to give instructions. Not far away, there was an explosion. A huge hole was blown out of one of the walls, and a Tiani mercenary wearing a Spartan battle uniform drilled out of the hole. The Tiani mercenaries began to fire at the Dion army in the cafeteria. In outer space, a battalion-level fleet of the Tiani mercenary regiment is teaming up with the troops in the meteorite area of the detention center to deal with the Annihilation Army. The fact that the fleet of the Tiani mercenary group came here happened to be planning to come to the meteorite area of the detainment station for some supplies after completing the entrusted mission. It just happened to receive a distress signal from the meteorite area of the detention station and rushed over immediately. After receiving the distress signal, the 19th Branch Base immediately dispatched other troops to rescue. The Annihilation Battalion class fleet does not have any difficulty in dealing with the troops in the meteorite area of the detention center, but at this moment there is an additional opponent, the Tiani mercenary group. Annihilating the battalion class fleet immediately sent a retreat order, ordering all the Dion ground forces cleaning up on the meteorite to withdraw to the mothership within 15 minutes. The armored monsters and salamanders were suppressed by Jie Gang and Murasame, who were equipped with strong firepower. Blood Red and Emerald Green are dealt with by MK3 and Delta Plus. Gym 2 and various series of short swords are responsible for disrupting opponents. In the detention center where Osmane and his party were located, Dion's ground army was suppressed by the Tiani mercenaries, and they were also trying their best to leave the detention center and take their airship back to the mothership. A Tiani mercenary squatted in front of Gorman's body, shook his head to Nadezhda, indicating that he was dead and could not be revived. Nadezhda stretched out her hand to touch Gamin's face, which was no longer warm. Nadezhda said with tears in her eyes, "Auntie will avenge you." On March 6, 125, the first year of the universe, the Tiani mercenary group will detain the tragedy that happened in the meteorite area and send all the images and videos to various international media. All the media were shocked when they saw these images and videos, and they felt a burst of astonishment and dumbfounded. They never thought that the Dion Empire could even deal with its own people so cruelly. In order to confirm the authenticity of the images, various media asked the Tiani mercenary group's mother base and got a positive answer from the Tiani mercenary group's mother base. On March 7, 125, the first year of the universe, various international media broadcast shocking news. The news shocked the entire world. People from all over the world did not expect that the Dion Empire is ruthless and can take down its own family members. Wouldn't it be even more ruthless to treat people from non-other countries? The Dion Empire authorities bluntly denied it, saying the images were slanderous. On the other side, Alexander, Marnius, and a bunch of people knelt on the ground, not daring to move, and everyone had cold sweat on their foreheads. Because, in front of them, there was a three-dimensional body image, and Fadis's eyes were full of anger. At this moment, he was on the verge of erupting. He now wants to know why his own army massacred his compatriots. Alexander, explain to me why you gave the order to massacre your own compatriots? Father, I didn't. Issued an order to massacre my compatriots. I issued a combat order to rescue my compatriots. Alexander replied in a fearful and trembling tone. Then why did it become the massacre of your own compatriots? You can explain this to me clearly. Fadis roared. Alexander was so frightened that he was speechless, and Marnius hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, we have already investigated this matter, and it is actually... I didn't ask you anything, shut up. Marnius was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and did not dare to move. Alexander said with fear, Father, we have found out who tampered with our order documents. Alexander answered his father's words with trembling hands, because I can feel my father's anger. Where is that person? It's already under our control. Bring people up. Alexander turned to his staff and said, Bring people up. The staff quickly issued instructions. I was wronged. My document did not give an order to massacre my compatriots. A bald colonel was escorted to the scene by left and right. Kneel down. The bald colonel was pushed down to his knees. Colonel Tanguin, why did you give the order to massacre your own compatriots? Your Majesty, I did not issue such an order. I clearly received an order to rescue my compatriots. I also conveyed the document order to Major Amelia. I just don't understand why she ordered the massacre of my compatriots. Oh, really? After repeated investigations by the Procuratorate, Amelia asked you about the order several times in a row, and your response was that the order was correct and the order was executed. Your Majesty, the response message I received was Major Amelia's order asking whether to rescue my compatriots, and my response was to save my compatriots correctly and let her execute the order immediately. Humph. Why did the prosecutor's office find out that your response was Amelia asking if your order was correct? May I ask if your order was wrong? This must be someone who intercepted our information on the way and tampered with our mutual information files. WCXSW.org. Tampering? Then you mean that the firewall in this country is very poor, and it is easy to be hacked and tampered with information. Fardis narrowed his eyes and said, Tanguin didn't dare to respond at first, but thought that if he didn't answer yes, maybe his life might really be lost. Yes, Your Majesty, there is a possibility. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? According to what you mean, I have raised a bunch of anti-hacking organizations, and they are all worthless. Chun, I don't mean that. There may be an inner ghost here. Please forgive me. Tanguin was so frightened that he kowtowed desperately, bleeding from his forehead in 2 or 3 times. Fadis also knew in his heart that there must be an insider or a hacker, but the possibility of the latter is very low, and the possibility of the former is higher, but Fadis does not understand. Why are there ghosts? Why did the inner ghost betray the country? However, the most urgent task is to find someone to take the blame for the dead ghost, because this incident has also aroused the anger of the people all over the country. Especially the new humans and the adjustment people came out to demonstrate and protest. The new humans and the adjustment people gathered in front of the palace gate to protest and asked Fadis to explain why they wanted to massacre their compatriots. Fardis looked away at this time. It seemed that someone had conveyed the document to him, and Fardis' eyes became more and more gloomy. Alexander, my son is here. Drag Tanguin, the remnant of the former emperor, and then perform a live broadcast execution to appease the anger of the people. Follow the order. Your Majesty, I am not a remnant of the previous dynasty. I have been following you all this time. Tanguin shouted desperately, but was still dragged away from the scene by others. Alexander, let me find out who else in your army is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Fardis hung up the communication line after finishing speaking. Uncle, what does the emperor mean by the remnants of the previous dynasty? Your Majesty means that it may be that the former emperor's department or your uncle and uncle's old department mixed into our army. How is it possible that when father got the throne, didn't he clean it up? I'm afraid there is a fish that slipped through the net, and it has been lurking for more than 10 years. Kuroda City was also sitting on a luxurious sofa, drinking red wine in a goblet while watching the news currently being broadcast. He Tianqing also had a sneer on his face and said in his heart, "My good third brother, I don't know how you have to deal with it at this moment. I wonder if you were surprised by the surprise given to you." At this time, a new message came from the staff, and Kuroda City also looked at it and laughed wildly. "Ha ha. Third brother, it seems that you fell into the Yellow River and can't be washed away." On March 8th, 125, the first year of the universe, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps played a video. The character in the video was Major Amelia, the commander of the Annihilation Barracks-class fleet that attacked the meteorite area of the detention center. Major Amelia and her subordinates were all captured. Major Amelia stated in front of the screen that she had received an order from her superiors to slaughter the captured compatriots. She also explained that the fleet she led originally was to rescue the compatriots, but after arriving at the destination, the superior's order changed and became in order to massacre the compatriots. It also explained the whole cause and effect. The authorities of the Dian Empire jumped into the Yellow River at first, but they couldn't clean it up. Then the authorities responded that Colonel Tanguin, the remnant of the former emperor, had tampered with the third prince's order to rescue his compatriots, and changed it to an order to massacre his compatriots. The entire tampering process was announced to the public. Many experts or people with professional knowledge of software information, after analysis, said that the file information had indeed been tampered with. Originally, the anger of the people of the Dian Empire towards the emperor turned to Colonel Tanguin at this moment. Colonel Tanguin was tried and hanged on the live broadcast. The death of Colonel Tanguin calmed down the anger of most people in the Dian Empire. But in less than a few days, the matter of Tanguin was exposed. This person has followed the emperor since before, and he is not the remnant of the former emperor. The massacre of compatriots must be caused by someone else, and there is something in it. There are even people on the internet who suspect that it is the emperor or the third prince who ordered the massacre of compatriots. Of course, some people on the internet also suspect that it may be the remnants of the former emperor. The fish that slipped through the net back then deliberately poured dirty water on His Majesty the Emperor. Tanguin may have been planted and framed to death. But no matter whether it is the emperor or the remnants of the former emperor, the anger of the people of the Dian Empire has been provoked again, but at the moment many people have their own opinions. It was the ghost of the remnants of the former emperor. In any case, at this moment, the entire society of the Dian Empire is in a state of tearing apart. Kuroda City also saw such a result, and couldn't help but clapped his hands and said, "Third brother, you're really good at dumping the pot. I didn't expect that there were other people besides me who slipped through the net back then. I thought it would cause more trouble. The anger of the people, I didn't expect that the cyber army that you raise, third brother, has a hand in leading the wind or diverting the attention. Originally, a bunch of fierce fires were going to burn you, but I didn't expect that more than half of them were diverted by you to other places." Osmane and Nadezhda watched the video of Major Amelia and the live broadcast of the execution of Colonel Tanguy. Both of them felt that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. They felt that the former might be lying, while the latter felt that they were just being made into scapegoats. Tanguy was at the same time as them. He followed His Majesty when he was still a prince. How could he be the remnants of the former emperor? Tanguy just fell from the sky and became a blame man. The two even had a feeling that a crisis was brewing within the Dian Empire. They even felt that the whole thing seemed to be played by an invisible black hand. But no matter what, the two of them would never return to the Dian Empire. Apart from Gorman being killed in the massacre, many of his subordinates died in that massacre. The two of them are also very confused now, not knowing where to go. Major Amelia was in the secret room at this moment, sitting in a chair with his hands clasped behind his back. Standing in front of him were Long Fei and Salamanda. Amelia's order to massacre her compatriots. Long Fei and Salamanda have roughly guessed who is behind the scenes. This guy Fades is very good to the new humans, and how could the entire Dian army kill his compatriots? Colonel Tanguy, Salamanda, also knows this person. He is a supporter of Fadis's new humanism. How could he order the massacre of his own compatriots? And many of them are new humans. Long Fei and Salamanda deduced that there might be someone else behind Major Amelia. Now, I just want to fully confirm who is behind the scenes. Major Amelia, tell me about the mastermind behind your scenes. Chairman Long Fei, I can't hear what you are talking about. The person behind you is Kuroda Joya. Kuroda Castle? Who is this person? I have never heard of this person's name. Fadina. When Long Fei said this name, Amelia's eyes flashed with shock, and then she returned to normal, and she was still discovered by Long Fei and Salamanda. Fadina, the ninth brother of Fadis, is your mastermind behind the scenes. You should also be one of the few people who escaped the massacre of Fadis when he tried to usurp the throne. You can escape his butcher knife. The main reason is that you didn't get close to Fadina and his matriarch on the surface, which allowed you to escape. Chairman Long Fei, I don't understand what you're talking about. His Majesty the Emperor did have a younger brother named Fadina, but that younger brother also died during the purge. How could it be possible for a dead person? Will it be my master behind the scenes? Seeing that she refused to admit it and was too lazy to talk nonsense, Long Fei directly stretched out his right hand and pressed it on her forehead, showing the scene of mental memory and letting her see the scene of Fadina shooting Christopher. Amelia looked at Long Fei with a shocked and terrified expression. She didn't expect Long Fei to have such ability. I have 4 options for you to choose from. Long Fei began to speak. The first item, if you keep talking hard and don't say anything, I will use my spiritual memory to show your subordinates those scenes, and then tell them the truth. Maybe they will be happy to tear your hands apart. Second item, I will send you to the meteorite area of the detention center. I will show the captives the images of the spiritual memory and tell them what I have learned. Maybe they will be happy to greet you, and you can enjoy it. Their rage. The third item, I can contact Fardis immediately, tell him everything, and then hand you over to him. I think there are many professionals on his side who can knock out the information you have. When Amelia heard the 3 choices Long Fei said, she was sweating profusely, because with any one choice, she would definitely die a miserable death. Amelia saw that Long Fei did not say the 4th choice, and asked, what is the 4th choice? Tell us everything you know. Kuroda City is also Fadina. What his purpose wants, what he wants to do. As long as you tell us everything obediently, I will guarantee your safety. Amelia hesitated and was thinking about whether to deliberately mix some wrong or false information in the information she gave when she chose the 4th option. Long Fei seemed to see her scheming and warned, we have a lie detector for new humans here. Once we find that you dare to tell a lie, then we will randomly choose the 3 options just now for you. Amelia looked at Long Fei in surprise. Don't be surprised. I believe that your country also has these technologies. You can try it to see whether your country's technology is better or our technology is better. Now I will give you a choice. Which one do you want to choose? I choose the 4th option. Colonel Salamanda, this woman is handed over to you. Long Fei walked out of the secret room, and Salamanda gestured to the camera. Several people entered the secret room and escorted Amelia to another place. Long Fei returned to his office and looked at the documents sent by his subordinates. One of the documents was intelligence content, which said that although the Dion Empire executed Tangai to quell public anger, it also affected the marching actions of the army. The main reason was also the massacre at that time. I did not expect that the information would be tampered with suddenly, which caused this tragedy. Many troops did not dare to execute immediately after receiving the order document. After receiving the order document, many troops did not execute the task immediately, but confirmed with their superiors immediately, and confirmed with several superiors, and only dared to execute the order after the confirmation was correct. This happened especially in the Annihilation Army, because after the massacre, it was discovered that the order documents had been tampered with in several operational orders, causing some troops to execute wrong orders and lead to disastrous failures. Therefore, any unit of the Annihilation Army will contact its superiors before taking action, and even several superiors will confirm whether the order is so, otherwise they will not dare to execute it, lest they execute a tampered order. On the other hand, Takadan was able to organize an operational force of 3,000 people to perform tasks in April. However, this is still not up to the scale requirements of Takadan, which must have at least 50,000 people. The multifunctional prosthetic technology has allowed many colleagues who were disabled due to missions to return to the team. Even their performance is better than before. The multifunctional prosthetic technology also made the Joint Army and the media discover this technology, and the media of various countries are also reporting this technology vigorously in the past few days. Even countries are appealing to the Tianyi mercenary group to share their technology, but the Tianyi mercenary group directly refuses. The Tianyi mercenary group directly expressed their attitude that this technology is currently only used on their mercenary group and will not be sold to the outside world for the time being. Some media reporters even photographed their legs equipped with multifunctional prosthetic limbs, which can jump to a height of more than 5 meters in one jump. Smash it! The Annihilation First and Second Group armies will fight against the Annihilation Army in some meteorite areas from time to time. Many of them are in the modified meteorites. The ground troops of the two armies are fighting. Ground troops ran into the modified meteorite. The live broadcast filmed the battle between the ground forces of the two armies, which allowed the multifunctional prosthetic technology to be displayed in front of the entire world. Moreover, it is not only members of the ground forces who are equipped with multifunctional prosthetic technology. Some pilots of tanks, helicopters, MS, and mobile fortresses have also lost their hands or feet in some accidents. Remember, these drivers have been performing as before since returning. The Alea Consciousness System Transformation Surgery and Multifunctional Prosthetic Technology allow the Tianyi mercenary group, which is often short of troops, to make up for the shortage of troops with these two technologies. Moreover, these two technologies have made the Tianyi mercenary group more than sufficient in a very short period of time. Alea Consciousness System Reconstruction Surgery was also discovered by the United Army and international media. The international media reported that Alea's Consciousness System Transformation Operation indicated that this technology had appeared many years ago, and Anton had accepted this technology transformation operation back then. It's just that the Tianyi mercenary group didn't use this technology on other people, because the technology was immature and the failure rate and fatality rate were extremely high. There are also requests and appeals from various countries for the reconstruction of the Alea Consciousness System to share this technology with the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The Tianyi Mercenary Group still refused. The reason is that this technology is still very dangerous. Anyone who undergoes this technology transformation operation must sign a life and death contract, and they will not be responsible for the failure of the operation and death. Moreover, the Tianyi Mercenary Group even stated that the transformation of the Alea Consciousness System will reduce the death rate and increase the success rate in the future, and they will not share it. It is more straightforward to ask the countries of the world to die. After Long Fei read multiple report documents, he took the multifunctional prosthetic technical report document and read it again. Long Fei was very satisfied with the report documents of the multifunctional prosthetic technology and decided to set up the 8th Direct Unit, Mobile Ghost in the shell. Long Fei began to screen the mercenary members equipped with multifunctional prosthetic technology and picked out those outstanding members as members of his direct troops. Later, after Li Jiaming learned that the boss had set up the 8th Direct Unit, Ghost in the Shell, he learned that the boss had selected some outstanding elites to join his Ghost in the Shell team. If someone else did this, Li Jiaming would directly protest. But it happened that the boss did this, and the multifunctional prosthetic technology was developed by the boss, and many members who retired due to disabilities were able to come back. Therefore, the boss Long Fei wanted to incorporate those outstanding members into his direct unit, Mobile Ghost in the Shell, and Li Jiaming dared not protest at all. On March 18, 125, the first year of the universe, in the territory of the number 98 colonial satellite of the former United States of America, a huge remodeled meteorite, Shangra, was attacked by troops dispatched by the First Army of Annihilation. The extermination force has already had many airship troops enter the Shangra transformation meteorite. The Shangra transformation meteorite is an arsenal responsible for manufacturing battleships and MS, and now serves as one of the main logistics production bases of the Annihilation Army. There are also mass-produced Gundams, Jestas, Rituals, and Comanches fighting with holy machines and mobile fortresses. There is a wide range of space inside enough for them to fight. Many war correspondents sent out many drone cameras to broadcast live in different places. A drone camera captured a Tianyi mercenary with artificial limbs on his legs, fighting several Dian soldiers in a small space. The Tianyi mercenaries directly kicked in a series, blasting the heads and helmets of several Dian soldiers like watermelons in an instant. The point guard is here. Then there is another sprint and jump. A target is locked, and a night kick comes. Although the locked Dian army immediately resisted with the rifle in his hand, the knight kicked more than directly broke his rifle, and even the armor energy shield on his body couldn't withstand the violent knight kick. The armor company was directly kicked through by the knight, and the fragments of the whole body were scattered all over the place. This scene was filmed. In another scene, the left hand is fitted with a prosthetic, and the left prosthetic is directly deformed to expose the internal 38mm muzzle. A single shot penetrates a Dian army's armor energy shield and directly breaks a big hole in the target's chest. The opponents of Dian's ground army are not those Tianyi special forces or fighters wearing outer bone marrow armor, but those Tianyi mercenaries equipped with multifunctional prosthetic technology. In terms of combat quality, they are not as good as the elite or special fighters of the Tianyi mercenary corps, but those unexpected tactics make them hard to defend against. Many Dian ground troops died because of their unexpected style of play. Then, another drone camera captured a Tianyi mercenary with prosthetic hands and feet. The prosthetic limbs of both hands and feet deformed into the limbs of wild beasts, quickly flying over the walls. Then, he directly threw down a target, pierced the target's chest with his pair of sharp claws, and tore the target in half. Then, another drone camera captured the Tianyi mercenary with the double-leg prosthetics jumping and turning over directly into the unmanned Delta cockpit. The yellow lights of his eyes turned into blue lights. Delta's right-handed launcher attacks the manufacturing instrument not far away, destroying it. Then another bridge was blown up, killing many Dian ground troops. The defenders in the meteorite transformed by Shangra have gradually begun to lose their hold. The battle in outer space is almost coming to an end. The reinforcements dispatched by the Annihilation Army were intercepted by the troops dispatched by the Annihilation Second Army, which prevented the Annihilation Army's reinforcements from rescuing Shangra and transforming the meteorite. After Shangra reformed the meteorite and fell, the Tianyi mercenary group began to count the surrendered Dian army. Most of them were former Wanluo Federation people and former Anglo-Saxon people. Then, the Tianyi mercenaries equipped with prosthetic limbs began to gather. The superiors called the names and arranged for them to go to the mother base of the Tianyi mercenary regiment to report. The directly subordinate unit, Mobile Ghost in the Shell, was established. On the other hand, I learned from Amelia that the supernuclear explosion was called a supernuclear explosion. The Dian Empire did not manufacture many of them, because the materials required for the supernuclear explosion were very scarce, and it was very difficult to manufacture. Manufactured no more than 5. The Annihilation Army only brought 2, and the remaining 1 was kept in the warship of the third prince. In order to confirm whether what Amelia said was true, the lie detector showed the facts Amelia said. Long Fei contacted the meteorite zone of the detention center and let Osmane, Nadezhda, and the still alive those high-level personnel contacted him one by one. In order to let them tell the truth, Long Fei is willing to tell them the truth about the massacre, on the premise that Long Fei wants to know how many supernuclear explosions there are. Although they encountered what happened at that time, they felt that something was wrong, and they believed that one day the truth would come to light, so they must not believe the truth that Long Fei grasped. Most people are unwilling to exchange information with Long Fei, but there are still a few people, including Nadezhda and Osmane, who are willing to inform that there are no more than 5 supernuclear explosions. This is the only way to annihilate the First and Second Armies before they dare to engage in more battles and eat up the fields occupied by the Annihilation Army one by one. The Shangra Transformation Meteorite is now taken by the Tianyi mercenary group and started as a factory for their manufacturing of battleships, MS, and mobile fortresses. Osmane and Nadezhda did not expect that something that happened back then would slip through the net. Although they knew the truth, they were unwilling to return to the kingdom of Dian. Back then, they helped Fadi seek power and usurp the throne, and cleared the royal family members and relatives of the royal family at that time. The two of them also had a lot of blood from these people on their hands. At that time, the two of them gave orders indifferently, watching the wailing of the royal family members and relatives who were massacred by them before they died. Now, the death of Gorman and many young subordinates is the retribution they suffered for the sins they committed in the past. Osman, what are your plans next? I just hope that the war will end as soon as possible, and then return to the country to be an ordinary citizen. After thinking about it, this is all our retribution, but the retribution is on innocent people. We who are alive now can only live in pain. Nadezhda was also very melancholy, but at the moment she had something to do. Fadina, if we hadn't missed him back then, Guman and our subordinates would still be alive. Are you trying to kill Fadina and avenge Guman? Yes, not only Guman, but also my dead subordinates. I want revenge. Don't you want revenge? Nadezhda asked excitedly. I want to. On March 24th, 125, the first year of the universe, the revolution of the Mars Circle has gradually corresponded to the number 5 colony area. The 12th subbase of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps raised its security to the highest level. Because the 12th subbase sent a reconnaissance force to investigate the area outside the number 5 colony area and discovered the movement of the Martian Circle in the distance. The Mars Sphere has dispatched many large fleets to the number 5 colony. Among them, the destruction warships of the Dion Imperial Army were also found, and it was found that there were 4 ships, for ships were incorporated into different fleets, and they were all in different locations. One of the warships was more than 5 kilometers long by visual inspection. This makes people have to guess whether that battleship will be Fadis's exclusive new battleship. On the other side, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also had more troops going to the 12th branch base. This news has also spread throughout the world, and various international media have also discovered that many troops in the Mars Circle are going to Colonial Area Number 5. The countries also know clearly that the Dion Empire is going to defeat the Tianyi Mercenary Group with all its strength at this moment. As long as the Tianyi Mercenary Group is defeated, then other countries will not be afraid of the Dion Empire. The eyes of the entire world have already turned to the 12th subbase of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment. Moreover, many media have also discovered Tianyi Mercenary's home base, and he is also making big moves. Numerous warships sailed to the 12th branch base. The Minerva, the Torres II, and the large version of Loch Hylam all appeared on the front page of the media. Many media, their cameras have captured the Shadow Mad Dog Team, Dire Hound Team, Cross Vanguard Team, Sword and Shield Troop, Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, Angel of Doom Team, Tekka Team, and Mobile Ghost in the Shell Team. These long-phase direct subordinates, the force's fleet revolves around warships such as the large version of Loch Hylam and the Torres II. Some war reporters also discovered that there was a battleship in the Dion Empire that had never seen a total length of more than 5 kilometers. Many people speculated that the battleship was very likely to be the battleship of Fadis, and there were also people around the huge battleship. Surrounding it are 7 different army fleets, each with a different flag. Many people estimate that Fadi's royal commander personally marched, and the 7 different flag fleets are probably the remaining 7 royal knights in the hands of Fadis. Many experts reason that Long Fei and Fadis are both new humans. Long Fei might have sensed that Fadis is serious, so he has to go out and lead his 7 direct troops to fight Fadis head-on. The 2 sides of this battle will be extremely fierce, and it may be more intense than before. It is even possible to see the game of high-tech weapons between the 2 parties. The suppression of the 1st and 2nd Group armies has changed at this moment, and the suppression of the 2nd Group army has begun to return to the 12th branch base, and the vacant position will be filled by the United Army. The United Army and the Annihilation 1st Group Army cooperated to deal with the Annihilation Army. The scale of the 19th and 22nd branch bases in the number 3 colonial area has been expanded. At the moment, together with the national troops of the number 3 colonial area, they are in the 98th of the former Anglo-Saxon People's Republic at the border with the number 4 colonial area. 97 colony satellite field on alert. At this moment, Marnius also began to use vicious methods, secretly sending some small groups of troops to the inner colonial satellite of the United Nations of the Angris Democratic Peoples. Marnius took advantage of the opportunity to annihilate the Second Army and the United Army, and the First Annihilation Army could not completely monitor his entire Annihilation Army, so he dispatched many small fleets to sneak into the Anglo-Safari People's Union with stealth technology. Deeper areas of the country. Although the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic received some technical assistance from the Tiani mercenary group, found many invisible fleets, and destroyed these invisible fleets by fighting more and less. The Unrusa army found out that these small stealth fleets were destroyed, and the battleships actually carried poisonous gas devices. After the authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic learned about this, the entire government team decided to announce the matter to the whole country after discussion. Although it will cause domestic panic, at least inform all local governments that they must be fully prepared. If there is an incident of the colonial satellite being poisoned by poison gas, at least it can be blamed on the brutality of the Dion army. People all over the Anglo-Saxon people are scrambling to buy gas masks and filter masks, etc., and the price of gas masks has increased by dozens of times. Of course, this is mainly due to some merchants deliberately declaring gas masks not enough to sell, and the price has increased. Generally speaking, when many countries encounter such incidents, they will definitely take the opportunity to raise prices and punish the merchants. However, the country is busy at the moment, and there is basically no extra manpower to deal with how to prevent poison gas incidents. Another reason is these merchants are the financial backers of a bunch of congressmen, and the congressmen must find a way to excuse their patrons. If some people cannot buy gas masks, buy a lot of food and tape, etc., squat at home to prevent problems before they happen, and use tape to tape the gaps in the house. Moreover, the filter of each colony satellite is equipped with a preventive alarm system. Once an unknown gas is found in the filter, the alarm will sound immediately. Several colonies were invaded by small groups of annihilators and damaged by poison gas. When the sirens sounded, many people in the satellite quickly put their gas masks on their faces. Some people without gas masks hid in some relatively closed rooms for refuge, and some people who had been hiding at home for a long time directly closed the door and taped the gap. However, not all the people escaped this catastrophe, and some people were killed by poison gas. For the people wearing gas masks, flee to the shelter as soon as possible. When the colonial satellite was poisoned, it also sent out a distress signal immediately, and the Annihilation Army who sneaked in did not expect the opponent to defend against it. The Annihilation Army didn't care. For them, even if the people escaped this catastrophe, they couldn't prevent their next move. The Annihilator Army is going to destroy the stability system of the colonial satellite, and then blow up a hole, use the shock wave of the explosion to push the colonial satellite to another location, and hit another colonial satellite. However, these small annihilation troops who sneaked in did not expect that the colonial satellites had already taken some precautions. In addition to having the garrison equipped with more powerful weapons, there are also annihilation troops waiting in some colonial satellites for a long time. These annihilators were either driven away or wiped out. When Marnius received the news, all the small groups of annihilation troops dispatched to infiltrate all failed. Marnius did not expect his plan. All failed and lost troops. Moreover, the number of reinforcements has gradually decreased. Apart from the fact that the reinforcement route was intercepted by the Tiani mercenary group, another reason was that the emperor was going to conscript himself, and a large number of troops would follow the emperor, so there were not many reinforcements to support the annihilating army. Fardis sat on his throne with his eyes closed. Fadis will decide to go to the imperial conquest, mainly for Long Fei. From the very beginning, Fardis wanted to recruit Long Fei, but unfortunately the two of them disagreed with each other. Originally, Fadis didn't want to conflict with Long Fei. However, the death of the eldest son, and the fact that he sensed Long Fei's powerful spiritual energy, Fardis changed his attitude. Fardis will change his attitude, mainly because he is worried that one day when he dies, whether Long Fei will be detrimental to his empire and children. This is a question he must carefully consider. With Long Fei's powerful spiritual energy, Fardis knew that Long Fei's mental strength was not inferior to his. If this time was more than 10 or 20 years ago, Fardis would not be too worried. It's just that at this moment, Fardis knows that his life is not long, and none of his descendants has the same spiritual power as him, or is close to him. Long Fei is only in his early 30s. He still has a lot of time and room for improvement, while Fadi's time is numbered. Now, the kingdom of Dion is handed over to the second son, so that he can exercise his emperorship. Fadi's, he can't let Long Fei have another chance to grow up. Once he grows up again, he thinks he won't be able to hold down Long Fei. Taking advantage of the fact that he and Long Fei have the same mental strength, Fadi's decided to kill Long Fei, and even if he couldn't kill him, he would die with him. Even if he and Long Fei died together, Julius, his number one knight, would still be able to assist his second son Yelisod with all his strength, and he would also be able to deter those nobles who did not accept Yelisod. Yelisod is not even as good as his two brothers in terms of mental strength, but he is much better than his two brothers in terms of governing the country and commanding combat capabilities. Fadi's even established his own edict. Once he died in battle, Yelisod would be the next emperor. Fadi's would set up an annihilation army at that time, and let the third child and Marnius attack the United Kingdom of the Angrissa Democrats, with the purpose of sending them away. Especially Manius, Fardis has been trying to get rid of him. Apart from his family, this guy has 1/3 of the entire army of the Dion Empire under his control. In addition, Manius did not do anything to apologize to him with regard to matters related to the country. Fadi's really has no way to start. So the only way is to send him away, and he will be killed by then. Marnius, who is far away in the United States of the Angrissa Democratic Peoples, is rushing to bring back the third child. The second child is already sitting on his throne and has been dusted, settled. The talents around Yelisod can also handle all internal problems well. Although the massacre of compatriots caused some tears in the country, Yelisod appeased and repaired some tears so that Fardis could feel at ease and drive himself. Julius entered the office at this time, greeted Fadi's and said, "Your Majesty, your condition is still not suitable for the imperial conquest. You should let the servants come. Your Majesty, you should come back and clear the obstacles for the second prince." Julius, I understand your concern and want to share my worries, but you also understand that in your state, your mental strength is not as good as Long Fei. Julius lowered his head. He had suffered a serious injury in the Mars United War back then, which made his mental power no longer able to improve, and his mental power was indeed not as good as Long Fei. If he fights with Long Fei, his spiritual power will definitely be suppressed by Long Fei. It is true that only the Emperor can contend with him in the entire Dion Empire, but this battle will definitely shorten the lifespan of His Majesty the Emperor again, and may even be defeated by Long Fei in the battle. Once His Majesty is defeated, it will definitely cause an all-out blow to the Dion Empire, and even the entire army may lose their will to fight. Your Majesty is the spiritual pillar of Dion's army. Julius now only hopes that His Majesty the Emperor must win, but not lose. Otherwise, His Majesty's ideal will be terminated. Fadi stood up and asked, "How many days until we reach our destination? If there is no accident, the troops in front will arrive in 3 days, but..." Just what? Our advance reconnaissance troops found that the reconnaissance troops of the United Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps were also scouting our troops, and we discovered that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps also gathered a lot of troops. It is estimated that these troops will resist our entry. Colony number 5. It looks like we're going to have an uphill battle. Your Majesty, we have the information, and Long Fei also went out in person and also brought his 7 direct troops. He knows this battle. He and I will have a battle, and my battle with him will definitely affect the future trends on the battlefield. Your Majesty, the generals, and I have a suggestion. Tell me the story. First of all, some troops of the Tianyi mercenary group are scattered. Their purpose may be to outflank us, so we must also disperse some troops. In addition to preventing their purpose, we should also let some of them troops can disrupt elsewhere, increasing their pressure. Well, let's follow your suggestion. On March 29th, 125, the first year of the universe, outside the area of the number 5 colony, there have been battles in some locations. These battles were fought between the Dion Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Group, or the United Army. The United Army was completely suppressed by the Dion Army as always. Many high-ranking officers of the United Army knew that they could not defeat the Dion Army, especially the troops conscripted by the Emperor himself, so why did they still fight and block like a pebble hitting a stone? The main reason is that they understand that if the Tianyi mercenary group is defeated, then they don't even need to fight the coalition army anymore. They can just surrender. Therefore, the senior leaders of the United Army understand that this battle cannot be part of it, and try to consume and hold back the Dian army. Location is outside the junction of number 4 and number 5 colonial areas. The Joint Army's Army-level fleet and the Dian Army's Advanced Force Brigade-level fleet engaged in battle. The former was still defeated by the Dian Army with more than 3 times the number of the opponent, and the remaining less than 10% of the coalition army retreated in embarrassment. However, the advanced troops of the Dian Army beat the enemy away at a cost of 50% loss. However, no matter for the United Army or the Tianyi mercenary group, this at least consumes the strength of the Dian Army. At Location B, the outermost location outside the number 5 colony area, a battle broke out between the Tianyi mercenary group and the reconnaissance force of the Dian Army. Both are regiment-level fleets, and the number of battleships between the two is equal, but in terms of carrying, the Dian warship is larger and better in carrying. The MS and mobile fortresses of the two sides have more Dian troops in the latter, although the Tianyi mercenary group has gained an advantage by relying on mobile drill missiles and min-of-particle missiles. However, the effect of the min-of-particle missile is not as ideal as before, and the min-of-particle cannot paralyze the automatic operating system of the Dian Army as before. Since the Dian Army developed the anti-min-of-particle device and coerced the colonists into the battlefield, the effect of the min-of-particles has been reduced. In the end, the Tianyi mercenary group won, but at the cost of more than 70% of the loss. The Dian Army was completely wiped out and achieved a tragic victory. The remaining less than 30% of the Tianyi group's fleet withdrew to the 12th branch base. Location C is also somewhere outside the number 5 colony area. The Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian Army are fighting, and both of them are the same brigade-level fleet. The Dian Army won this battle. At the cost of more than 80% of the losses, the Dian Army wiped out more than 95% of the enemy's troops, and the remaining less than 5% of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' brigade-level fleet retreated in embarrassment. There were even battles at many locations. But no matter where the battle is fought, as long as it is the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Dian Army, the odds of winning are basically 55 to 50. The two sides almost don't take advantage of the right time and place, because the place of the battle is not in the home court of the two sides, so the two sides can be said to have played 55 to 55. However, in the battles between the Dian Army and the United Army, basically the former won, and the one who lost the most was only about 50%, and some even wiped out or drove away the Allied army with a loss of less than 20%. Colonel, there is a Dian Legion-class fleet coming to our right. The colonel looked at the three-dimensional battlefield situation map. When he was about to win, the enemy came to reinforce him. The colonel could only give the order to retreat. Damn it! We may not be able to win with a fleet and our sizable Tianyi mercenary group. Now suddenly there are two attacking us in different directions. There is no way, let's retreat. In many battlefields in different locations, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Dian Army had their own reinforcements coming to the battlefield. The side that was supposed to win turned victory into defeat because of the arrival of the enemy's Pei army and had to retreat. Some can only retreat when they cannot wait for reinforcements to arrive. On April 1st, 125, the first year of the universe, various international media have reported the head-on conflict between the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Dian Army in the past few days. Both sides had victories and defeats on the battlefield. The audience also saw the advanced weapons of both sides on the battlefield. Not only the audience, but even the authorities of various countries were shocked. It turned out that the two sides had reservations about their previous battles. Somewhere on the battlefield, Torres No. 2 opened the hangar hatch, and Yu Yangchun drove the 00 Gundam. Yu Yangchun, 00 Gundam, is attacking. Next, Zero Razor is controlled by Cyan Harrow. Zero Razor dispatched. Immediately after 00 Gundam dispatched, the fusion of Zero Razor and 00 Gundam is complete. Gundam 00 Razor dispatch. Rika drives the Seraph Gundam, Angelica drives the Angel Gundam, and Alonso drives the Fallen Angel Gundam. Gundam in Sword, shooting mode. A charged shot directly penetrates an emerald with the protective cover mode of the floating cannon turned on. The lethality is really strong. I thought it would be inferior to the gun of Seven Swords G. Awesome speed and maneuverability up to 00 Razor. Gundam 00 Razor quickly dodges the attacks of various mass-produced holy machines one after another, and even the Gundam N stand can easily block the enemy's beam attack. Pulling out the GN sword with his left hand, he sliced through a Azure holy machine like a melon. Then, when the other holy planes were about to attack Gundam 00 Razor for revenge, Chitin bombarded it with the GN cannon and GN rocket 2 on its shoulders and knees. Many holy planes were beaten to the ground. Jitian used the GN long-range sniper rifle to snipe those holy planes that had just dodged the firebombing. The fallen angels made an assault in the form of a fighter plane. When Yu Yangchun was about to look for the next target, Yu Yangchun sensed a powerful spiritual force coming towards him, and Yu Yangchun knew that someone picked him. One is mainly red, blue, and white, with a total height of 20 meters. Its head is designed like a cow's helmet armor. Each hand holds a beam saber, and a pistol-shaped weapon is hung on the left and right thighs. With both hands slashing towards Gundam 00 Razor, Gundam N Sword 2 and 3 resisted. Yu Yangchun found that the other party wanted to communicate with him, so he adjusted the communication channel to connect with the other party. My name is Douglas, a second-level Knight, and the name of the holy machine is Dunsi. What is your name, your Gundam name? My name is Yu Yangchun, a military rank captain, and my Gundam name is 00 Razor. I, Dacrus, will fight His Excellency Yangchun to the death. Yang Chuanshin said. You knights, why do you love to fight one-on-one duels with others so much? YYXS.LA. However, Yu Yangchun agreed to a decisive battle with the opponent Douglas. Then I will kill your excellency to show my sincerity to the duel. It's hard to say who killed who. The two mechas separated, and then they fought close to each other, staggering each other. Yu Yangchun discovered that the special holy machine he dealt with this time was much stronger than the usual special holy machine. It seems that their special holy machine is also developing a new era. The two MS can be said to be swords, and swords, you come and go. Duns immediately switched weapons to two pistols and fired at the Gundam 00 Razor. Gundam 00 Razor launches 8 small GN missiles in addition to dodging. With the two pistols in his hand, Duns directly shot down 8 small GN missiles. Not to be outdone, Yu Yangchun switched his 2 GN swords to shooting mode to counterattack his opponent. Li Xiang took a look at Yu Yangchun's battle, and then focused on fighting the opponent in front of her, because her opponent was also a special holy machine, purple holy machine, and the equipment was mainly in the middle and short range. The firepower is very strong, but judging from your swollen figure, your mobility is not very good. I guess you are not strong in close combat. Li Xiang's opponent estimated Seraphim's performance, and seemed to have discovered a weakness. He kept dodging Seraphim's fire attacks, and every counterattack was blocked by Seraph's GN position. Rika saw the opponent's purpose from the battle, and deliberately made a little mistake in the bombardment. Why didn't Li Xiang make more obvious mistakes? Because Li Xiang knew that her opponent was not a stunned young man who had just entered the battlefield, but an experienced opponent. If you make too obvious a mistake, your opponent will definitely see through it at a glance. Therefore, a little intentional or unintentional deviation must be made, so that the opponent will not find out that she digs a hole for him to jump. After dodging one after another, the purple holy machine drew out the beam sword and stabbed Seraph in front of the target. Seraphim drew out the beam saber with his left hand to resist. The purple holy machine drew out the beam saber with his left hand. You still hold the weapon in your right hand. Even if you want to draw out the beam saber to resist it, it will be too late. One of Seraphim's hidden arms is holding a beam saber to resist the purple holy machine's right beam saber. What? The purple holy plane pilot was surprised and said immediately, but it doesn't matter, I also have countermeasures. A beam saber protruded from the front of the purple holy machine's right foot, kicking towards the Seraph cockpit. However, the purple holy machine pilot was startled again. Seraph had another hidden arm, holding a beam saber to resist. Then another hidden arm cut off the right leg of the purple holy machine with a beam saber. No, I fell for it. The purple holy machine driver immediately turned on the booster mode, ready to escape. Rika didn't give her opponent a chance to escape, so she launched a Trans AM pursuit. The effect of Trans AM is stronger than boost mode. In fact, the purple holy machine can't escape at all. Seraph not only attacks the opponent with the GN cannon, but also attacks the opponent with the beam sword with the hidden arm and left hand when close. The close combat with 5 beam sabers makes the purple holy machine hard to defend against. What's worse is that the Seraph in the 3-red mode has a faster reaction speed than the purple holy machine in the synergistic mode. The purple sacred machine was finally dismembered by Seraph's GN cannon after Seraph's melee 5 beam sabers. Dakris sensed that his subordinate was killed. As expected of a Gundam, in terms of some special functions, it is above our holy machine. Duns and Gundam 00 Razor are still undecided, and the two sides played 55. Daklas didn't know whether he would be suppressed by the opponent once he turned on the booster mode, and the opponent also turned on his special function. His other subordinates also fought against other special Gundams. At present, except for the subordinate who was just sensed to be killed, the other subordinates are still fighting. Gaia Gundam was shot down by a purple-black holy plane, and the entire cockpit was penetrated by light beams. Pawnee was driving the gun-mounted Impulse Gundam, and seeing his subordinates being killed by the enemy made him very angry. The ultra-high muzzle-velocity electromagnetic gun attacked the purple-black holy machine. The purple-black holy machine dodged the electromagnetic gun, and the pulse gun mounted on the waist counterattacked. Impulse Gundam dodges, and the beam gun in his hand counterattacks one after another. After avoiding the beam ray, the purple-black holy machine rushed towards the Impulse Gundam. Impulse Gundam draws out the beam javelin and engages in close combat with the opponent. The picture of Gundam being killed happened to be captured by war reporters. The invincible Gundam was killed. This accident is really shocking. The surprised expression of the war reporter seemed to tell everyone that this was the first time he had seen it. In fact, there is no record of Gundam being killed by Holy Machine. The two actually fought back and forth, and each has a record of killing opponents. Strictly speaking, there are many records of Gundam victories, basically 6:4. The reporters in the field will use such a shocked expression to report, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group has won many battles in the past. Now that Gundam is defeated, this reporter will misunderstand, thinking that the Tianyi mercenary group will fight in this battle. Lose. Wait, another Gundam kills that purple-black holy machine. The live screen shows that Impulse Gundam finally pierced the chest of the purple-black holy machine with a beam javelin, and then kicked it away, and the high-energy long-distance beam bombarded the entire machine. In fact, many viewers were not shocked when Gundam was killed. In the past few years of war, they have watched countless live battles and the video of Gundam being killed countless times. Daklas sensed that 3 of his other subordinates had been killed, and of course he also sensed that his subordinates had killed their opponents. Dons and Gundam 00 Razor. In the continuous battle, countless times of melee combat staggered and staggered. Neither of them can suppress the other. Dunsey's performance is actually not as high as that of the 00 Razor. In addition to relying on the superb technology of Techless, the most important thing is that Yu Yang-chun is the first time to operate the 00 Razor. Some of them are not skilled enough to play the full performance of the 00 Razor. However, Yu Yang-chun has already begun to gradually master the performance of the 00 Razor. Daklas already felt that his Duns had been gradually suppressed by the opponent. Daklas has been unable to take down his opponents. In fact, he also affected the morale of all the Dion troops who participated in the war, especially the real Dion Royals. Because Daklas is their famous MS Ace pilot, even the top 10 heads of the Emperor's top 10 Royal Knights, and few of them can beat him technically. Now, the battle with the opponent has not been decided until now, and this has more or less affected the Dion army. Daklas also knew that it was not an option to continue fighting like this. Dons had been gradually suppressed, so he could only try his luck and turn on the synergistic mode. Seeing this, Yu Yang-chun turned on the Trans Am. The moment the knives and swords of the two mechatronics collided, Dunsey's thrust was directly suppressed by the opponent. Cut. It's completely suppressed. It's a pity that Dunsey's new equipment has not yet been manufactured, especially its combination backpack. If these are completed, my Dunsey will not be suppressed by this Gundam. Damn it, Duns could only move aside, and then dodge the Gundam N Sword 2 to the side. Daklas could only do his best to avoid the Gundam 00 Razor. Master Dakra's Knight. A blue special holy machine rushed to rescue his boss. Don't come here. You are not his opponent. It's a pity that it was too late. Gundam 00 Razor, with its triple red status, came to the back of the blue special holy body with one leap, and the GN Sword 2 swept it in half. Daklas could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were killed. Gundam N Sword 2, a giant slashing particle sword emerges, and the length is thousands of meters long. This scene not only made Daklas dumbfounded, but also the surrounding Dion army. When Gundam 00 Razor slashed down with a sword, Daklas reacted fairly quickly and dodged immediately, but his left hand was still cut off. In addition, the other holy machines and MS were cut off. Even with the energy shield turned on, several destroyers couldn't stop the giant slashing particle sword and were directly cut in half. This scene also made many people who watched the live broadcast dumbfounded. Some people even found out the video of the Super Flash Sword of Flash Gundam back then. It seems that the giant slashing particle sword is not only bigger than the Super Flash Sword, but also very powerful. Gundam 00 Razor's giant slashing particle sword suddenly made it the focus of attention on the battlefield. The commander of Dion's army immediately issued an order to set Gundam 00 Razor as the key target of attack, and it must be shot down. Yu Yangchun also knew that the move he had just shown had become the enemy's key target. He looked down at the instrument, and the giant slashing particle sword could strike again. This time, Gundam 00 Razor struck again with the giant slashing particle sword, but this time it was not a slash but a sweeping length of less than 2,000 meters. This blow killed fewer mass-produced holy machines and mobile suits than the previous one, and killed a frigate and a destroyer each. The Trans Am is released, the GN particles are insufficient, and the performance of the 00 Razor is greatly reduced. The two GN swords in the original work are enough to exhaust all the particles. If it is not for the good quality of the Jupiter material, you can launch another round, but its power is not as good as the second one. One shot. Daklas seemed to see the weakness of 00 Razor and immediately launched a fierce attack on Gundam 00 Razor. Gundam 00 Razor didn't dodge the attack as quickly as before and said, "Sure enough, your performance has plummeted. Let's kill you now." Daklas sensed a sneak attack behind him as he charged towards his target. The fallen angel rushed towards Dunsey in the form of a fighter plane, shooting Jin beams one after another, so Dunsey could only get out of the way. "It seems that my subordinates have been killed." Then, Seraphim rushed to the scene and attacked Duns with the GN cannon. Daklas was very annoyed. When he finally got rid of the joint attack of the two Gundams, rushed to the target, and slashed past. Gundam N Sword 3 Resist Beam Saber. What? It took only a minute or so, and the performance of this Gundam returned to normal. Daklas couldn't believe it, but at this moment he had to retreat quickly, and the two Gundams he had just thrown away came. Just at this time, the Dion army commanded the battleship to send out a retreat signal flare, and the Dion army immediately retreated. The commander of the Dion army will retreat. The main reason is that the giant slashing particle sword is high as 00 Razor. Just now, the two attacks have hit the Dion army, and their morale has plummeted. The commander decided to retreat after careful consideration. The Tianyi mercenary group did not carry out any pursuit. Besides cleaning the battlefield, they also had to count the number of people. In this battle, Dion's army lost 40%, while the Tianyi mercenary group lost less than 20%. The Tianyi mercenary group lost Gaia Gundam and Abyss Gundam, but the loss of Gundam doesn't actually make them feel sad, and the loss of the ace pilot is still the root of their heartache. The light beam soared thousands of meters, shocked the entire world, which is comparable to the existence of the Flying Wing Zero-style destruction cannon. On April 3rd, 125, the first year of the universe, there have been more than 30 battles in the past few days. The Dion army fought more than 20 games with the Tianyi mercenary group, and fought about 10 games with the United Army. No matter whether Dion's army wins or loses, the entire army is still advancing step by step. The frontline troops of the Tianyi mercenary group have retreated to the edge of the number 5 colonial area. Some people who don't understand the military don't understand why the Tianyi mercenary group doesn't stay in place or send reinforcements in some victorious battlefields, but directly retreats. Those who know a little about military affairs can understand that the Tianyi mercenary group actually wants to shorten their logistics supply line, so that at least they can replenish in a very short time and reinforcements can arrive in a shorter time. The Tianyi mercenary group will make such a decision, mainly because Shrek, AICC, and many other generals decided to use this safe strategy after discussion. As long as these 3 months, Fadis can't break through, and Fadis' large army can only retreat at that time. And at that time, the Tianyi mercenary group can launch a pursuit. Because the revolution of the Martian Circle will correspond to the colonial domain of the 6th area. In the colonial area of District 6, there is the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and many sub-bases. At this moment, they continue to recruit and train newcomers. As long as it lasts for 3 months, the troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group in Colonial Number 6 can directly attack the Martian Circle. At that time, Fadis' large army must return to the Mars Circle, and the troops in charge of the pursuit and the Tianyi mercenary troops in charge of preparing to attack the Mars Circle can come to a double trap and eliminate Fadis' large army. Shrek and the others also have other plans. For example, if they can't hold on for 3 months and are broken by Fadis' large force, they have some countermeasures to deal with the next trend. On Fardis' side, he and many generals also knew that they must defeat the Tianyi mercenary group within 3 months and at least take down their 12th base. If you can't, then you must go to work and return to the Martian Circle immediately. Fardis, the number 1 knight Julius, and many generals are on the 3-dimensional sand table, and they are deducing how to deploy the next battle. Long Fei was processing documents and watching the current situation in the office of the large version of Lakailam, later called the Lakailam. It seems that Fardis is serious. I guess I will have a battle with him. Tao Xiang, who was making coffee for her husband, glanced at her husband. The coffee was not instant coffee, but coffee brewed by stirring coffee beans with a coffee machine. After pouring a small cup of fresh milk and adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar to stir a little, I put the coffee at my husband's table. The 2 sisters, Longhua and Longfu, are transforming meteorite Babylon under the care of Aunt Li. Looking at the current situation of the Tianyi mercenary group, Long Fei found that at least 300,000 mercenaries died in the few days of fighting. Li Jiaming discussed with the Lianhe army earlier and asked the Lianhe army to continue to supply resources. The Lianhe army knew that the Tianyi mercenary group could not be defeated, so they agreed to the request, but in terms of money reimbursement, after a series of negotiations. The United Army cannot allow the Tianyi mercenary group to reimburse the account casually, and the reimbursement cannot exceed double the original price. On this point, the Tianyi mercenary group agreed. The current reimbursement price for the current loss of the first group is the same as that of the Wanluo Federation at that time, and the reimbursement price is 10 times the original price. Basically, the Tianyi mercenary group relies on the reimbursement price from the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, the taxes from the land and cities ceded to them by the United States of America, as well as the current working capital and reserve funds of the Tianyi mercenary group. Judging from the amount of money invested, the Tianyi mercenary corps could bear a 1-year, 2-year high-intensity war. In addition, in terms of resources, the United Army has supplemented them with funding, investing money, and consuming resources. There is no problem for the Tianyi mercenary group to fight this war for 2 years. However, the land and city tax of the latter, the tax obtained before, can be distributed to other companies of the Tianyi group, but in the current war, Long Fei has invested all the tax that should be distributed to other subsidiaries every month to Tianyi mercenary regiment. At present, apart from the sub-bases of the Tianyi mercenary group in the Earth Circle, more than half of all the bases in the universe have been devoted to this war. The only problem now is the source of soldiers. Alea's knowledge system transformation surgery and multifunctional prosthetic technology temporarily solved the problem of insufficient personnel in the Tianyi mercenary corps, but they are just enough. Looking at the content of the current report, Long Fei found that the newcomers who joined the training, because the training standard was lowered, the number of rookies left after the training was more than usual, but in terms of the overall combat quality of individuals, it was not as good as usual high. Long Fei was a little worried that these newcomers who passed the training because of lowering the standard, would their combat ability be much lower than those trained before? Long Fei really has some reservations about this. If Li Jiaming wasn't in urgent need of manpower, he didn't want to lower the training standards, and would rather be short of mothers. Long Fei put down the documents, picked up the coffee cup, drank the coffee his wife made for him, then twisted his neck, and there was a rattling sound from his neck. Tao Xiang massaged her husband's shoulders and neck to relieve his fatigue and recent shoulder and neck pain. Why is Fardis unwilling to let go of his new humanism? Why does he divide human beings into different classes? Tao Xiang said while massaging her husband. Yan Bar. Because he is a racist in disguise. In his mind, new humans will always be higher existences, adjusted humans are middle-level existences, and ordinary people are lower-level existences. If his ideal is to be realized, he must first defeat me and my Tianyi mercenary group, because I am his biggest obstacle. If possible, I really don't want you to have a conflict with him. Anyway, you and he have become representatives of the new human beings. If you both lose, maybe the countries of the world may start to attack us new human beings. Tao Xiang said worriedly. It's impossible. Fadis and I don't agree with each other, and he is also a stubborn guy. As long as the new humans don't stand at the top of human civilization, this guy will never give up. As for what you said, if he and I are both losers, it will depend on their attitude whether countries around the world will take the new humans. If they go too far, Fardis and I will let go of our prejudices and join forces. He also said that new human beings can understand each other, and understanding is understanding, but the two sides are not fighting for their own ideals. Okay. Let's not talk about it. The real battle is about to start. We have to recharge our batteries. Yes. Tao Xiang continued to massage her husband. Soon, the doorbell rang. Long Fei touched two screens on the right-hand side of the table. Tao Xiang stopped massaging and stood quietly behind her husband. The door opened, and a colonel came in, saluting Long Fei. Speak. Boss, the 12th base will arrive in 15 minutes. Good. Shrek, AICC, and other generals welcomed Long Fei's arrival. Everyone began to prepare for the next big battle. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.